Hello and welcome to our continuing coverage of the WPT World Championship taking place here at the beautiful Wynn Las Vegas. Only 61 players remain out of nearly 2,400 total entrants. Today's players are all guaranteed a payday of $59,000. But at this point, I imagine everyone's mind is starting to think about the final table and the $3.1 million first place prize. My name is Ashley Sleeth, and I'm here alongside Jesse Sylvia to bring you day 4 poker action.
Hello.
Hello. Jesse, now that we're getting so deep into this event, what are the dynamics that you can expect to see today?
So for now, I think we'll see some real battling out there as players try their best to accumulate chips before we get closer to the home stretch. As we get further down the road, and I'm talking 3 tables left, 2 tables left, I do expect to see a real tightening up, more passivity in people's play, and just a general sense of carefulness as we approach that final table.
Now, do you expect the chip leaders to take advantage of that, or how are they going to respond?
Absolutely,
I guess
especially when the chip leader is Michael Burke, who I have played with a few times. He is a wildly aggressive and creative player.
Ooh, exciting. You guys just saw a big sweep of the field. It's not that big, though. Only a few tables left. We saw Scott Stewart out there with a bunch of chips. He's got over 6 million. We saw Alex Queen. And here is our Club WPT Gold scoreboard at the feature table today. Like you mentioned, we have Michael Burke all the way up to over 100 big blinds this deep in a tournament. That's insane. With 8.1 million chips in play, all the way down to our short stack. At the table, Darren Rabinowitz. We both know him very well. If you've played tournaments in Vegas, you've probably run into Darren at some point. We've got Mikita in seat 3. Mikita Vadziakuski? I'm saying that right?
I think so.
He has definitely got the most experience, plays the most super high rollers out of anyone left in the field with almost $59 million in earnings.
Yeah, and as far as 60 million in earnings go, he did it in a very quiet way. No gigantic scores, just grinding it out every year in the biggest tournaments. Real sicko.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this feature table. We'll introduce you to everyone as we go along.
That said, I do think he won $4 million when he took down the $1 million buy-in last year here. So by not huge scores, you know, I'm being a bit tongue-in-cheek, but as far as super high rollers go.
All right, we're already in the action. We've got a flop here between Fabian and Jonathan. Jonathan Willis, a.k.a. Jonty for those out there who've met our man Jonathan.
I actually had the pleasure of playing day 1 with Jonathan. Super nice, fun guy at the table.
He's the one pictured in the Santa hat over here.
Yeah, I had a great time with him. And he's quite tough. He is not easy to get off of a hand.
I actually feel naked without my phone.
That usually is part of the recipe of a very difficult player to play against.
Like a pacifier.
He's here representing the UK. And Fabian Gooms, we believe he's from Germany. He just took down, or he came in second in a WPT Florida event for $350K. He's got over 2 million in live earnings. So Fabian also very familiar running deep in events.
Yeah, he's actually one of our players with the most live experience / final table experience, I'd say. It seems like he's made a number of final tables in different countries and continents.
Here we have Robert Sherwood coming in with a raise to 160K from the cutoff. Robert is also very familiar to players who grind the UK circuit. According to our friend David Lappin, he is a 20-year regular playing live and online events.
Yeah, the first thing I saw when I looked at Ascendant Mob was a Paddy Poker Tour 4th place,
Nice.
I believe. So I was like, oh, Lappin might have a few things to say about the bloke.
The bloke. And here we have Tyler with ace-jack suited in the big blind. He's going to make the call.
Not the worst flop for him. Oh, sorry, I have the hands reversed, actually. Not the worst flop for Robert, who's opened the 9-10 with a spade. Tyler with enough to defend versus a continuation bet for sure. He's still getting his Massive stack of chips set up over there.
I'm loving this. I love seeing big stacks at the table rather than them coloring them up too early and they only have 5 chips at the table. It's more exciting this way.
They're so aggressive about color ups these days amongst different tours. Not so much at the World Poker Tour. I do really like seeing a lot of chips on the table.
Wow. He just turns it. Jack coming in on the turn. Robert making a straight.
Tyler picking up a little something. Perhaps enough hand to talk himself into a call of a second barrel. We'll see.
Tyler, one of our less experienced players, just according to his Hendon mob. He might play some cash games that we're unaware of. But one fun fact is the last recorded score in a Hendon mob is a cash in this same main event last year. So
Wow, so he's a bit of a WPT finalist.
Final specialist.
Yeah, I
came
like
in
that.
191st last year. Maybe took the whole year off, came back. Now he's even deeper with at least 61st locked up.
He's even deeper in trouble here, too, because if he thought his jack might be good on the turn, he's now picked up 2 pairs, so.
850.
Still losing to the hands he's expecting to lose to, but just gives you that little extra bit of confidence that your opponent didn't river some sort of 2 pair or something. When you have the ace in your hand. That said, when your opponent's fired 3 on a board that's this coordinated.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's loving it. He does make the call, though. Very nice start for Robert.
Wow, huge pickup for Robert.
Taking down a 3 million chip pot. That's how you want to start your day 4.
Absolutely, and relatively no sweat there for him. He just has the second nuts, fires a bunch of chips in the pot, gets paid off pretty quickly. No chop. The sort of pots you dream of winning, to be honest. When you're, you know, you're sitting down, your heart's pumping. It's day 4. You're starting to see some pretty big pay jumps coming up on the horizon.
Taking a look at seed 2, that's Jeffrey Hong coming from New Jersey. He's either more of an online player, doesn't play much tournaments. He's only had 100K in live earnings. Coming in 3rd in a recent WSOP online bracelet event. So maybe he's got some online chops.
Yeah, I would imagine he probably does a lot of his Makita here with Jack 10 suited.
I'm so excited to watch him play.
Yeah, he's such a fantastic poker talent. Yeah, this was a fun one for him to pick up in early position versus an open. It can really go either way. They're a bit deeper, too. They're almost 50 big blinds deep. Tyler.
Tyler with the pocket 9s from the small.
Yeah.
They're shriveling up against this action, though, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely, especially early position, early position. You tend to give a little more credit to those positions, especially since most players fail to find enough 3-bet bluffs. Obviously, Makita, very capable.
Jeffrey with perhaps a very unlucky seat draw today with Makita with all those chips directly to his left.
It's not going to be fun for him, that's for sure. And you see the power of the 3-bet there. Makita didn't make it
That was funny, wasn't it? That
an
right
extremely
before the
large
table, but it
size.
never spoke.
Manages to get a dominating hand to just fold very quickly.
The Earl Grey is nuts. She goes, yeah, that's Blacksy. Right. Cool.
These Americans don't know the tea as well as us.
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant.
Oh, okay, buddy, I know my tees.
Cheeky little brew.
Mentioned it.
Already with the jabs towards the Americans.
Yeah, that's a lot of malarkey.
Fabian once again coming in for a raise. The ace-4 suited. Under the gun +1. I love seeing this type of stuff early from our big blind players. I like to see how they play from the big blind. Some people would fold this.
Yeah.
So it's good to see them peeling those suited cards.
And this is a good example of what I was talking about earlier. As you get deeper in this tournament, this hand becomes a fold. But usually more when there's a higher ICM situation happening than we have now.
Right.
So maybe with a few tables left, once pay jumps get a little larger.
Bluff on or no? Oh, you said yeah, right?
You decide.
You decided. I don't forgot what you said to him.
And then, of course, there's just so
I'll
many
let the
other
8 high go
factors.
this time.
No bluff.
All right.
Your opponent,
No deuce 3.
you know, your comfortability playing post flop at the table.
Second time I flop a pair, you know.
That's easy. You're an honest man.
Huh?
Never bluff. Yeah. Wait to see what happens when
Dude,
you're backed into a
I'm-
corner.
I'm honest, you know. If you say we say play with bluffs, we play with bluffs, you know.
bluff.
But if we say no bluffs, then no
Well,
bluffs.
let's play with bluffs because I can't stand getting my heart broken if you do lie to me and show a bluff. Like, let's do that.
Fair, okay.
All right. Bluffs are on, guys. Bluffs are on.
Yeah, to be
Do
fair,
7 game next orbit and then stand up game like if it's too tight.
last night I broke someone's heart. Yeah,
Oh, so you do lie.
yeah. Sometimes I do.
What was her name?
Her name? It was a guy.
All right, so bluffs have been declared and lying has been declared. Both are on the table.
I love when we get a table that's comfortable. These guys seem,
This is already fun. Fabian
yeah.
opening a somewhat light hand, obviously a few pips below what you might normally open from under the gun with the suited kings. And I believe it's into Makita's big blind as well, which
Right.
is quite a statement, to be honest, to be opening light into Makita's big blind of all people. And it's on Michael Burke's button.
We haven't even mentioned Michael Burke. He's the chip leader, overall chip leader of the entire tournament. The final 61, he's got 8.1 million to start the day. He had quite the spin up with the last 45 minutes of the day last night. You see him take it down with that 3-bet. He's also making his own statement.
Definitely. I think coming in with a 3-bet or a 4-bet says a lot without actually speaking. Sometimes putting in that 4-bet, for instance, against somebody that you think will be 3-betting wide all day sets the tone early, and they might be a little careful around you going forward. Now, the most elite players generally just play their hands in the way that they've drawn up ahead of time for the most part, because they're very confident in their strategies. But nobody's above the emotional element of the game.
Little emotional deviation. Never hurt nobody.
Yeah. And a lot of strategies include a ton of mixing, right? So some hands could 3-bet sometimes and call other times. You don't always leave those up to randomness. Sometimes you just decide, I don't feel like 3-betting this time.
All right, chip leader back in the mix, opening up the king 2 suited from the cutoff. Fabian peeling from the big and flopping top pair, while Michael flops a wheel draw. And a backdoor flush draw.
Pretty lively flop here. Fabian has the type of hand that won't be folding very easily. Michael has the type of hand that can certainly get itself into some trouble. Very excusable hand to fire multiple barrels as a bluff.
And just the call on the flop.
Michael's deep into that hoodie. Good luck getting a read today.
Any ear reads?
I got a few ear reads in my bag.
Queen of hearts on the turn. Fabian checks it over to Michael. You feel like this is the decision point? Is he just going to go for it?
Yeah,
Or
I
do you
think
think-
this is a great example of a spot that really shows what kind of player you are off the bat. Maybe he's looking back, but I highly doubt.
Wow.
Yeah, he's reset his cards. I would be very surprised if he were to fold this hand on the turn, especially versus a player like Michael Burke. He has to have done some sort of scouting and heard that Michael tends to play on the aggressive side. That's a really bad card for Michael. He is not going to fire a second barrel when he has just a pair of queens, so he almost never has trips here. Now, he could have something like queen 4 suited or ace queen and bet the turn, but that's a relative blank for him, and it hurts the rest of his range because if he had something like ace 4, it's been counterfeit. Yeah, you would expect to see a slowdown on a card like that quite often. Nice job by Michael. Obviously, he doesn't win the pot, but some real discipline on the river.
Yeah, tough one to bluff on that river. And does that bring Fabian to the chip lead position? Yes, it does. Now with 8.4 million and Michael Burke down to 7.4. Still plenty of blinds. 93 big blinds.
A paltry 93 big blinds, maybe.
Tournament players salivating over anything above 30 big blinds, essentially.
Some of us get a little lost when we get above 30 big blinds, to be honest.
Earl Grey tea with milk, please.
Suspect this is going to be quite the lively table, so I'm glad we have them at our feature. Jeffrey, picking
Yes,
up
please.
Ace King
Oh, please.
Thank you. This
and
is
some
gonna
new
work out better
attire
than the last
in
time you
between
tried.
last hand and this one.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Wow.
Can I get a water, please?
A little wardrobe change.
Little wardrobe change. It's a little chilly there on the feature table.
Actually, yeah. Can I get an iced coffee?
His hand strength was inspired by the strength of his outfit. This is the exact type of hand you love to see at a very aggressive table where you expect a lot of light 3-bets.
$160.
Or 4-bets, so on. That is not the flop you like to see.
About job.
Oh, nice.
And it's almost like I'm just not sure if I want to work.
Right.
Quite deflating when you're sitting there with the Ace King of Hearts.
Yeah, that flop is as
Oh.
far from you as possible. However,
Not such a bad
However.
turn. And something to note, Robert getting in the mix with this type of hand from the big blind. He's not going to back down easily from getting a good price.
certainly. This is one of the more interesting spots in No Limit Hold'em. These check nodes on the turn when the ace is fallen. Jeffrey with a lot of incentive to bet the ace king for value here. And he will have an ace a lot when he checks back, so Jeffrey, whenever Jeffrey holds something like 2-pair straight, he can do a lot of checking and check raising and put Jeffrey in a really awful situation. Now, of course, here he just has the 9, so he checks for showdown and decides to just fold to the bet. Nice job by him. But if he were to mix in some check raises with some of his worst 9s, some 10x type of hands, maybe like a 10-6 type of hand as a bluff, he can really give his opponent some serious fits.
Who won the last hand? I missed it.
No, C2.
Oh my
The
goodness.
hero. The hero.
Outplayed me.
I love John T's hat doubling as a scarf for those live read cover-ups.
He can do it all, man.
That's a really festive way to just stay in the poker theme.
We're drawing close to certain somebody's favorite holiday.
Ooh, pocket 9s for Jeffrey. My personal favorite pocket pair.
Yeah?
I don't know why. It's like everybody has their pocket pair that they think they flopped the most sets with, and 9s is definitely mine.
I actually believe that 9s flop the most sets.
No.
Yeah, I do. Do you know
Wow.
do you know what flops the most quads?
4s.
Yes. Keto with ace king, by the way.
Oh, it's so nice when you're to squeeze a spot and you actually have a good hand.
Absolutely.
It just feels easier.
And there is a very non-zero chance that Jeffrey becomes a non-believer in a player like Makita and does something a little out of line here. We'll see. Wow.
By out of line, did you mean four betting?
Yeah,
Because what would Mikita think if he had four bet there?
Won't be too
I mean,
After
I-
he just flats the original open.
yeah, I would imagine Mikita's going nowhere.
Yeah.
Just put him on my left every time. It's so annoying.
They always put him on
Well,
my right. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Jeffrey voicing the annoyance at having Mikita to his left, like we talked about earlier.
It's not easy, especially when he's picked up a few hands, taken the aggressive action. You don't know what he's
You look a little bit
had so
Asian
far. You have
after
to
the-
wait an hour to find out.
Yeah.
So,
They don't
for all
like-
you know, he could just be really going after you with nothing, or relatively
The
nothing.
German's feisty this morning.
I know.
Almost funny. Almost.
Players concluded play at the end of last night around 11:45, maybe midnight. Had to be back here by noon.
That's not bad, actually.
It's not. It's a good turnaround time. Gives
Yeah.
you plenty of time to get some sleep. Actually get some breakfast in this morning.
You need a good hour and a half at least to wind down after a day of poker, especially as you get deeper in a tournament with multiple millions up top. So get home, 1 o'clock, 1:30, you're in bed. Wake up at 9:30.
I mean, he's making Asian stuff, so I could do it, right? I should have went like really deep into it.
This is German humor, you know. He understood it.
I was so bad. Oh my god, the most basic two words you could say. The accent.
Shit, right? That was good.
Catching up with the action. Robert with another ace king. Ace king's just going around. Open up the button. John T. Peeling his big blind. Action goes check on the flop. Here we are on the turn, and
I guess, yeah.
Jonathan reaching for chips.
They had this like barriers in between on the poker table. Was it here?
Yeah, plexiglass.
He's got to do something with the king 3 offsuit. Why not
Absolutely.
start with a bet?
He has some nice blocker effects here. He has a king. He has a heart in case hearts run off on the river. He might also just be identifying that his opponent, not c-betting flop, is lacking a lot of the stronger hands. Obviously, he could have something like ace-queen in check back, but he may never have queen-jack. He may not have queen-9. He may not have any straights. All those straight draws might bet the flop.
Nice. Nicely done. Takes it
COVID
down.
wasn't the worst thing that happened. Like,
Yeah, and if your opponent's folding a hand as strong as ace-king on the turn, which just picked up the nut gutter,
What were you doing during COVID time?
over cards could be good. Could have the best
that was
hand.
sick, man. That was a sick story. I was
That's a
here in
big
America,
win
actually, just like playing
your
like
bluff.
WPT in like Shooting Star or something in San Jose.
San Jose.
Yeah, and then everything got shut down, right? Like I went to San Francisco, got a like last minute flight out to like Lisbon.
Oh, and if you didn't take that flight, you couldn't get out?
One day later, they closed the borders here,
Holy shit.
and then the same thing happened in Lisbon. Like 3 hours after I left Portugal, like they shut down the whole country. Like
That's
I just
crazy.
got out like.
They were like, get this man out and lock up the country and never let him back in. Is that what happened?
Thank you.
Can I order a drink?
160. Yeah, my change. Yeah.
Something tells me Jonty spent his lockdown time in
exactly.
Bali. He didn't even know COVID existed for the first year and a half that it was going on.
He seems fun at parties.
I mean, I think he might be fun everywhere, to be honest.
How, like, it's all normal.
That was the vibe I was
Not
getting.
everyone remembers like COVID in a way. But like back then, it felt like it was never gonna end. Masks are like
Nikita opening up the king 6 suited. Under the gun 2.
I see a lot of
Robert
people not watch their heads.
firing off the 3 bet with the 9-10 suited from the
Wow.
cutoff.
Let's go, Robert. It's a Makita of all players.
I know a few more Chinese words, but I'm not going to say any on the live stream.
Like-
No, it's too embarrassing.
Don't hurt me. If you want to tell me, you can start.
Thank you, Darren.
He just told you. It's not.
No, he said.
And he's caught Makita here with one of the best possible hands you could expect your opponent to have when you're bluffing.
Favorite German or Austrian in Daniel Rizai playing?
The Germans and the Jews, we're still.
Oh my god.
Have to imagine this one's going in the bin.
Maybe we should stop. The bikes are terrible.
Yeah, there's like, there's
Posturing, or is he actually considering doing something?
would imagine this early at the table, probably not taking some high risks without some
They know,
understanding of
like-
your opponent's play, but maybe just getting a little bit of a
I'm
reaction.
not continue that sentence. But
From
they
him.
know. They know.
Keep in mind, in an hour, he gets to find out what his opponent had, so any sort of thoughts he has on how his opponent looks or how he looks differently to when he has it, he gets to confirm that,
It's like
Yeah.
25%.
that his opponent was in fact weak there or on the weaker
I
side.
mean, I'm pretty sure
That's
I was
really
using it.
valuable.
Like,
Right.
Yeah, you didn't have any symptoms?
I never got it. Like never. Or
I
maybe,
don't,
yeah, I don't know. I even slept in the same room with people like that.
Jeffrey picking up another playable hand. He's been in the mix a lot so far, just getting good hands. King, queen offsuit under the gun. Big fan of his hoodie, by the way. Not sure if you caught that. It's a little fish hook inside of a poker chip.
Wow.
Yeah,
He's just going fishing every day.
pretty nice.
Gone fishing for 4 days at the World Poker Tour finale.
Faded spade cards.
Championship? I don't think it's finale, right?
WPT World Championship.
Jump off the card at you.
Were you blind when you made these?
There are still technically tournaments going on. There's a 3K. There's a seniors event. That one
Wow.
got a lot of players. Over 900 people played the seniors event. So
Wow.
definitely more action to be had here at the Win.
How much up top in that guy?
Not sure about the
Be fair,
payouts. I
when
will
I
get
watched the
back
stream
to you
back
on
yesterday,
that.
like,
Tyler, by the way, just peeling the small blind with ace-queen offsuit. This is nice in the sense that it keeps his opponent's dominated hands in. And when he 3-bets, if his opponent were to ever 4-bet, he doesn't really know what to do with a hand at this strength like ace-queen. Unfortunately, the downside of this is you let the big blind in, and we can see here how
Oh.
disastrous that can be. Just checking around on the flop, though.
Is he rocking the Bowser as a card protector? Is that what that is?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
You gotta let players know sometimes, you know? Bowser is a very clear statement to your opponents.
Strong.
That ain't no Yoshi or Toadstool. That's a Bowser.
Mario. Yep, Jeffrey uninterested in continuing. On to Tyler.
The Ouija card protector might be a bit dicey.
Michael Burke takes it down. Yep, so as we mentioned, there's an 1100 Seniors Championship. That one is 160K up top here at the Win. There's a 3K going on right now. And there's a 25K Alpha 8.
Lot of poker.
That one started yesterday and it has over 100 entrants. Down to 15 people.
That's
Dave,
sick.
did you still
Yeah.
game?
I thought that was a bigger buy-in than 25K when I walked by and looked at first place.
Game, like
video games.
Video games.
Some
Fortnite,
really
Warzone.
great stuff going on
Actually, never.
this month
and
at
never.
the Win.
I was never really.
This is one of my
gamer,
favorite
but
times of year.
I
It's
only-
becoming a
only played
mainstay
FIFA.
every year. Come to the Win in December.
No, I
Sports
just
team.
no, I was just playing online and.
Speaking of picking up hands, Fabian
Yeah.
with pocket tens here, he's on quite a roll.
Are you a gamer? Fortnite for you?
I gamed a lot of Fortnite. and
Yeah.
Some Warzone. I still game.
It's a fun game.
Yeah.
All my friends used to play it.
It's not as magical as
Oh,
Wow.
no.
a kid, but I
Yeah.
used to
Two
love
big
Halo 3
stacks
and
could
Gears of War.
Have a huge
I would,
clash.
like, go home.
Yeah, and
That's
pocket
all
aces
it's
in the hands of one of the
Yeah, I
most
mean-
aggressive players
Gotta be careful though.
in the tournament.
Don't
Not
gain
only
too
that,
much
but he's in
forward.
the small blind, which is traditionally the most 3-bet position, because you're out of position, so you generally enter with a stronger range of hands, and if you're doing that, you like to come in with a raise so you can give yourself a chance to win the pot immediately. The same is true for the big blind, but of course the big blind more incentivized to peel because you're last act and you're getting a better price.
740.
Well said.
A lot of words to say Michael will be 3-betting here.
No,
lot.
that's a very clear explanation. Love it. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you're ever a non-believer in a big stack 3-bet situation, this might be the one. The player, the
Me too, I've
position,
been.
the fact that you've been active.
Right. We just saw Fabian open King 6 suited under the gun. So he's looking
740,
down to tens.
Yeah.
He's thrilled to continue with this hand.
He just comes with a peel. This is very mandatory. A 4-bet would be a bit awkward since you don't want to 4-bet and call off, but you also don't want to 4-bet and fold a hand
Right.
as strong as pocket
Right.
tens.
Plus you have position. It's easy to play.
Yeah.
Flop comes king 9-3, 2 diamonds and a heart. Michael reaching.
Burke is loving this. Somewhat uncoordinated board. The king could have hit a lot of your opponent's hands that peel the 3-bet in the form of top pair, which is still way behind you. You've got that backdoor flush draw covered. Everything going right so far in this hand.
Fabian makes the peel. Can't blame him. Stick around for at least one.
Yeah, great price for him.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, offsuit 6, very unworrying card if you're Michael Burke.
What type of sizing are you looking to go if you're Michael here?
I think generally I'm just thinking about what's the most smooth size to bet turn and river so that
1.5.
it's not an overbet on the river, but it's not too big of a bet on the turn. 1.5 is really nice. So you're going to have just under pot size jam on the river. But if you go too large on the turn, you make it very difficult for your bluffs to have the right price to win the pot. And for your bluffs that are planning the triple barrel anyways, you want to set up a bigger
Two
river
of them,
jam so you have the
two of
maximum
them.
fold equity.
Wow.
Nice job by Fabian,
Wow.
just letting
I
it
was
go.
going to say this is a tough decision for Fabian, but he
Yeah.
makes the right choice, giving up the 2 10s. Michael now up over
wanna tell me
9
now?
million in his stack.
That is
Yeah, he just reestablished the chip lead in a big way.
When he used the time action. I knew it.
You had aces.
Yeah.
I had the other two.
You would never waste the time bank.
yeah, I wanted to move it somewhere because I was covering
Which street?
Yeah, people have been putting
Which
their
street?
time in.
With street.
Yeah.
Flop. You would never use the timing when you had a bluff.
I mean,
He knows.
I was, no, I,
He
I,
knows his ranges. This guy is so good. He
no,
knows
I
his
didn't,
range.
I didn't know his size. I used the timing because I had to
I love the trolling.
figure out.
It's the best time and place to
Some
do it.
cheeky, aggressive banter,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure.
Good
so
insight. I
good.
mean, he's reading into how Michael
you know
used a
who-
time bank chip
who
pre-flop
Yeah.
and saying, hey, if you actually had a bluff and you used a time bank chip, you'd probably get
I wouldn't cancel.
You're right.
chicken out basically and fold.
Yeah, but at the same time, much like Mike McDonald with the Oreos, with Teddy KGB, you would keep that information to yourself unless you're trying to get in your opponent's head. It's very similar.
I was like, where are we going with this? I was thinking about Timex, not that Mike
Oh,
McDermott.
no.
Isn't it Mike McDermott?
Mike McDermott, I'm sorry, you're right. Not Timex. My apologies to Timex.
Okay. I was like, wow. Was Timex in Rounders?
He's busy trying to get in market makers' heads these days.
After you fold it, he got
Okay.
it back.
We might have found a hand that Makita's willing to let
no,
go
maybe
from the
we
big
can
blind. But
We'll
even
see.
this, he's taking some time with.
Right?
Oh,
We're
the
connected, right?
disrespect.
We're gonna all red limit today.
He looked at the Santa hat and was like, yeah, I'm going to peel this.
He's taking it to the streets.
Jack 9-4 on the flop.
Isn't really a to the streets type of board for him, is it?
No. He needed a tiny bit more to work with. John T betting out 150K. His pocket deuces. Makita lives to fight another day. Juicy. Peeling the 6-3 offsuit from the big blind. That's pretty juicy.
Yeah, at this stage in the tournament, you imagine that gets thrown in the muck quite often.
Yeah.
Radzikowski, you know, he might just feel like he has a tremendous post-flop advantage over his opponents, as tremendous as it gets. Again, shorter stacks,
Yeah.
but still.
Definitely as we progress during the day, as you mentioned earlier, maybe people
This
aren't
man,
quite
I'm like-
feeling the gravity of the situation
Well,
Like,
yeah,
there's only
absolutely.
59 people left
didn't
between
panic.
them.
Get it in bad
and
against
$3
them. They're
million.
gonna
Don't
get-
do anything good.
To be fair, you didn't even get
But
action.
by the end of the
I
night,
know, exactly.
that feeling is going to start to
He
creep
literally-
in
oh my
as
God.
we
He
are
won every
expecting
hand
to
for
make
about an hour.
the final two
it
tables
was an
or
insane
somewhere
run.
close to
Craziest
it by
I've
the
ever
end
won.
of today's play.
Absolutely.
deserve
Also
it, right?
note,
The best
Darren
player? No one
Rabinowitz
deserves
just
it.
folding the ace-4 suited. He's on a shorter stack, but still, I think that's a hand he would
But
normally open.
I think he should got that. I like.
And I feel like that's a very clear response to the composition of this particular table
to get to the 1.3,
and how they've
got
been playing.
The jack eight
No,
suited.
that's at 1.4. I got the 2.8 with the jack ace suited.
Hey,
Keto with the check
that's what
7
I was
suited,
like, I like
spending
this
a
man,
little
this
time
man
in the
can-
tank.
This man can stay. Let him win all the fucking
He's
pots.
really trying to find excuses to play some pots. I don't blame him.
These are the types of things
man
I
after
look
my
up
heart.
to in players that are playing the highest levels.
That's
They're
not a fault,
always
like, what am I
fighting
doing?
for every single spot.
Look at this, by the way. He's peeled the jack 7
Made a
suited.
flush.
Exactly.
We're definitely deviating well past
Never
what is
a doubt. When I
standard.
got flop dead, never a doubt.
Do you think he did
I
a
like the
little
way you won with the
research
ace-5 suited too.
beforehand,
Yep.
knowing
The back
Tyler
was
was
it.
maybe one of the less experienced
The
players
baddest
at the
to flop
table?
and, like,
Yeah, I
five,
think
five,
that's
I would bet
very
on the flop
possible. Bads
on every
feels
hand
like
that
a
it
very
went.
deliberate
And
And somehow
one time turned him
and
dead, and then 2
studied
times
type
turned
of
like
player in that sense.
5%.
you actually, it was insane.
He also might have an inkling that Fabian, as well as almost every player on the planet, doesn't do enough squeezing in the spot of the big blind, so he will get to realize his
sad when
equity
you're
a
on the
little
ace
more
king.
often.
What?
Very good
I was
point.
sad
All
about
of
the
those
ace king
things
plan,
become important factors
Basically.
when you're
Oh, you were sad
getting in the
about
mix
that.
with Jack 7
Oh,
suited.
Yeah.
of course. I was not sad. I would have been. It would have been. That would have been like
I was like,
getting hit. That would have been like driving 1,000 miles per hour into a brick wall. Because I was just like going
yeah,
straight
yeah,
up,
yeah.
and then I just hit an 8 million chip on that I lose. It would have been like, well,
definitely worse people to lose it to though.
yeah. I mean,
Another good
yeah.
disciplined fold by
you'd
Fabian.
have been
Flopping
out.
bottom
Yeah,
pair.
we're out.
Yeah, actually, yeah, okay, fair enough.
But three
No,
ways
I was telling my
on an
friend that hand
ace high
was
board,
the
he decides
fastest
to let it
I've
go.
ever-
Glad you're here.
the fastest 5-bet all in action. Like it was a 5-bet all in.
played yesterday,
And by,
you know, we
like
talked.
from the first time I raised, we were all in
I know.
7 seconds.
I was trying to get on your sweet side.
Don't miss your chance to play with Phil Ivey, Brad Owen, Rampage, Juan Liu, and all of our WPT ambassadors on clubwptgold.com. Sign up now to ensure your invite into Club WPT Gold's first online meetup games, coming to you in January 2025. Use code YouTube in the promo code bar, and we'll see you online at clubwptgold.com.
Poker is back, baby.
So when me and Jamie were commentating, we were trying to come up with some choreo to this beat drop.
there was like 60 people. There was
Maybe
it's
by
not
midnight
WPT,
tonight.
online.
By the end of day 4,
World
can film a little choreo.
This guy?
I didn't.
I
bring
like
it.
it.
Just
Wait, you don't want
just
to
win this
film a little
tournament.
Could be our-
choreo with
buy
me?
WPT.
No, that's what
and
I'm
then
saying.
keep-
That's my offer to you.
I thought you meant maybe you and
Yeah.
Jamie.
No,
can do
no,
something
yeah, you could
happening.
finish it up and get a whole 8 count.
And he let me
on the
stay in
interwebs.
charge.
As long as your
So-
dancing takes up the
No, that's the
front front part of the thing. I don't know what you call that. I'm not good with the technicals on dancing. But
Maybe we could just, whatever happens in the booth stays in the
You
booth.
were working there.
yeah, that sounds good.
All right, Michael here with a nice hand. Ace queen off in the hijack.
The one that's open in like Europe and Asia.
You were working like on the corporate side.
Yeah, that was the product.
Jeffrey's just trying his best to stay out of the fray, but he's been dealt a number of hands that have forced his involvement to some extent.
I have a different read on Jeffrey. I feel like he's just itching to get in there. And
Maybe.
just the last couple of hands, he was like just trying to stay disciplined at the beginning of the day. But I feel like Jeffrey's gonna be one of those that kind of sneaks in there and gets wild with it later on.
Yeah. to your point, he didn't fold the ace-8 offsuit right away.
what he
If he
did?
were looking
Nobody
to
wants to
stay
play
out of it, he
then.
might have.
Yeah.
But it seems like at this stage in the tournament, everyone takes a second or two with anything reasonable. If nothing else, to remind themselves that they have options and they can occasionally run that bluff.
All these players seem very comfortable here at the live feature table. Sometimes
when you got ace-8.
it can take a minute, a level or two, for people to actually drop in and
okay,
feel
good
like
luck with
they're
that.
just playing poker. There's a lot to take in. The cameras, the lights,
Yeah.
the height of the table even.
I don't make
But
a
these
turn
guys
in
seem to
table.
be
Top here.
very comfortable here.
8. Be careful when you're whipping your cards.
Here we
like
go,
in
Jeffrey.
behind
Pocket
the
tens from the
seat.
hijack. It's your time to shine, buddy. I want that hoodie. It's so good.
I'm sure we can lock that one in somewhere. There's got to be a website or
I
a.
gotta find out where he's got that hoodie from. All right, Darren in the big blind, ace-3 offsuit. As you said, he's on the shorter side with 1.1 million. Big blind is 80K.
Darren with that crucial son of Japan hat on.
Ooh,
Whoa,
tosses
that
it
is a
in the
fold, by
mug.
the way.
I was ready.
Are you gonna have some nicknames for
had a
Darren
good
after
hand.
this?
I was like
Few
excited.
tight, few more tight folds, and we're gonna have to
Darren
rag
fold
on him.
Binowitz.
Fold
We
Binowitz.
need
Muck
at least two
Binowitz.
different
In the
conversations
Binowitz?
before start
I wonder if
something.
there was a pay jump looming
What's your
that
favorite hobby?
No, I want to
caused him
know.
to make
I
that fold.
can't be like
Just straight in there,
I
fishing.
want to know what.
yeah,
what
like
else-
that's whole business, man. I respect
first
it.
words.
You got
I
to
respect
make
it.
conversation.
Yeah, this ain't my first rodeo,
Table.
Nikita.
Yeah.
You just
I want to know what
you
Makita
just
listens to. That's
try to tease us yourself.
Well, Nikita, listen.
I
Oh,
gave
that's
information.
good. That's a good. That's actually nice. That's a shitty small talk, but this is a good question.
Makita, what music do you listen to at the table?
No music.
No, I see you with the headphones in.
Yeah, there is nothing.
Listening to
Silence.
a podcast.
Just stop people like you.
Britney
speaking.
Spears.
He just has white noise.
Classic Britney Spears.
What do you think the chances that I'm bluffing?
Hi.
Honestly, Jeffrey guessing that Makita listens to Britney Spears, like classic Britney Spears.
I'm saying
is
that there is
amazing.
nothing.
I could
And what
see
is
it.
yours that is true? What do you think?
He's just so stoic
high.
on the outside.
It's not that low, actually. You know, if you just want
So
to,
calm
you
and
know,
meticulous, and then inside
be in
he's just.
peace, you know, nobody talks to him when he has a ear.
I know he hates me.
I
The
have
noise,
it,
noise
like, I,
canceling's pretty good.
Tell me
I
what you
actually do
want,
that
what
quite
you
a lot.
really,
I
really want.
sometimes have him in and
Yeah.
like, no,
Also, sometimes I sleep with them.
oh my goodness, that's not good.
That is not Britney Spears.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
feel like I just can't hear anyone if it's my mic.
You're not scared of the Bluetooth?
You're
Otherwise,
absolutely
it's
right.
kind of a rigor.
That's not even close to Britney Spears.
Mr. Beck, you win the money.
I would say over 90% of the time there is no music.
Is there anything else or just nothing?
Nothing.
What,
So you're saying that that's a
10%,
bluff?
what kind of music?
You have headphones like this.
Heavy metal.
Any music sometimes, but very rare.
Kita's giving up a lot of secrets right now.
Oh, that means you got lucky. That means you didn't hear what you said.
So you
No,
said
the
Makita
mute-
flew
it's
here
just
because he
mute
had a
today.
free 10K seat. He won his
No one wants to
10K
listen
seat here.
to
This
Yeah.
guy's going to get us
Wow.
cancelled.
Where are you from?
Skipped other high
England.
rollers
England?
that he could potentially be in.
Figure.
Manchester.
Jumped in the
Manchester,
10K.
yeah.
Wow, good choice.
And now
So you
he's
know that
playing
guy?
for
Vaguely familiar with
More
him.
than
I
most
reckon
high
many,
rollers pay for
many
first
years
place.
ago.
Time ago. Not played.
How many euros are at this table?
Too many.
Oh, Darren, you will
Euroed
get
out.
euroed
It's
so
Euroed
hard
out.
today.
It's Euroed out.
Darren will get euroed. What is that?
Darren will get Euro.
God, I'm loving this table.
Oh, this one.
I've not seen many Frenchies.
What?
Is anyone from France? I've not seen.
No, no one's from France.
And keeping an eye on the field number up in that top left corner, 57 left.
That
At
was the bottom.
55, all these players get a 12K pay jump. Not a
Great
lot,
tournament
considering it's a
because both of
10K
them lost
buy-in,
money.
but nice to keep an eye on. It's 10K. Some people are in for free.
Hey man, an extra buy-in is an extra buy-in,
Some
you
people
know?
satellited in for 1100
Adamo
and those
stipulated.
milestone satellites. So yeah,
Absolutely.
When I-
And that would explain Darren's full with the ace-3 offsuit. That was, of course,
We stopped
some
looking at-
very
at
reasonable versus an
second
early
shift,
position open
yeah,
versus the
then third,
hijack.
and then
He was
Somewhat
forward
non-standard.
first already when I looked it up.
He was what?
Robert going
He was
up
first
top
and
here.
cheap.
I have a
Top
feeling
left,
Fabian's going to fold
Oh,
quickly.
Well,
Just
the
based
Bahamas
on that
don't
Euro
really-
statement alone.
Leave is still in.
now this is the second time Robert has 3-bet either Fabian or Makita. And he's been fairly active so far, so he might be building up some type of image. We've only been here 45 minutes.
These are all good points. Fabian not letting it go immediately. I just realized Robert is not from the U.S., is he?
No.
Yeah, so when I made that statement, I thought he was from the U.S., and Fabian would give him less credit for having the late 3-bet. Fabian finding the 4-bet here.
Wow. What a time to be alive.
He didn't raise on the flop. Like, what is the positions?
He's not going to
What
be
a time
happy.
to be alive for Robert.
Yeah. He's not going to be happy when he sees Robert's hand, but
And then
how do you proceed here as Robert?
This is close. If you feel that your opponent is leaning heavily towards the bluffs, you might just peel, let him hang himself post-flop. If you feel like this is a big signal of strength, you want to put more money in now so that you can get it in.
Wow, the quick, relatively quick 5-bet.
Yeah.
Up to 2.3 million now.
That
And
was
Fabian,
very fast.
Fabian's just got some sad music playing in his head right now.
Fabian looks a little sick when he sees that.
He's got to save face for a little bit.
He almost appears to be a non-believer, but you just...
You guys know if they're gonna switch TV table after the break, or?
You just don't want to risk torching your tournament off with the King-4 suited this deep.
No. It's not often you get the 5-bet bluffs these days either.
I think he just kicked it in. Oh no, time chip went in, so he's still considering.
Wow.
This would really be something if he were to continue in any way, shape, or form here. The fact that he's considering this means Fabian really came to play. Yeah, lets it go.
There we go. Maybe he was just showing some real commitment to the tank, to the Hollywood. You know? He's got to make them think, at least for another hour, that he wasn't messing around with the 4-bet.
Very possible. He also, you know, he has the king in his hand. He's probably thinking a bet of this size might be indicative of queens are better, or even just kings are better. Maybe something like ace-king suited. He's still not believing.
Stick it in.
Didn't have it in me.
It's like there's an 800 in Ariga you can go and play because.
Yeah? Oh, that's a good one.
He just said there's an 800 you can go play.
Man.
Robert, my man.
Harry is nice. Harry is nice. Don't play that.
I hate Gary.
When did we play the other day? When did we play the other day?
We did?
Yeah.
In the area?
Yeah. You shoved the ace queen. You doubled, right?
Of course I doubled.
A bit of backstory.
And the big blind went over and showed his
Of course I will.
It was funny. It was funny.
Oh yeah, he showed his kings and I had like one big blind behind, right?
Yeah,
Like, oh, so
7 raises.
And then you said to me, what have you got? I said, regret.
Did you catch that last part?
I bubbled the same tournament back to back to back.
Loving this table. Jonathan coming in for a raise with ace jack off on the button. Michael, our chip leader, with 9.3 million.
Yeah, it was like a mystery bounty.
He's going to defend the big blind.
Just like
8-6 offsuit.
I think I played 3 times this year and I've like bubbled it like 3 times in a row.
Like stone bubble?
Queen
First
10
it was
8.
stone bubble and I think this time it was more awful.
Little something something. Both
Yeah,
players.
4 off it was, yeah, 5, 4.
Definitely a little something, something. Jonathan with
That guy said he's not playing another hand when he was in
the double gutter.
Yeah,
2
he
overs.
said like, oh, yeah, he plays no hand.
I'm not playing
Michael with a pair that's going to be very difficult to navigate with post-flop. It's one of those awkward situations where you wish your kicker was better or a little bit worse even, because turning to 2-pair with a 6, you know, your opponent's a little more leery of that card. 7-9 gets there. You have 8-4 and you turn 2-pair. It's a little less expected.
He does stick around, and we see the 3 of hearts on the turn. Jonty reaching.
He's firing again.
25.
Knowing what his opponent has, this is a great bet. This becomes a little awkward when you bet a hand of the strength your opponent shoves and you're forced to fold. But he's just... Jonathan seems to always lean into the aggressive action if he senses any sort of weakness from his opponents, and it's just paid dividends across this week. I've really enjoyed watching him play. I just cannot say it enough.
Nice. Up to 3 million. Good for almost
out later,
40 big blinds.
You can have a good think about it. Like.
I mean, I knew your bluff didn't matter, right?
Fabian and Robert still going at it. I'm loving this dynamic.
Don't tell
Running
that.
bad, running bad, running really bad. Thank you.
Oh,
Apparently
this is,
they've played
action
in other
time.
tournaments
Yeah.
this week in Vegas. So Robert had even more reads on Fabian than we originally thought.
Well, they've either played other tournaments this week, or Robert's been holding on to a few hand histories for quite some time. Since at least the last trip over here.
Yeah. Since the summer of 09.
Yeah. You know, remember when we played at Aria in
Right.
1996 and you 4-bet a guy with ace queen?
And poor Darren just not really picking up anything to get involved with so far, other than those couple of maybe on the tighter side folds, but it's to be expected off of his stack size, correct?
Yeah, just some very forgivable folds, given how close they are to a pay jump. Just a lot of factors that we can't be quite privy to from back here in the booth.
Still 57 left, according to our graphics, up in the top left corner. 55, they will get a 12K pay jump.
There it is.
Jaunty back in the mix. Ace-Jack suited this time from the cutoff. Our guy Jeffrey with the sweet hoodie.
Our guy Jeffrey, I like that.
Gonna peel with the 5-4 offsuit and make bottom pair. A little bit awkward of a board.
Nevertheless, our guy Jeffrey takes the lead.
Couple of quick checks. Turn brings a king of clubs. See if your theory holds up. The Jonathan aggression factor. Here it comes. 185K into the middle.
Yes, certainly a card he could have checked back and just went for showdown. But he's decided to take the aggressive action. A little bit of protection when you do have the best hand. If your opponent has something like, you know, queen 4 suited. They do have 6 outs, so you deny some equity there.
Oh, Jeffrey just wants so bad to get in there.
I think he's cutting out a check raise here. Wow, this is nice. Little blocker in the 5.
Yes. We knew it, Jeffrey.
Yeah, take a bow, Jeffrey. He's essentially saying, I don't think you have it. And when I have the best hand, I'd prefer that you don't have the opportunity to bluff me on the river and or get there. And also,
very well done.
You know, sometimes he gets a better hand to fold by the river as well. He continues his story.
Lots of action so far. Creeping up on an hour into this.
That's the same thing the other day.
Yeah, this has been nonstop.
Is this a lot more action than you were expecting?
I mean, we've had so many hand versus hand situations already.
3 bets,
So
4 bets, 5 bets.
Yeah, 10s versus aces.
Spend as little time there as possible.
King 4 versus aces.
You just seen they've got a UKLPT stop announced this morning in Manchester at 235, 1K 1 mil this year.
Okay, Darren picking up
You
the
also seem
beautiful
very,
Jack
like,
10
mentally
suited.
stable for the British guy, actually.
One of them
Also
+2.
happy, smiling, you know.
No drama in it.
Yeah.
I feel as though this is one of the hands you might use as a raise fold
This is not
on
married.
this short of a stack.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even know if you're married or not.
No children, no.
Wow, he just throws it in the muck. Definitely something going on with the pay jumps.
Right.
He's very aware of that sort of thing.
Vietnam, Cambodia.
Yeah.
You of course get a few
Taiwan.
raise
Plain-
folds on
plain
any
poker.
stack size, so
That's where I spend
Jack
my
10
money.
makes for a
Really?
very nice
Vietnam,
one.
Thailand, yeah. And Indonesia, actually. Not so much.
That
I think
opens
we
the
did
doors
Taiwan
for
in,
Mr.
I
Burke
really
to
went.
raise it up
Did you
from
go
the
in October?
button.
Yeah.
Perhaps if somebody else was on the button or in the big blind, he would have opened that.
December until
Yeah, you're not particularly excited to open into Makita Vols big blind, so
Yeah.
if you're going to feel as if that hand is close between an open and a muck, maybe that's the determining factor.
Mate, December to April, I'm skiing.
Okay, we found one. He'll fold the 5 deuce off.
There it is.
Michael takes it down. I mean, you had the chip leader on the button, and you have the most experienced player left in the field in the big blind. It's not exactly exciting to open. The
Sure.
Jack 10 off. I mean, the Jack 10 suited with the 14 bigs, but like you said, he could have gone for it. He hasn't played a single hand so far, so I do think he would have gotten some respect.
Yeah, you can also factor that in as well,
Other than Asia.
for sure.
Mate, Asia is
I know.
amazing.
Japan and Thailand.
He's rocking the Senna Japan hat.
Thailand is
If
like
you guys haven't been
probably
to
my
Senna
favourite
Japan
country
here in
in the
Las Vegas, it's a great little sushi spot.
From, Bangkok.
Shout out to Senna Japan.
Did you?
Maybe the
It was
best
like-
value
Oh, you guys
sushi in the
Bangkok?
entire city.
High expectation.
So
It was
good.
like it was just amazing.
Did you only go to Bangkok?
My friend just, we just didn't think.
Oh,
A tie is better?
So
No.
these
Oh,
little
I'm
tanks
so
are
no,
just
but like all the
Darren's,
islands and like.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know,
That's
I know.
insane.
Darren's stalling tactics.
We're pretty lazy, so
Waiting for
we
the
just,
pay
like,
jump.
looked at elephants, tigers, and to the floating market.
It's massive tourist fish, basically.
Yeah, the beaches are just next level.
I am a fish, man. What can I say? I gotta be a fish in something.
The Thailand.
Yeah, you got to go to Asia.
Yeah.
Got to go.
I want to go for like.
It's just so far from America, but
wanna
it's,
go for a
it's so
couple
worth it. Yeah. Don't go for 2
Is
weeks.
it LA
Michael
Bangkok
picking up
direct?
ace-8 offsuit, opening it in the cutoff, and Jeffrey looks down.
And also
Big
taking
flick.
like a
On the
poker
button.
festival as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
WPT of Cambodia.
Have
So,
them in December, January. Like they just had a bunch in November and Taipei.
It was it October? I think it was early October.
Yeah, we was off to Barcelona.
8 people.
Wow.
Ooh.
Massive, is that?
Yeah,
Interesting spot for Makita here in the small blind with ace-queen suited.
I was probably hammered, was I?
Very awkward for Makita. Late
I think I remember,
position.
yeah, I do remember, I
Three
remember.
bet versus late position open from perhaps the most
the
aggressive
little one
and
with
wide
the
player
on
at the
like
table.
Street. Yeah. That's right.
Ace queen suited. And Jeffrey has one of those stack sizes where if Makita 4-bets, he kind of has to commit
Right.
the
He's
chips.
sitting on a little less than 50 bigs.
This could be
Oh, yeah, I was
disastrous for
going with it
Makita.
from Barca. Yeah, it was. I left early.
Would you,
I
as
was like,
Makita, have any interest in cold calling? Or is it just
There's a
super
lot of fun
weird?
there.
It's usually not a decision point that a player of his caliber utilizes. You're
Japan
just
is the best skiing.
entering the pot with
They've so
such a
much
tight and strong range of hands
Yeah.
that you play it exclusively as a 4-bet. Also,
Here he comes. 1 million. 1 million even, dealer.
I like that. Chopping those
Well,
hands
my
into
friends
two
are
different categories, a
like-
call or a
well, they've all
re-raise,
gone from
often
France.
makes the calling portion really
Yeah,
obvious what you're
yeah.
holding. It's usually that ace queen suited, pocket nines, pocket
Tens.
tens type of
Yeah.
thing.
And Jeffrey, I have to imagine, just wants to go all in with the stack size. What do you
Yeah.
think?
I think that's exactly what he's going to do.
Same sort of mentality. This is all late position.
By the way,
Action.
this is the third 3+ bet Makita's had against Jeffrey already
Yes.
today. He probably
Yes.
came in expecting something like this, and to see it happen,
But at some point, even if you look at the cards later, it does feel a little personal.
absolutely. and when you look down at the ace king and they put in the 4-bet, it makes you a lot happier.
Right.
To pile the chips in.
It's going to be a lot easier to play if you just get it in. So maybe that's something to think about when you're playing against somebody like Makita. Oh no, Makita.
He even said, "Oh my God."
Pain.
And the reason he looks so pained is because you're not supposed to 4-bet this hand to fold, I don't believe. But getting this deep in the tournament, expecting your opponents to play somewhat straightforward versus 4-bets, he really just feels like this is not a good call-off. And he's right. We know, well, we don't know if he's right. Maybe Jeffrey can just pile it in with the ace-5 suited, but you generally expect to be beat.
Huge portion of Makita's stack would be in the middle with this call off.
Nearly 50 blinds. I know that this is late position versus late position. I know that Jeffrey had 3-bet a very aggressive Michael Burke initially. I know Makita probably expects him to not believe him as much. And all that said, he just still isn't loving calling off.
Yeah. And he's already 3-bet Jeffrey specifically a few times.
Yeah.
And Jeffrey has had to fold. So you have all of these dynamics going on into your head. I mean, we can't fault him for either decision.
Yeah,
This
but when you
point-
feel it in your gut that you're not good, it's the worst kind of emotionally, it's the worst kind of mistake to make. To put the chips in when your gut is just screaming at you to fold.
Jeffrey remaining quite still, very stoic. Not a lot for Makita to pick up on.
No, I think Makita's past live tells at this point as well. He's just, I mean, he might pick something up off his opponent, but it'll be subtle, and he's more concerned with the fact that he just thinks his opponent never has.
Makes the call.
Yeah.
So we have ace-king up against ace-queen suited. Makita way behind here. This is a huge pot. 7.8 million chips in the middle.
And for those at home that are asking Makita what he's doing, he's getting a great price. His opponent could have worse, but also he's definitely flipping for some hands.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, no.
Tough to beat, Makita.
Wow. Flush draw on the flop for Makita, increasing his outs
Anyone have a club?
to 12 total. Needs to see a green card or a queen.
Oh, my
Hey, good game,
goodness.
guys. Really fun playing.
Oh
y'all.
my,
Nice
gets
talking
it
to you.
right on the turn.
GG,
Wow.
boys. Good luck, everyone.
There is no justice in poker. Poor Jeffrey.
Brutal. Oh my gosh. Finally gets him right where he wants him. And the poker gods are like, nope. Here you go, Makita. Banking the flush right on the turn. And look at this. Now he's up over 10 million in chips. We're not privy to all the stacks of the rest of the tournament area, but we've got to give that the chip lead status, I would imagine, at this point in the tournament. Michael Burke not far behind with 9 million. And Darren still hanging on with 1.1 million, 14 big blinds. Everyone else fighting in the middle. Also, our guy Robert Sherwood has been chipping up today, up to 7.9 million in chips. So
Yeah.
we could just keep seeing huge collisions at this table with all these big stacks consolidating.
Yeah, and especially with the type of players we have at the table.
Yeah.
These are not players that are afraid to put some chips in
No.
the pot.
Yeah, he waited. Yeah.
I'm still in shock that that just happened.
Yeah,
We just lost Jeffrey.
that was brutal. Absolutely brutal. That
Wow.
was for a near chip lead pot.
Ugh.
When he asked for like,
Poor
if
guy.
anybody folded the club, nobody said anything.
What a
Nice
what a
run.
dream scenario for him. Not only for a near chip lead pot, but to reduce the stack of the toughest opponent in the tournament left
Yep.
on your direct left.
Yep.
He would be somewhat handcuffed after that.
Ugh. Brutal. Well, good game to Jeffrey Hung. And Darren in the mix now from under the gun with ace-10 suited. You can see there's 53 left in the field, so all these players now guaranteed $71,000. They got that pay jump. And we have Robert with a decision in the big blind, pocket sixes.
This is tricky for Robert. He probably has the memo that Darren's playing fairly tight. It's the first hand Darren's even involved himself in.
Right. You don't need to get some notes from somebody watching the live stream to know that he hasn't played any hands yet.
Yeah. That said, Robert has a very reasonable hand to
Right.
just put all in.
Yeah. You think,
Pre-flop.
yeah, he was just deciding between the two. Oh,
Wow, look
what
at
a
this.
flop. And one that Darren might feel comfortable c-betting.
Yeah, you'd
But-
imagine so. If you were to ever check back a flop, this is the type of hand that might be interested in doing so.
Yeah, the backdoor flush, nut flush draw.
Yeah, but just generally, EP versus the big blind, you don't do a lot of checking. He does find the check. That's really nice. Or it's going to play out really nicely here. That's for sure. Oh, I thought Robert just bet the min.
That would have been quite cheeky.
Yeah. Darren just letting it go. Well done. Avoiding losing
Well,
any more
half
chips.
letting it go. He'll get there. I understand the pain.
Robert's like, buddy, if you want to keep playing with one card in the muck, that's
By
fine.
all means.
Yeah, go for it.
They're all gone.
By the way, I've got a boat as well.
Right.
Geraldo and Robbie 5.
Nikita Badziakuski, if you guys are just tuning in, sucked out with ace-queen suited against ace-king, and now has most likely a chip lead stack.
He's on like 6 mil.
We can't confirm that just yet.
I think he's up with 5.5.
Kita is just such a legend of the game. He was one of the OG nosebleed players when I was coming up in the online streets.
Wow.
He was playing the 500 1K no limit games. Eventually transitioned into tournaments, playing almost exclusively the highest buy-ins. Every now and then he dabbles in a 10K. Perhaps wins a few million.
Hey, maybe he thought, okay, if I bust this, I'll jump in the 25K Alpha 8. Why not?
Absolutely.
Fabian's favorite hands. King X suited. On
Yeah.
the button. Standard min raise, 160K, and Darren with a suited 10 in the big blind. He's now
160, yeah.
slightly under 10 big blinds. Let's see if he wants to get involved. Okay, flicks it in. $10 right in the window, followed by an 8.
That's a great flop for Darren's prospects at doubling up. Fabian might feel like this is just a strong enough hand to bet call off versus the 10 big blind stack. Very reasonable to do so. You're beating all of the 8s, all of the 5s. It's more than enough to be quite content with the play.
He's going to fire 110 into the middle. Now, if you're Darren here, how are you approaching this spot?
I think you prefer a small raise here.
All in.
Wow. Okay. Pretty quickly moves all in for 705,000 total. And you're right, Fabian just instantly calls off. Hand is too strong to let go for this price.
This obviously works as well in this situation.
Okay, Darren's got himself in a great spot here. 5 outs for Fabian. He's had a rough go of it so far this morning, this afternoon.
Certainly.
Queen of clubs on the turn, no help. One more card to go, and Darren will have a nice double up. River's another queen. Darren, up to 1.9 million now. Finally over 20 bigs for him.
Yeah, he was certainly patient there, and it paid off
705?
in spades.
705?
And while he has a little more breathing room, he'd like to have more than 20 big blinds, of course.
Action flop.
The blind levels are so long.
Yes.
Gives him a lot of time.
90-minute levels
Never.
today.
I always have it. I always have it.
Structure's nice and slow. Plenty of time to wait patiently as he did.
Playing terribly on the day.
For the queens to this guy, huh?
I think it was a good fold.
Huh?
I think it was a good fold.
Good fold?
You'll find out in 20 minutes, but I'm pretty sure it was a good fold.
No. He never, like, the second I folded, like,
Why, if you thought it was a bad fold, why did you fold it? Wait, which one's which? That one's mine. Did you swap it?
Huh?
I've not looked at it.
One popper.
My man's out here making some great points.
Yeah. You hear Fabian still wondering about that 5 bet from Robert. Don't worry, Fabian. He just had it.
Fabian bluffing that he had queens in that hand until the bitter end.
7, 8, 9, 9.8, 10, a little over 10, and you?
I think 9.3. And 8.3. Yeah, 9.1.
Would be fun.
Okay. A lot of aces going around. Ace deuce off from Fabian from the cutoff. Not afraid to get in there. Robert peeling with the ace-8 suited, and now Darren with a decision now with his... It's like, yeah,
very
goes
reasonable
all
hand
in.
to squeeze here.
Slightly more than 20 bigs with the ace-jack offsuit from the small. Perfect spot for him to do so. Couldn't have scripted it any better for himself there.
Absolutely. And he's going to pick up a tremendous number of chips relative to his stack here.
1.8, one behind.
Look at this, nearly 500,000 chip pickup for a 1.8 million chip stack without having to play an all-in. Presumably, I assume Robert's going to fold here. This would be a very optimistic call. But we've seen far crazier plays than calling it off with the ace-8 suited, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Robert is a regular. He knows what he's doing. He's got a lot of experience.
Oh, he's
don't
navigated
think
quite
that, man.
confidently and,
I've been really
well
tight.
so
Like
far.
everyone keeps saying that. Like,
Down your net, I said.
I mean, it's
We
crazy.
played on day
2.
two. I think you had bad hands on day 2.
I think you just made a really bad
did.
fold. Probably.
I said that actually.
Same as me before.
What's that?
On day 2, I doubled up the first hand of the day. I flushed over.
What's that?
flush
You had twos?
and I haven't played a hand bigger than
Yeah, good, thank you.
40 bigs in
Ooh.
2 days.
Duckies.
Folded jacks.
You folded king queen off.
Oh, well, you little fuck. Oh, please stop. Why are we all lying? I was going to say, Jesus.
King queen.
He's the only one who's lying so far.
These guys just can't help themselves, even bluffing in the speech
Yeah, like 6s.
when they know their opponent's going to see it in maybe 20 more minutes.
it's just so shameless.
Michael picking up a nice hand. Pocket jacks under the
Almost.
gun.
It's not fun to be the tight guy.
I want to know if this is an official sponsorship between Darren and the good people of Sino Japan.
160?
All right, Tyler back in the mix, peeling from the big blind.
Started like 3.6 or something.
Yeah, 3.1
Oh, okay.
ish. 3. Yeah.
We save each other.
How about a set?
That'll work.
How about a set, Michael Burke?
That'll work for Mr. Burke. Tyler has outs. Not sure if he'll be sticking around long enough to see those outs show up, but
So they're very light against 150. So I've either got 55% or I've got 20%.
Just a board that the under the gun player is going to bet all the time, I would imagine. Tyler wisely lets it go.
so far the card distribution for Tyler has been such that he's playing a game of get out of the way as much as possible, and he's done a great job of
Yeah.
getting out of the way.
Delivery.
But I don't know if he's been dealt a winning hand. He's had a lot of strong second best hands.
Right.
Nice.
Bien sûr.
It actually cost me chips. Leave that out of the shop.
Sometimes just surviving in the tournament when you have a bunch of second best hands is winning.
The Germans.
Absolutely.
Long enough to get one of those spots that Darren just had. Back-to-back hands.
Until
And especially when you have a tournament with a structure this forgiving.
Right.
steaming a little bit.
Fabian. Not afraid to express that he's pretty tilted right now.
It's funny because you'd imagine he's a little tilted himself for making the 4-bet. He's the only one to blame there. Obviously, it's not a necessary 4-bet, but perhaps just a little upset that he did run into it that time and thinks his opponent's very capable of being light. That's a very fair thought to have, absolutely.
Here comes Jonathan. The mystery hand on the button. 3-betting Robert.
Oh, I love a good mystery hand. Robert has an extremely playable holding.
Right.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. He's probably figured out that Jonathan isn't the tightest guy on the planet.
Okay, heads up to a flop. Robert with a gutter and a backdoor flush draw.
Assuming Jonathan makes a small continuation bet here, which is usually what you see on these ace-high boards. This is certainly one that Robert could stick around with.
Where do you live when you're like in between
Jonty gonna be c-betting this one.
Depends where is the tournament.
A little north of quarter pot.
I mean, this is the lowest buy-in you've played in years, right?
You see the graphic in the top right? They actually wrote mystery hand. Club WPT Gold mystery hand. So I wonder if this is on purpose.
All right, we're playing our first Club WPT Gold mystery hand.
Pick 11 here.
Robert picking up a pair now as well.
Gonna have a little bit more confidence in his showdown.
Really nice turn card for him, assuming it goes check, check. If your opponent does something like this, maybe not enough.
Essentially a pot-sized jam on the turn here from Jonty.
Now, he's going to give this some consideration, and I really respect that because he might acknowledge the fact that when he has the ace-x suited, stuff like ace-8 suited, ace-7 suited, or ace-5, or ace-4 suited, things like that, if he peels those hands are a lot worse to call the shove with than something like jack-10.
Whoa.
Or sorry, something like king-jack.
Yeah.
When you're up against your opponent's value range, both hands are toast. But at least the king-jack has some outs to the nuts, whereas the ace could just be dead. So if you're auto-folding your ace-x, you might give it some consideration when you have a hand like king-jack or king-10 suited.
Quick recap, Jonty 3-bet the button, c-bet for just north of quarter pot on the flop, and now has gone all in for a pot-sized jam on the turn. Robert trying to sniff this one out.
This would be an ambitious call, though, either way. You have to expect your opponent is getting somewhat out of line with things like 6-7 of clubs, queen-9 suited that shoves the turn. And they still have to find the turn shove as well, which, you know, they might go a smaller size, they might check back, try to realize their equity.
Robert seems to be very aware of his opponents. So if he's played with Jonty at all in the lead up to this day 4, maybe those things are filing through his head as well as he makes his decision.
Absolutely.
Does decide to let it go, and we see
Oh!
that Jonty does have the queen-9 suited. Is he going to show? No. Okay. Keeps the cards face down. Wow.
And that's
Well
exactly
played.
what I'm talking about, by the way. You don't see a lot of players who show up with the queen-9 suited there.
Good for him. What a ride we've been on so far. We've only been here for an hour and 20 minutes, you guys. Strap in. It's going to be a long day. Lots of action, though.
I hope we keep this table for a little while.
Such a fun
it's
table.
Usually a good fold. If we put him on one specific combination, king-9 suited, huh?
Queen-9 suited. King-5 suited.
Oh, he just called out his hand.
How wide do you think I'm 3-betting it?
What the fuck did you 5-bet against me?
Not on day 1.
Just 5-betting ace-10 for value.
Thank you. Interested to see that one.
And thanks to one of our co-commentators this week, David Lappin, saying that Jonty is having a bit of a breakout year this year, winning the WPT 500 in Montreal.
I'm folding this one only to you as well.
Yeah, you love to see that.
So he's feeling confident coming into this day 4.
You guys, you're so sweet.
Don't give him any more chips.
Are we selling?
Keep the German short. Well, he's not short.
Somewhat on a little bit of a bubble. Every few people who bust out.
No.
Got 50 left in the field.
Even to me.
47, we're going to jump up to 85K as a payout. So just keep an eye on that. So we see a heads-up flop between the same two guys who've been battling, Mikita and Fabian. Not much for either player. Fabian once again with his king X suited, opening under the gun. Love to see it.
He is German, right?
Yeah.
I believe so.
He is very unlike a lot of the Germans. He's quite talkative at the table, sort of aggressive with his banter, whereas most of the Germans are a little more reserved and
A little more buttoned up.
yeah, just the hoodie alone, not indicative of the traditional German style. Or maybe I'm just not.
Somebody's gonna tweet at us
It's on
like
the World Poker Tour.
he's Brazilian. Like,
commentating
God damn,
laughing.
story checks out.
No,
then.
probably Jamie.
I think we saw the German flag next to his
Right,
name.
right.
I'm going to be getting absolutely flamed.
Could be
so I'm
wrong.
done.
No, me too. Yeah, I will for some rounds, I'm sure.
Who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
Where are they?
That's a good point. Actually, yeah, this is great
That's why
advertising.
they're in the
Actually, fuck it.
commentator box.
Like, who fucking cares what people flame me for?
Oh no,
Tight fold. Oh my god.
I bet folded ace jack of hearts. What was it? 5, 6, 9 king with 2 clubs. Why the fuck am I bet here?
There's hearts as well, yeah.
Well, no, that's not bad for them club feels, but
170.
when I bet 5, 6, 9, 5, 6, 9 king, knee check raise, and I was like, why the fuck am I bet?
Mr. Burke looking down at ace king.
And I was like, oh, there's a king on the turn. I can reference
At some point, Tyler is going to
No, you're just gonna check raise me everything.
feel as if he needs to fight back. We've seen that his opponents have just had it
500.
nearly every time, maybe every time. Tyler can't be so sure of that. He might be getting a little bit of info trickling in now. We're on a 1-hour delay. He could have a friend on the rail maybe telling
Yeah,
him that the first
he's-
few hands his opponents had it. Tyler just lets it go quickly. Nice job.
Oh, that's Danny. I was like, sorry.
How many runners do we have this year?
We had
I think it was like 22.
2392.
Oh, wow. So
Close to
almost
20
2,400.
close to 2,400 entries this year. Yes. Oh darn! For all those Feraldo fans out there, he went home in 55th.
Oh, no.
Unfortunate.
He would have been a really fantastic person to have on the feature
Love
table.
Feraldo. Keeping an eye on some of these updates for you guys from the rest of the fields.
3.5.
Try to keep you updated as often as possible without spoiling anything. Or you can follow along at WPT.com and check their regular updates of all the action for these remaining 50 players.
Look at this 3-bet. Makita just feeling himself today. This is
He's
nice.
not. He's really got like a solid read on the Santa hat. He's just like this is second or third time he's gone after Jaunty specifically and just been like,
Gets a quick fold out of the queen 10. Wow.
yeah, wow. Over
We
10
always
million
get
in
it.
his stack.
It's his world. We're just living in it, you know?
If only Jonathan could see. If only we could see his hand there too. He would really
Bobby, you said that we play 2 levels.
be
on
feeling
feature
that
and they switch
phrase.
off.
Yeah.
It's Makita's world. We're only living
Yeah,
in it.
right.
We play 2 levels on this table.
Oh,
On the beach.
another one?
Yeah.
Just ready for some headphones.
Yeah, I lost my phone.
Only a few more minutes left in this level. 90-minute levels on day 4.
Have to look at what Jonathan came in with, but I imagine he's had a great level so far, despite having to give up a number of pots.
It's been a little up and down, but
Found a big pickup with the queen 9 suited.
Michael was considering there with the ace-deuce suited. Maybe a little frisky, but decided not to have John T be 3-bet twice in a row.
Yeah.
Maybe he wasn't feeling it. Going directly after Makita's 3-bet. Robert with the queen 9 suited. Very pretty hand in the small, but decides maybe it's a little too weak against the under the gun open.
You think Makita would have folded that one?
No. Definitely not. Darren, 8-5 off from the big.
Good pass.
Sad fold.
He always says that, doesn't he? But we've never seen his cards.
That's the first time he said it to me, I think. I feel like that.
Thanks, Darren.
Absolute shite every time.
I didn't say good pass last time.
When you shoved
Lots to smile about if you're John T.
No.
I mean, yeah.
That's pretty sick.
No, I want you to have a flush draw. Why would I shove flush draws? That's a terrible idea.
In 4 minutes, I get my time links back, guys.
Why can't I just
Then-
shove nuts there?
What's,
And I'm
is, he,
ready
s-
for you.
is he talking about in 4 minutes? He's going to find out what his opponent had.
I think he's saying at the end of this level he gets a re-up on time banks. Is that true?
Oh, okay.
Oh, usually I always
Yeah, I know, but they're both.
usually I always bust with 10 of them.
Well, actually, I guess now with Brexit, I don't know if we are technically Euros anymore.
What?
We are Euros. Let's be
Yeah,
honest.
but
We're in the continent of
you know
Europe.
what? You don't.
You're not from United States.
You are an undercover Euro too, Michael. Come on.
Where are you from? You're my accent.
You look
Not
like
too
a
far from, I don't know actually, that's not saying, but not too far from this one. North of Manchester. In the mountain area, the Lake District. A small town called Kendal. You might know it. That's it.
Okay,
Kendal
here we
Calling,
go.
Kendal Mink
John
Creek.
T versus Makita. Big blind versus hijack. Top 2 for Makita.
Relatively safe flop for John T to get away, although he does have that always important backdoor straight flush draw. Might get him involved. Makita has so much of this board, he might come with a smaller bet. Somewhat dynamic board, though. Big bet could
120.
also make a lot of sense here.
120.
Yeah, he chooses a small size. Top 2 especially seems like a nice hand for this. You just have so much of the board. You want your
Look at
opponent to
this.
stick around with weaker hands.
Look at this.
Yeah, Jonty not letting it go. You could get into a lot of trouble on the turn. That's probably a pretty safe card for him. To not get into too much trouble. Makita likely to come with a bit of a bigger bet size, given that it's the turn. And there are a number of hands that you can expect to call him now. Things like 8-7 pick up equity, so they're not folding to a bigger turn bet, presumably.
Quick fold from John T.
Yeah, a lot of the value in his call with 4-5 is
Dave, you actually
in your opponent checking back the turn, and you get a shot at bluffing the river.
Right. With 5 high.
Once his opponent continues
Five
on the
high.
turn, that lower gut
This
shot
hand?
just...
And didn't improve on a 6.
You would be surprised to see.
He had 4 eyes, that's what he said.
Chauncey just letting him know, you know, I had the 5 high.
And I believe we're one payout away from the 85K. Or one elimination away from that 85K payday, so
Wow, 85K already.
49 left. Okay, so then we're 2 away from that jump. As we wind down this level, I believe this is the last hand of the level before they go on a quick break. We'll keep the same table, I believe, for the next 90-minute level, which I'm a big fan of because they have been so fun so far, and I feel like they're building some dynamics that could lead to some big clashes
Almost a dead hand.
Yeah.
in the following level.
Sorry.
Great choice by whatever portion of the team decides who stays on the feature table.
And here we go again. Michael opening up under the gun with the Jack-8 suited, and Fabian taking this opportunity to raise it up. 3 bets to 450 with his Ace-7 suited from the hijack.
Got to give him a lot of credit here. He's had not many hands go his way. Just continues to lay down the hammer
we
on
all
his
need to keep
opponents.
coming.
Find every 3-bet open
We
spot.
won't play
we don't
another
want
hand.
that.
We won't play another hand. Come on.
It's my turn, man. You take your time, your turn. I'll take mine.
You're such a bitch.
They think I'm an amateur. They think I'm gonna let another hand happen.
Yeah.
I should format you just because you don't have time banks.
It doesn't matter to me, bro.
Yeah, and yeah, you're right. Actually.
Michael threatening to 4-bet next time. He's out of time banks, doesn't pull the trigger. And that'll do it on this level. That's the last hand. Fabian getting a little bit back. It's been quite a roller coaster for him. Taking a look at the Club WPT Gold chip counts. Mikita still on top after that huge suck out with Ace Queen against Ace King. Up over 10 million in chips. Michael Burke chipped up to 9.3 million from 8 to start the day. Robert Sherwood, a big fan of his. He's been playing very well. Has good reads on the table, I think. Has about 69 big blinds. Darren still trailing the table with 21 big blinds, however, so he's made some good on his stack. Climbing in the right direction.
Yeah, he might be the bottom stack, but he's certainly happy coming into this break with what's happened so far. And you know, a wise man once said, it's just Mikita's world. We're all living in it.
And with that, we'll go on an 18-minute break. We'll see you guys right back here.
For most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America. The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games.
Players who grind the UK circuit, according to our friend David Lappin, he is a 20-year regular, playing live and online events.
Yeah, the first thing I saw when I looked at Ascendant Mob was a Paddy Poker Tour 4th place,
Nice.
I believe. So I was like, oh, Lappin might have a few things to say about the bloke.
The bloke. And here we have Tyler with ace-jack suited in the big blind. He's going to make the call.
Not the worst flop for him. Oh, sorry, I have the hands reversed, actually. Not the worst flop for Robert, who's opened the 9-10 with a spade. Tyler with enough to defend versus a continuation bet for sure. He's still getting his massive stack of chips set up over there.
I'm loving this. I love seeing big stacks at the table rather than them coloring them up too early, and they only have 5 chips at the table. It's more exciting this way.
They're so aggressive about color ups these days amongst different tours. Not so much at the World Poker Tour. I do really like seeing a lot of chips on the table.
Wow. He just turns it. Jack coming in on the turn. Robert making a straight.
Tyler picking up a little something. Perhaps enough hand to talk himself into a call of a second barrel. We'll see.
Tyler, one of our less experienced players, just according to his Hendon Mob. He might play some cash games that we're unaware of. But one fun fact is the last recorded score in a Hendon Mob is a cash in this same main event last year. So
wow, so he's a bit of a WPT finalist.
Final specialist.
Yeah, I like that.
191st last year. Maybe took the whole year off, came back. Now he's even deeper with at least 61st locked up.
He's even deeper in trouble here, too, because if he thought his jack might be good on the turn, he's now picked up 2 pairs, so.
850.
Still losing to the hands he's expecting to lose to, but just gives you that little extra bit of confidence that your opponent didn't river some sort of 2 pair or something. When you have the ace in your hand. That said, when your opponent's fired 3 on a board that's this coordinated.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's loving it. He does make the call, though. Very nice start for Robert.
Wow, huge pickup for Robert.
Taking down a 3 million chip pot. That's how you want to start your day 4.
Absolutely, and relatively no sweat there for him. He just has the second nuts, fires a bunch of chips in the
I
pot.
was just playing online and.
Speaking of picking up hands, Fabian with pocket tens here, he's on quite a roll.
So you a gamer? Fortnite for you?
I gamed a lot of Fortnite.
Yeah.
Some Warzone. I still game.
It's a fun game.
Yeah.
All my friends used to play it.
It's not as magical as
Oh, no.
a kid, but
Yeah.
Two big stacks could have a huge
I would, like,
clash.
go home.
Yeah, and
Just
pocket
that's all
ace is
it's
in the hands of one of the
Yeah, I
most
mean-
aggressive players
Gotta be careful though.
in the tournament.
Don't
Not
gain
only
too
that,
much
but he's in
forward.
the small blind, which is traditionally the most 3-bet position, because you're out of position, so you generally enter with a stronger range of hands, and if you're doing that, you like to come in with a raise so you can give yourself a chance to win the pot immediately. The same is true for the big blind, but of course the big blind more incentivized to peel because you're last act and you're getting a better price.
740.
Well said.
A lot of words to say Michael will be 3-betting here.
No,
lot.
that's a very clear explanation. Love it. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you're ever a non-believer in a big stack 3-bet situation, this might be the one. The player, the position, the fact that you've been active.
Right. We just saw Fabian open King 6 suited under the gun. So he's looking
740,
down to
you said?
tens.
Yeah.
He's thrilled to continue with this hand.
He just comes with a peel. This is very mandatory. A 4-bet would be a bit awkward since you don't want to 4-bet and call off, but you also don't want to 4-bet and fold a hand
Right.
as strong as pocket tens.
Right. Plus you have position. It's easy to play.
Yeah.
Flop comes King 9-3, 2 diamonds and a heart. Michael reaching.
Burke is loving this somewhat uncoordinated board. The king could have hit a lot of your opponent's hands that peel the 3-bet in the form of top pair, which is still way behind you. You've got that backdoor flush draw covered. Everything going right so far in this hand.
Fabian makes the peel. Can't blame him. Stick around for at least one.
Yeah, great price for him.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, offsuit 6, very unworrying card if you're Michael Burke.
What type of sizing are you looking to go if you're Michael here?
I think generally I'm just thinking about what's the most smooth size to bet turn and river so that
1.5.
it's not an overbet on the river, but it's not too big of a bet on the turn. 1.5 is really nice. So you're going to have just under pot size jam on the river. But if you go too large on the turn, you make it very difficult for your bluffs to have the right price to win the pot. And for your bluffs that are planning to triple barrel anyways, you want to set up a bigger river jam so you have the maximum fold equity.
Wow.
Nice job by Fabian,
Wow.
just letting
I
it
was going
go.
to say this is a tough decision for Fabian, but he
Yeah.
makes the right choice, giving up the 2 tens. Michael now up over
wanna tell me
9
now?
million in his stack.
Yeah, he just reestablished the chip lead in a big way.
When he used the time action. I knew it.
You had aces.
Yeah.
I had the other two.
You would never waste the time action.
Yeah, I wanted to move so much. But
Which 3?
yeah, zeroed out.
Darren will get Euro. What is that?
Darren will get Euro.
God, I'm loving this table.
Oh, this one.
I've not seen many Frenchies.
What?
Is anyone from France? I've not seen.
No, no one's from France.
And keeping an eye on the field number up in that top left corner, 57 left.
That
At
was the bottom.
55, all these players get a 12K pay jump. Not a
Breakthrough
lot,
tournament,
considering it's a
because both of
10K
them lost
buy-in,
money.
but nice to keep an eye on. It's 10K. Some people are in for free.
Hey man, an extra buy-in is an extra buy-in,
Some
you
people
know?
satellited in for 1100
Adamo
in those
Stipulated.
milestone satellites, so yeah.
Absolutely. And that would explain Darren's full with the ace-3 offsuit. That was, of course, some very reasonable versus an early position open versus the hijack.
He was
Somewhat
folded first
non-standard.
already when I looked it up.
He was what?
Robert going up
first
top
and
here. I have a
top
feeling
left,
Fabian's going to fold
yeah.
quickly, just based on that Euro statement alone.
Leave is still in.
Now, this is the second time Robert has 3-bet either Fabian or Makita. And he's been fairly active so far, so he might be building up some type of image. We've only been here 45 minutes.
These are all good points. Fabian not letting it go immediately. I just realized Robert is not from the U.S., is he?
No.
Yeah, so when I made that statement, I thought he was from the U.S., and Fabian would give him less credit for having the late 3-bet. Fabian finding the 4-bet here.
Wow. What a time to be alive.
He didn't raise on the flop. Like, what are the positions?
He's not going to
What
be
a time
happy.
to be alive for Robert.
Yeah. He's not going to be happy when he sees Robert's hand, but how do you proceed here as Robert?
This is close. If you feel that your opponent is leaning heavily towards the bluffs, you might just peel, let him hang himself post-flop. If you feel like this is a big signal of strength, you want to put more money in now so that you can get it in.
Wow, the quick, relatively quick 5-bet.
Yeah.
Up to 2.3 million now.
That
And
was
Fabian,
very fast.
Fabian's just got some sad music playing in his head right now.
Fabian looks a little sick when he sees that.
He's got to save face for a little bit.
He almost appears to be a non-believer, but you just
You guys know if they're gonna switch TV table after the break, or?
you just don't want to risk torching your tournament off with the King 4 suited this deep.
No. It's not often you get the 5-bet bluffs these days either.
I think he just kicked it in. Oh no, time chip went in, so he's still considering.
Wow.
This would really be something if he were to continue in any way, shape, or form here. The fact that he's considering this means Fabian really came to play. Yeah, lets it go.
There we go. Maybe he was just showing some real commitment to the tank, to the Hollywood. You know? He's got to make them think, at least for another hour, that he wasn't messing around with the 4-bet.
Very possible. He also, you know, he has the king in his hand. He's probably thinking a bet of this size might be indicative of queens are better, or even just kings are better. Maybe something like ace-king suited. He's still not believing.
Next level.
I am a fish, man. What can I say? I got to be a fish in something.
The Thailand.
Yeah, you got to go to Asia.
Yeah.
Got to go
I want
to
to go for like.
It's just so far from America, but
wanna
it's,
go for
it's
a
so
couple.
worth it. Yeah. Don't go for 2 weeks.
LA
Michael picking up ace-8 offsuit, opening it in the cutoff, and Jeffrey looks down
And also
Big
taking like the
on the
poker
button.
festival as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, exactly.
WPT Cambodia.
Have
So
them in December, January. Like they just had a bunch in November and Taipei.
it was it October? I think it was early October.
Yeah, it was after Barcelona.
Ooh.
Barca as well.
Yeah,
Interesting spot for Makita here in the small blind with ace-queen suited.
I was probably hammered as well.
Very awkward for Makita. Late
I think I remember,
position.
yeah, I do remember. I remember.
3-bet versus late position open from perhaps the most aggressive
little one
and
with
wide
the
player
with
at the
like
table.
Street. Yeah. That's right.
Ace queen suited, and Jeffrey has one of those stack sizes where if Makita 4-bets, he kind of has to commit
Right.
the
He's
chips.
sitting on a little less than 50 bigs.
This could be
Oh, yeah, I was
disastrous for
going with it in
Makita.
Barca. Yeah, it was. I left it.
Would you, as Makita, have any interest in cold calling? Or is it just super
fun
weird?
It's usually not a decision point that a player of his caliber utilizes. You're just
the best scheme.
entering the pot with such a tight and strong range of hands that you play it exclusively as a 4-bet. Also,
Here he comes. 1 million. 1 million even, dealer.
I like that. Chopping those
five of
hands
my
into
friends
two
are
different
like-
categories, a
they're all
call
like-
or a
all- they've all
re-raise,
gone from
often
France.
makes the calling portion really obvious what you're holding. It's
Right.
usually that ace queen suited, pocket nines, pocket tens
Tens,
type of
yep.
thing.
And Jeffrey, I have to imagine, just wants to go all in with the stack size. What do you
Yeah.
think?
I think that's exactly what he's going to do.
Same sort of mentality. This is all late position.
By the way,
Action.
this is the third 3+ bet Mikita's had against Jeffrey already
Yes.
today. He probably
Yes.
came in expecting something like this, and to see it happen,
But at some point, even if you look at the cards later, it does feel a little personal.
absolutely. and when you look down at the ace king and they put in the 4-bet, it makes you a lot happier. to
Right.
Pile the chips in.
It's going to be a lot easier to play if you just get it in. So maybe that's something to think about when you're playing against somebody like Mikita. Oh no, Mikita.
Oh,
Newest
Mikita.
online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolfgang Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games.
And welcome back. You are watching the 2024 WPT World Championship Day 4 coverage here at the Wynn Las Vegas. Today's stream is sponsored by Club WPT Gold. Here's a look at the field. I see Scott Stewart still out there. Alex Queen with big stacks. 48 remain.
Queen has had quite a year this year. This would be a real nice way to top it off.
Started this
Montecito.
tournament with 2,400 players. We are whittling it down. If you're just joining us, my name is Ashley Sleeth here alongside Jesse Sylvia, bringing you all the Day 4 poker action today. And it's been a lot of action so far here at our featured table. We had the once chip leader to start the day, Michael Burke, leading things off. Chips are moving around. And Mikita Badziakuski, super high roller himself, is all the way up over 10 million in chips. As you can see on your screen, the current payout is $71,000. Once a few people get eliminated, I believe it's only 2 away, it will move up to $85,000 each, guaranteed. Looking at our Club WPT Gold chip counts, as I said, Mikita, Michael Burke up there with 9 and 10 million chip stacks respective. We've got Robert Sherwood, who we've become a big fan of at 4th with 6.9 million in chips. Oh, this is one of those Y levels, 50K, 100K, where it's easy to calculate. Are you ready?
I love those levels. Michael Perrone, our new player at the table, comes in with a pile of chips, by the way.
8 million, so 80 big blinds. It's going to be fueling the action even more. Bigger pots. Very exciting stuff. Tyler, we haven't really heard much of. John T is definitely in the mix down there with the 32 big blinds. His chips are in play. They don't collect us, that's for sure.
Chauncey came to play, and so far we've seen nothing but great stuff out
Yeah,
of him.
definitely here to
Been a lot of
battle.
fun.
Darren Rabinowitz down there with 21 big blinds. The blinds are up.
You said no
Taking a
bluffing.
look at our new
Oh.
player here,
No,
Michael
he didn't. He said
Perrone,
with bluff.
under the gun.
It was very kind of you to give him 1.4 million, though.
It's going to take a minute to get settled in here. All right, Darren picking up a very nice ace queen off in the cutoff. Jaunty getting ready. Every level, that hat's gonna get a little tighter around his neck. I feel like can't give anything away.
He's got the swagger of the alien in Star Wars that has the head thing that wraps around. I think it's like Jabba's.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Michael, from the big blind, peels 8-5 suited. Darren smashes this board, though, with the ace-10-7.
Darren hasn't played too many hands so far, but when he has,
He's connected.
Yeah, it's a great feeling.
Mm-hmm. It's when poker feels easy. He's going to continue here for 225,000.
Michael Burke has the type of hand. It would be a bit of an ambitious one to check raise, but he could check raise. He has a backdoor flush draw, some backdoor straight draws.
3,750, so 47.5, babe.
See what kind of mood he's in. He is reaching for chips.
Float, of course, an option as well. He does find the check raise, and he has run into the wrong hand in the hands of Darren Rabinowitz. Darren has to decide how he wants to play this. Does he just put the chips in right away, defend against the draws that his opponent could have? I think you generally like to just call here, knowing that if your opponent has a draw, they won't be folding versus the stack size anyways. But if they have a bluff, you want to keep that hand in and allow them to continue when they're drawing close to dead. He does decide to just pile the chips in, though.
Everyone can win like a fucking super high order with 30 people if you win this, you know? This is actually extremely cheeky.
Yeah.
Did you catch that from Fabian?
I never made final table of the main events. Only like I came 10th in Stock Paradise, 5K.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Really hitting them where it hurts. Your track record at under 10 or under 25Ks is lacking, bro. You're only good at the 100Ks.
Whatever is going to bolster his own confidence at this table, I think Fabian's going to put it out there.
Sure.
You're the villain of everyone. Everyone is rooting against you.
Wow. Really trying to get in his head.
A bit aggressive, but probably not wrong. I'm sure there was a simultaneous low groan from the table when he got there with his ace-queen to become chip leader. It's not the guy you want with all the chips, that's for sure.
And I can't confirm, while he is the current chip leader of this table, there is one person floating out there with slightly more chips than him. Let's get a name on that.
Berg trying to sneak in there with the queen 3 offsuit, Michael having none of it with the pocket nines. Some serious Michael on Michael violence.
This is our first look at Michael's play. Nice to just win one when you sit down at the TV table. Just get that one out of the way.
So has this been a chatty table or a serious table?
Oh, we were very chatty actually.
Right.
Yeah.
It struck me as a table that would be serious but chatty. Yeah.
But since like the guy busted there, it got a little bit more serious.
The vibe, and then I sat down.
Yeah.
I understand.
No, it's not you. It's not you.
No,
man.
no, no.
We really like to have you here.
Appreciate it. Likewise.
Okay.
Sir, just respect the moment of silence for our fallen brother with his ace-king. All right?
Jonty picking up 2 ladies in the hijack.
Michael with pocket 8s. He has a very nice stack size to just peel. Or I should say, Jonathan has a very nice stack size for Michael to peel against with pocket 8s. Just maybe a few too many chips to be content getting it all in at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah, Jonty, 32 big blinds effective here to start this hand. Gets a
650.
little bit awkward if you start with a 3-bet there. But
Oh.
Makita's going to do it anyway.
Makita just deciding maybe ace-deuce off a little too weak to take multi-way against these types of ranges. He finds the 3-bet instead, and he's run into the exact wrong time for it.
Cool spot for him to take, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Especially against how active Jonty has been so far.
Absolutely. He just seems to really know his man in this situation.
Well,
Jonty moving them all in. Mikita's found out. And that's a nice pickup for him. Almost 1 million chips without seeing any.
Absolutely.
board.
Anytime you can add 30% to your stack without having to play an all-in or even win at showdown, that's fantastic.
Very nice start to the level for him. 2,000 people who signed up on clubwptgold.com won golden passports to compete for free for that $1 million payday. Join Club WPT Gold today using promo code YouTube so you don't miss out on our next groundbreaking event. Can't wait for that one. Me and Jamie worked so hard on that. Whole team coming together for a huge free roll, biggest one in history. It's pretty fun to see somebody holding $1 million check.
That was really fun to watch. I have to say, when it finally came together, you just saw the excitement from a lot of people who wouldn't normally be playing nearly those stakes. Such a cool event. Kita is going to be right back in the mix with the King-Queen offsuit. Decision as whether to call or re-raise. He's decided to just call. This makes a lot of sense. As again, he doesn't really want to play an all-in versus Tyler with the strength of hand. Fabian might think about getting a little out of line here. Or perhaps he's just taking a moment before peeling.
Sometimes you just need a minute to count people's chip stacks, figure out what's going on.
Absolutely.
For the hand. Ace, King, 8 flop. Tyler not loving it with his actual hand.
No, not so much.
But he's going to take a stab.
Yeah, you might bet sometimes. Just get hands like 9, 10 to fold, which actually have 6 outs. Unfortunately, when you're up against two players, the odds of one of them having an ace or a king, which won't be folding, is quite high. Choose a little bit of a bigger bet size, though. That actually makes it tough for some King X hands to continue. Like, if Fabian was in the big blind with something like King 4 or an 8, he might feel like folding is an option. Mikita, of course, with the best king, not going anywhere.
Nine on the turn. Tyler has to decide how much more do I want to commit to this bluff. Here he goes.
Wow, just finding it with these 6s. I like this. This actually works, too.
Well done.
I was about to say this might work, but it definitely works. Really nice stuff by Tyler.
Right.
Identifying, you know, you don't have some of the 2 pairs. You're missing some of the sets, so I'm just going to continue barreling here and put a lot of pressure on your weak aces or your king type of hands.
It's high, it's 2-0.
Darren, ace queen yet again under the gun.
C6 raise 205.
Weird spot for 5s.
Absolutely.
Pretty early.
Tyler's going to take a flop, though.
Darren, your red stack's dirty. Second chip's green.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Burke considering squeezing here. This might not go well for him if he does. Perhaps his rail has relayed some information. He knows Darren's playing quite snug so far.
One raise is 650,000.
Oh. Be a fun 4-bet spot.
Michael well could find a 4-bet here. If he has any idea how loose and aggressive Burke has been in the past, he may think this is a reasonable candidate. Yeah, just lets it go. And that's really good news for Darren because The likelihood of him finding an all-in here is quite high. Picking up a lot of chips. By the way, this is quite the small 3-bet by Burke. Just 650 over 200 in call. Something extra for Darren to maybe read into a little bit.
Darren, given this some serious consideration, they all do have 30-second time bank piles behind them.
He's really running this one through the old processor. You rarely see Darren use a time chip at the table, by the way.
Wow.
There it is.
3 million.
Finds the jam. Well done, Darren.
Not quite all in yet. Left a little bit back.
Michael Burke now 0-2 against Darren in the trying to get away with one department. Wow, Tyler's really thinking about this. Can't imagine putting the chips in here, but
I think he's really thinking. Be pretty optimistic.
big pickup for Darren there.
Wow. Chips are still flying here. Second level of the day.
Darren has now doubled his stack without showdown. And maybe the first orbit at the table since break.
Wow.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. Very nice.
This side of the table's doing all right today.
I mean, credit to Michael Burke, who just keeps trying things. He's been shut down a few times now, and he's still going for it. You have to have that resilience if you're going to make it through these 12-hour days for multiple days in a row, make these deep runs.
Yeah, him and Fabian have that resilient aggression where you might expect a player to change gears after things aren't working, and if you do, you will be sorely mistaken. You may make some regrettable folds if that's your prediction.
4 million.
Thank you.
Okay, Darren defending the big. 10-6 suited. Nikita flopping bottom pair with his ace-4 off from the cutoff.
Darren with a gut shot. Nikita, yeah, with an interesting hand on this particular board texture. Chooses to just check it back. It's the type of hand we're getting check raised. It's really uncomfortable, which always makes for a good candidate for a check back. Darren picks up a double gutter here. Checks again, sort of respecting Nikita's check back range. Oof. Straight for Darren.
Quickly checks it over to Nikita.
Oh, this becomes interesting. Nikita might turn a hand like this into a bluff.
Check. Straight.
Sometimes.
Straight. Okay. I was thinking this.
Okay, looks like they made the pay jump. $85,000 now guaranteed to everyone still in this tournament. That pay jump happened at 47 players.
Next pay jump, 6 figures.
Whoop, whoop.
You
That's
love
the
to
fun
see
one.
it. Yeah.
That's the fun one.
Always nice to lock up a 6-figure score. For Nikita, that's a buy-in. a 1 buy-in. Cash.
That's a bucket list for a lot of poker players. Just to have a 6-figure cash.
Absolutely.
You know? A lot of tournament pros.
I spent several years without a 6-figure cash.
Maybe in with the ace queen off, looking very serious about it. Deciding to 3-bet 550.
Continuing the aggression with the choice of 3-betting over the call. You certainly could go either way with ace queen offsuit here on this type of stack size. It almost plays in his favor. He's been so aggressive that he's more likely to get 4-bet than most players, and so ace queen becomes kind of a nice candidate for a 5-bet jam if that were to play out in such a way. But Makita has an okay choice of hand for a 4-bet as well.
Decides to lay it down. I've been taking it.
Easy peasy. He knows. I told him yesterday already.
I knew as well.
I don't have the balls to bluff him.
I don't
That's what
believe
they
that for
usually
1
say
second.
before bluffing.
Yeah, exactly.
You can trust me.
That was a very
They also
honest
say
poker
that.
hand.
And then they show you king 4 suited, huh?
Who did that?
Wait, I thought you had queens.
Yeah. It must have been like a.
on the graphic.
It was a bug. Yeah.
That happens a lot, to be fair. You'd think they'd have like made the technology better so there wasn't issues with it.
Well, guys, it's all made up by the production. You know, they just want.
They want the drama. They want to build.
drama,
They want to
yeah.
build the drama.
They need a villain.
I promise I had queens at hand. I don't swear on anything, but
I promise.
Fabian's still trying to bluff that he has queens.
The ultimate bluff, getting someone to believe that it was an RFID error.
This is the beginning of a
like-
grand
Usually-
conspiracy
usually-
theory.
Usually you say one of the whole cards.
Yeah, I mean-
but you couldn't do it because you couldn't claim you had kings
oh, sorry.
or fours. So you had to just make up a hand where you have no blockers to it.
If you wouldn't have folded kings.
That's what he's saying.
That's what I'm saying.
I play the unblocker.
Yeah. You went to the unblocker.
The post showdown bluff is one thing, but the post hole card bluff is just another level
Wow.
of lying and gamesmanship. I don't know if I'm there yet.
These guys came to play on all sorts of levels. Looks like we have another Club WPT Gold mystery hand. I like these. I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire on this one, Jesse. Makita raising to 200. It's gonna be fun to break down Makita's ranges.
Pocket kings.
Pocket kings.
It's the only hand
Walked
you can
in.
have here. Yeah.
Okay. Michael's in there. Ace 8 suited.
It's easier to have an ace and an 8 when your opponent has pocket kings.
So we're gonna play this hand from Michael Burke's perspective here from the big blind. He flops middle pair. Makita has us covered by about 1 million chips.
Very dynamic texture here, the type of board where Makita could pick a number of different sizes. He chooses a check.
Okay.
That is quite sneaky with pocket
Did you say you
kings.
live here now, or you're still in
I might no longer believe he has pocket kings. I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay.
just poker? Yeah.
Burke checking again.
You travel around Europe too?
He no longer has kings. What does he have?
Really?
What are you thinking that he would check back this flop with? Something like 7s?
Yeah, 7s, something like pocket 10s, pocket jacks make a lot of sense, especially with a heart. He could also have something like ace jack with a heart, probably closer to the jack of hearts. Given how deep they are, the ace of hearts likes betting a little more often. Jack of hearts likes checking, I believe. But a number of hands that do win at showdown quite often. Now he bets really small. That's very interesting as well.
Nice river for sevens.
Absolutely. You would imagine the turn bet falls in line more with the pocket tens type of hands than something like ace jack, which is pretty happy to just check back and get to showdown at that point. He could also just have checked back something like king jack with the jack of hearts, and now he's turning it into a bluff. Also reasonable.
It does tend to feel a little bit more leaning towards showdown when he
Yeah.
checks back the flop, though.
Kita cutting out. Nice size bet. This is starting to feel a lot like pocket jacks or a weak queen, the type of queen that would check back. Maybe the queen 10 of diamonds. Something along those lines. Queen 9 of diamonds.
Doesn't feel great when you're sitting here in Michael Burke's shoes.
It's difficult to come up with enough bluffs when your opponent was clearly somewhat showdown bound on the flop. If anyone can balance their range with enough bluffs, it's very likely to be Makita. But that doesn't mean he has more than enough bluffs, and you don't have a particularly exciting bluff catcher. You don't have a heart in your hand. You'd prefer to have a queen because you can maybe beat a little bit of value.
He does call him off here. Let's see what he's got. Queen, jack offsuit. So yes, like you said, somewhat of a weaker queen, but not too weak.
No, that was
Pretty
probably
surprising.
Yeah, that has to be quite close to the top of his checkbacks. Checkback range on the flop. Imagine a king queen type of holding would be betting almost always there.
Nice hand there by Makita. He gets paid for 2 streets. Unfortunate.
Frustrating level for Burke so far,
Yes,
by the way.
absolutely. I was just about to say.
Yeah, he's had a number of bluffs not work. Now he loses that pot. Sliding quickly down the chip
counts.
leaderboard. Is that what we call it?
You can call it whatever you'd like, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if you want to give me that much.
Yeah. This is your world.
That much rope.
Fold it around to Tyler on the button and his Bowser card protector, which we love. Wow, he's going to run into Burke. Just as we were commiserating with Burke, here he goes, picking up queens in the small blind.
Tyler kind of reminds me of Duke Nukem in his little picture by the hand. I don't know if you ever played Duke Nukem.
No idea who that is.
He was like this badass video game character. Tyler's got that vibe in the picture.
And our other Michael, Perrone from the big blind, giving it a thought, but once again, taking a lower variance route, just folding.
Tyler once again running into a real hand.
Right.
It seems like that happens every single time he puts chips in the pot. Fortunately for him, he has the type of hand he can just get away from. Unless he feels strongly that his opponent is bluffing.
Yeah, he just lets it go. I feel like you don't make it this deep in the tournament if you're pretty impatient.
Yeah. Those who torched it off with the ace-6 offsuit are out by now.
Maybe, or they have all the chips.
It's about
One
to
way.
say, there's no
one way or the
25
other.
million yet, so
Yeah.
maybe that guy's gone.
Beautiful look at our
Slipped
set
away
here,
so
full
quietly after
stage.
You got shoved on and folded again. You never know he was there.
I was going to call that time.
In 2 days' time,
Very
it'll be the
Were you?
final 9
Oh,
players at this
I
table.
would have been all in against you.
Sick.
So a lot more poker to be
Sounds like a
played.
really good hand.
What they always say.
King 4
But
suited.
he can't stand to face the fact that, you know, an hour from now I can text him.
Well, I mean,
like,
yeah,
"You lying
I'm not going to
motherfucker."
lie about the hand. I had a good hand. For the first
Aaron's
time.
coming in with the pocket 5s. Here we go, Tyler. That's a nice hand.
Didn't see
Ace
Ellen.
king
Did you have
offsuit
actually have
and cut
aces?
off.
What?
Against me?
Yeah.
The quick re-raise. Have to imagine this elicits a fold from Darren, who's not only played quite snug, but he's probably well aware that Tyler's playing pretty snug as well.
Quickly gets out of there.
Yeah.
Moving on, next hand.
Obviously, Darren had a flip there, but still a good fold. He's
How many chips do you
up
think
against a
25 banks
really
is worth?
strong holding, most of which are pocket pairs.
Depends on if you are a slow or fast player.
To you. What's 10 time banks worth to you? What would you take in chips right now to forfeit all your time?
Oh, 4 million. 2 million.
2 million.
I didn't see how far you were.
Some 20 bigs.
That's a lot.
To have 15 seconds every decision. We don't get more time banks for like fucking it.
Did Michael Burke just say he'd pay $2 million for more time banks? How much is up top in this?
I think he means chips.
No. I think
Oh, okay, fair enough.
that might be for the dealers.
What are you wondering?
The break.
Be hard to make a profit on that.
Seems difficult.
3.1 million for first.
I'm no mathematician, but if you're paying more dollars for time chips, then you can win in the tournament.
These two back at it. Blind versus blind. Mikito limps in with the 10-5 off.
Fabian would probably love to raise here. Unfortunately, he has almost too good of a hand to raise. Prefer to have something a little bit weaker. Mikito flops one of the lower flush draws. No real showdown value without a diamond on the turn or river. There's the diamond, and Fabian picks up a pair and a gut shot. Might keep Mikita honest with that type of holding. Excuse me.
Do you know who that service lady is? Has she been up here? Thanks.
Check on the turn. River.
Oh.
5th diamond.
Bit of a nasty river card for Fabian. Depending on the size for Mikita. Yeah, Mikita just goes one big blind. So Fabian is essentially calling 150 to hopefully win 150, since he can never win the entire pot. They're both he hopes they're both playing the board. He could bluff raise. That's a real option.
After checking back the turn.
I mean, I imagine he has some number of 10 of diamonds type of hands that want to raise for value.
Okay, good fold.
Thinks better of it.
Greedy. Or one level ahead.
Sorry, what do you mean?
It's either really greedy or one level ahead.
Why is it greedy? Normal size.
Is it? I don't know. I didn't see the solve on that one.
You had a jack, right?
No.
Oh, sorry, I said that was one big blind, but we're playing 5,100. So he did go half pot on purpose, not betting the minimum. I don't know if that's greedy by any any shape of the word, but
Here comes Jaunty, raising it up to 200K with the King 6 suited. Michael Burke in the hijack with his own King X suited. Will he try again? No, he lets it go. Oh, and good thing he did. Michael Perone in the cutoff, waking up with pocket queens of his own.
every time Chauncey opens, he has to contend with back-to-back Michaels. It's not easy.
Couple Michaels and a Makita.
Bigger sizing by Michael here than some of the other players have utilized so far.
Oh, he can't play now. He lost his hat.
The hat is down. The hand is weak. Got a lot of issues in this corner of the table right now. Meanwhile, Rabinowitz was rocking a hat and a hoodie for a minute.
Right now. Can I get another iced coffee and water? Thanks. Yeah.
Michael takes it down.
Look at that black sea with
You got that Pacific Green? 1 second.
6 minutes here with 11 minutes.
And while the table chatter has slowed down somewhat since last level,
I pull back.
chips are still flying. Oh, jaunty. With the aces under the gun.
Wishing he had those last hand.
Right. Every time he opens, he gets 3-bet, it feels like. So he's hoping that the same happens here. Nonchalantly pay for his drink on the side.
Yeah, you know. Fabian with Queen Jack suited.
He's not going anywhere on the button.
Absolutely not. This is a really nice hand to peel on the button.
Right.
Certainly wouldn't fault him for a 3-bet. Obviously, would be very unfortunate timing. Yeah, he just calls. I like this a lot.
Haven't heard from Robert in a little while. Card distribution cooling off in his direction this level.
Yeah, just book the
Darren.
win for now.
Darren's out of there. Okay, heads up. Love seeing these two battle.
Oof.
Okay, King of Spades. Very key card on this flop.
You know, that King of Spades window card could have led to some very
Oh, yeah.
cataclysmic.
Cataclysmic. Yes.
Cataclysmic.
Words are hard.
Words are difficult. Very cataclysmic. Oh, all right, attempt number 3 didn't go as well as attempt number 1. It would have led to some bad flops.
There you go. Nailed it.
I feel like Porky Pig.
Okay. He's going to take one off. I like it. A lot of fun turn cards. Let's go, dealer. 10 of hearts on the turn.
You know, sometimes you take a shot and it doesn't go your way.
That's all right. We moved on. Nobody remembers.
By the way, big turn for Fabian.
Definitely. When you peel that flop, that's a turn.
Yeah. And
Jaunty's still happy with it, firing out 650 now. He feels like this is a pretty safe board. It's not going to go huge.
Fabian up against the absolute last hand he wants to see, as not
Right.
only does he only have his straight outs, but it's blocking some of them.
Mm-hmm.
He'd actually prefer his opponent to have a set.
Safe river. Upside down 9.
Yeah.
How much do we want to go?
For Jonathan, you have such a nice hand for a value bet because you're unblocking all of the kings. You know your opponent 3-bets with ace-king. So it's just a fantastic hand to bet yourself.
I'm all in.
Goes for the whole lot.
Unfortunately for him, Fabian did have the float that turned into a draw.
Very nice. Stacking chips.
Note that Fabian called out Makita for making the greedy bet when he bet a
bluffed with the
blind
best
and a
hand.
half, but
You bluffed with the best hand.
Yeah.
You do?
You want
What
them?
did you double float me with that? Fucking hell.
Really bright up there.
Queen Jack suited.
I've never won.
King Jack's
I've
it.
lost
Queen Jack. In spades.
I'd have to put
Backdoor royal.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That was like a whole thing.
Can't fault.
That's a
Ace
spirit.
4, Ace 5 for you?
No.
No.
Why
Ace
do you
king.
always think I was bluffing you?
It's just, you know, the nature.
This is the best time
I
in the
have
world for you.
I have big trust issues, I gotta say.
Yeah. Really?
You know.
Is this, which water's mine? Have you got water?
This one's mine. I just opened this.
I don't know if he brought you one ever.
oh, an
The one
honest
below is empty.
take in there. You got to mix it up sometimes, throw in a little honesty
Yeah.
Did I just give a $5?
so as to
for
balance
$5?
your lying range.
You can afford it, bro.
Poker tournament
He didn't give her
slash
500.
therapy.
Like usually the other ladies.
Don't talk about those ladies.
You spend time in Thailand, you said, right?
They're not ladies.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Good. Okay, you know. Okay.
I might have opened yours, but I asked for one too. So
Oh, okay. So,
I have an extra, John.
Tell me back because I had a water and iced coffee.
huh? There's a lot of really. You have an extra? No, it's fine. I'm down there. Well, I guess I can replace it. Is it warm though? Yeah. Oh, it's good. Okay.
Water, I'm not stressed about it.
These guys are all having
Over and
fun.
I just-
Did it flush?
This is a great table.
I mean, you don't always see it. There's not always
I
this
didn't see
natural
it.
chemistry at the
Couldn't
table
see it.
where people
Yeah.
are just having a good time and
What was the question? If you use the time bank.
If it flushed, if it can't flush.
taking their losses on the chin, making fun of themselves along the way. It's nice to see.
This is already more table talk than we see across an entire day.
Sometimes,
Of day
absolutely.
fours, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Fabian back in the mix with the 7-6 suited from the hijack.
Jonathan, what are we thinking about here, buddy?
Jaunty's going to do jaunty things.
Those are some dark thoughts he was having. The 5
Tyler.
deuce suit in the small blind.
Tyler with the peel from the big blind. Ace queen offsuit. Heads up to the ace 5 4 2 spade
Oh,
flop.
wow. This is going to be like, this is,
This is huge.
I mean,
Are all the chips going to go in on the flop?
the fact that Tyler just peeled pre kind of leads me to think that there's a chance it doesn't. That said, I would not be surprised if we saw a check raise and then some form of 4-bet.
$775.
Each player was about 33 bigs to start the hand. There is the check raise, 775 total.
775,000.
Fabian could really go either way with it here. Obviously, if he thinks his opponent has some bluffs or has some check raises that end up tanking and
All in.
folding.
Oh, there it
Something
is.
like ace jack.
All in.
Yeah, then the all-in
Tyler's-
plays out really well. But he knows Tyler's been really snug. Yeah.
Call. Okay, here it is.
Yeah.
Two great hands on this flop.
Ouch.
And this is a massive flip. Look at Fabian's equity with 7 high, by the way. Unbelievable.
Oh, right
Jesus.
away on the turn.
I got obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
And the flush just to boot. GG's
Thank
to
you.
Tyler.
Devastation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. Good game to Tyler Dickinson. Unfortunate flop for him.
10 million again.
Unfortunate hand for him to run into.
So we have all the chips on the table.
Okay, Fabian back in business. After
Absolutely.
having quite a rocky end of the last level, the beginning of this one, he's stacking a lot more now.
Just nothing going Tyler's way. He ran into it every
happened
time
to
he played a
Tony
pot.
Alex?
Finally finds a
No.
flip.
We folded all the bricks though.
I felt he was drawing dead on the flop, to be honest.
Yeah.
A bit like the ace king guy before.
Yeah, I felt it too, though. I was 100% sure.
His ace queen.
Just because he didn't jam pre-flop.
He got it in drawing first.
Tyler
I
just,
mean, but to be fair, this is the best hand he can see when I go all in. Like, he's never
Yeah.
had.
Never had any.
King 4 spades.
I always love listening
No.
to the postmortems of hands. You can pick up a lot of information on your opponents, how they react to other people's hands, and talk about them. Give away a lot about what they think.
I'm not
the
even
game.
convinced that that statement is true.
King,
Where he-
king,
where he
wait, was it
said-
ace 5-4?
I don't think he
Second
shoves
opening.
that
King
much
three of
worse,
spades,
but I also
yeah.
think if he has a
I don't
set,
think
he
I
makes a
opened.
smaller 4-bet,
Yeah.
I haven't forgotten.
potentially.
Yeah, king 4.
I had nightmares last night.
I
Probably
was
not.
all in quite a
Maybe.
against open.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think.
What a show.
Love ace jack.
He didn't show anything.
Oh, that time I ace jack suited though. Ace jack suited. Come on.
It's a lot of hand.
Oh man.
The black to you. Yep. Thank you.
That's our second casualty of the day. 1 per level.
Thank you.
Nikita with pocket eights. It feels like an eternity since we've seen him in a pot. It's probably been 4 hands.
I don't think I actually picked up a water. No, I just gave.
Okay,
Thank
Michael
you.
with a real hand in the bag.
Thank you. And then I got one of him. Thank you.
I want to see him in post-flop action.
Absolutely.
Oh, nice flop for him. Jack 4 deuce, 2 spades. Could see Makita going either way with this one. It's a pretty dry board. Usually tend to see bet this one, but with his exact hand.
Yeah, especially from early position, you might just play pure bets and make them small. If you were to play some big bets and some checks, eights would fit nicely into the check category. He decides to just go small and bet everything here. I think that's
good. Easier to
Yeah.
play, probably.
much easier to play.
That would be savage.
Now in Michael's shoes. Oh, he just calls. I was going to see what you would do.
It does feel like Michael could also go either way with this hand. This is a good example of why it's nice sometimes to just call. Now, we know Makita has eights. It's a very showdownable hand. He will probably check turn. But if Makita didn't have a pair, you'd identify the king as a great hand to run perhaps a triple barrel on. And now you're sitting on a king yourself. You're very happy to call down against a player who's very capable. Yeah, pocket eight's a little too good. Makita's just going to go to showdown. He's beating all the 4s that would peel from the big blind. He's beating all the 2s that would peel from the big blind.
Do you go to drain park or just?
I do a little bit of part, but not very good.
Queen on the river, a bit of a dicey card.
Same.
Have you been to Austria?
For Michael, you probably expect Makita to mostly bet when he has 9-10, ace-10, queen-10.
But now you said you go to
So it doesn't hit him as much as it might initially seem.
250 is on the smaller side into an 800K pot.
Damn, you must be rich, man.
Yeah, it's cool with king 10, especially you can perhaps induce some bluffs from your opponent
Oh, sorry.
when they have a hand like pocket eights or something like ace 9 suited that decided to check back the turn.
Kita wants to see.
Went to Jack it last night.
Yeah, fair enough.
Castle.
There are a number of draws that missed.
Randomly, like he got 5%
His opponent could even turn some low pair into a bluff, so.
Nice hand, Michael.
Yeah, because I literally didn't have any cash. I hadn't sold any.
Yeah.
I sold 1% to someone lucky. And then hard castle somehow got 5%. It was like not pre-planned. It was just turned up on day one. I didn't have any cash. It was like, give me
How good is
I'll
this
take
guy
5%.
running?
And I was like, Jack, that man runs. Well, to be fair, I think he's just had a terrible year.
Yeah, true.
Well, that's what he's been whining about anyway. But
He's whining a lot.
The world's smallest family.
He can't complain.
I know.
Life's too good.
Seven raises 225.
Here comes Jaunty once again. King 6 suited. Oh, nice. They have the same hand. Makita in the big blind. King 6
I
off.
think I started this.
Darren's strategy
I
of
know,
keeping
more.
it especially snug at
I know.
this table is
4.8
showing a lot of merits as we see
total.
so much aggressive play going on, especially pre-flop.
Right, we just saw him fold the pocket 4s from the hijack.
800.
There it
Case
is.
in point.
Right on time. Makita finds the 3-out the king 6 offsuit. Kind of a classic 3-bet
Third
hand
time
out
already,
of
huh?
the big blind.
Right.
I'm just a little
You
bit.
see this a lot from the top players.
I
The
had
king
some of
6,
them.
king 5 offsuits.
I just like opening. I just like opening this big blind. It just gets me off, you know. Let's see what happens.
You're also one of those guys, man. Wow. Like, are you calling?
I just like the pain, you know.
Masochistic, or like, how do you call it?
Just give me two. I just want 2 out on the river, please.
Darren, you know that. How do they call it? Masochistic? Is that what they call it?
Masochist.
Masochistic?
Masochist, yeah.
Masochist? Okay. Teach me some English, please.
Accurate.
You guys were all really quick to know what that word was.
Bro,
everyone in unison, masochist.
we meet every Tuesday night, bro.
Yeah.
I love this table.
This is a great table.
Here we go, Jaunty.
Play tournament poker.
Let's go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get involved.
Small party
9-10
house.
suited
Actually,
from the
this is
hijack.
worse.
This is tournament poker, yeah. You have to be.
He's absolutely right. You have to be a bit of a masochist to play poker tournaments all the time. They are mostly pain.
Started with what? 4?
4.6.
It also helps if you're really good at celebrating, because you can't.
just
If you
found
can't
it.
even celebrate the good wins, the good runs,
You'll get me off.
tournaments are not for you.
Absolutely.
I know you got excited for a second. You know what's funny? I actually had a hand to do it with. I could like this is like easy the hand you could do it with.
Yeah,
right?
it's like King 5-8.
You
Actually, I had a hand I was calling this time.
Makita just sitting there like, yeah, bro, why didn't you?
Yeah.
I just did.
Worse than that, 6-7-2.
Pull the trigger.
No, King 7 is good, too good. Like King 4 below.
King 5.
There we go. Everybody has got the King X off.
These
memo.
guys know their ranges.
Yep. They've got it down.
Let's go.
Yeah, I was requesting earlier, but now it's too late. Yeah, now I'm fine. Yeah, I did it myself.
You decided the beer would work better, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
Beer would work better.
Yeah.
Nice lubricant.
It's a massage
Obviously.
for the mind.
No, I have like a little headache today. Like I didn't sleep well. I was like, but I asked him like an hour ago.
One raise, 200.
Michael on Michael violence. Burke opening up the hijack with the 9-10 suited. Michael Perrone just going to call with the ace-10 suited in the cutoff.
And you immediately see the value of just calling here, keeping the dominated hand in.
Fabian seems interested. All these remaining players super deep.
Just coming along with the call.
Oh, Robert.
Roberts.
Beautiful squeeze spot. Pocket jacks in the big.
It just doesn't get much better in terms of squeeze spots. You know all of these players are so aggressive that if they had a stronger hand than jacks, they're probably putting in the 3-bet.
Yeah.
So you feel very good about your jacks, especially when the first player gets out of the way. Such a large 3-bet, though. I don't know if anyone can continue here. Even the ace-10 suited might just flick it in the muck.
God, that bully. This guy, such a bully.
That'll do, Robert. Very nice spot.
That's what you get. I got punished. I got punished for not free betting this hand.
I was thinking the same thing.
Ah, no, sir. You saved some money not 3-betting that hand.
Sunglasses. So afraid to.
If you had kings in that hand again, bro, that please just have like one-time crap there.
Who picks up
As you're
kings?
supposed
Not
to.
lost fun. Does even anyone pick up good cards?
Man, like what a spot. I think he didn't even look at his cards.
Field player.
Yeah.
One raises, 200. Forward. Forward.
Michael Burke coming in from the low jack with the ace-9 off. Opens it up to 200K. Robert once again with a nice hand from the blinds.
Ooh, look at this. He's cutting out the 3-bet. Note that he goes a lot smaller. Oh, no, actually, he went 700. That's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
No callers in between, so.
It's consistent.
I did not think he had that many chips in his hand when he cut that out.
Very nice.
Well done by Robert.
Very impressed with him.
He looks much happier picking up this pot, by the way.
Yeah.
This one feels very earned for him.
I've been quiet. I've been really quiet.
Tell me you had it every time.
Had it every time.
Definitely didn't have it one time. That I remember.
You folded against me. You didn't have it then.
Yeah, but I folded.
I thought I was getting paid.
I had it every time apart from that.
I got the worst seat in the room, not him.
You got the best seat in the flipping. You put all these chips over in that corner, and you still can't make them come your way.
Make sure they know the button.
I try that too.
Okay, let's make it 3 hands in a row.
like it.
3 bet. This time from Fabian with the king queen off. Oh, Darren waking up with a nice one. Pocket
Wow.
queens in the small
You reset
blind.
it, or-
37 bigs to start the hand. Oh, this table, it's beautiful. If you have a
Yeah.
hand, you're getting paid. You're at least making some
You
chips
really
free.
are. The times Darren has had a hand have gone so well so far.
Mm-hmm.
With the action in front of him or behind him. He always had just enough of it to pile it in and make the maximum. It's been really nice.
This stack side's a bit awkward. You're a fan of making it a non-all inside or just going with it?
I think
I never.
a non-all-in
Willing to
size
succeed
makes a
either.
lot of
Wasn't
sense
on
with a
that
hand
good
as strong
idea.
as pocket queens, pocket kings.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I think you need to go a little bit
Like-
smaller to
And I
convince your
even had
opponent
it.
that they have any
Good.
fold equity.
Pleasure,
Okay.
man.
I even had it.
Yep, I know. All right, I thought I could give them to you at the end of the hand.
It was way better than his hand for sure.
Man, you booked it out of the Bahamas to get here, huh?
Nice pickup for
Didn't you play
Darren.
Triton?
I suppose.
Yeah, this
I
table's
mean-
gone exceptionally well for him so far.
What was that, a million chips he just picked up?
That's a good reason.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine why you made the
Risk-free?
call. I was pissed when I saw you in the updates.
Why didn't you stay in Bahamas, sorry?
I had
You
a
should
ticket
have,
for
right?
this.
I would have folded
Sorry?
to
I had a ticket for this tournament.
Oh, okay, I have a ticket. Right.
How'd you get the ticket?
I won it in a leaderboard, like in the summer.
During the
Oh,
summer,
nice.
they
25K.
put out
Oh, very cool. They had like a high roller leaderboard.
Yeah.
Oh.
Those leaders.
I figured you wanted
They
to
need, they need to cancel them for next year. Keep them in the
And
Bahamas.
now we get confirmation. Makito won his seat in this
you are
10K in
very
a
sad they made
high
it
roller
like this, you know,
leaderboard this
both-
past
both
summer.
sides.
Everyone loses.
That's why he already had the
What,
10K
you mean
seat.
all the sites putting tournaments on the same
Makes a
site?
lot of
Yeah,
sense.
Has anyone seen updates from the FT?
Not since the last 6.
Adamo got 6.
They couldn't have just given him a
Did
nice
they?
watch or something,
What? Did
given
you
somebody
make
else a
us
chance to win the
do-
tournament.
I didn't see the hand where you said.
No, I remember Adamo being like 1 of 9 in like the GG millions with like super like
Ooh, we've got ourselves another Club WPT Gold mystery hand. Darren.
All right, here
It's
we
going to
go.
be our pre-flop raiser, raising it up to 200 on the button with a6 offsuit. Michael Burke. Going to have to guess his hand.
It's like people knew. It's like people had a.
Well, so far he's got 2 cards.
986 flop. I imagine, yeah, Darren would check this back. Flopping bottom pair.
He just gets paid.
Just lets everyone else make the
Pretty
mistake.
dynamic board.
Yeah, tricky turn for Darren to navigate if Burke fires any sort of bet in there. Burke does have to respect the fact that Darren's checkback range is centered around a lot of hands that improve on the 10 turn.
I mean, I had it at some of the time. So
I mean,
For
it was the
instance,
main-
you're gonna,
well,
you're gonna
Maybe
see
something
it.
like Queen Jack does bet, but
I
6-7
don't know what you
might
had,
check
Ben.
back
I
here.
had. What's it name, brother? Don't want to talk about what I had. I still hate myself for folding.
Quick call from Burke on the turn.
Ace is up for Darren. hand has turned into a fairly strong bluff catcher. Burke just giving up.
I think the turn went. He called the turn, right?
Top here, though. Yeah.
I think Michael bet the turn and
Okay.
Darren called.
Sorry.
Last year, at least they made it doable, you know, to come like for the pros for the pros who really like trying to play both of them.
Doesn't feel like
450.
your opponent has a straight when they check the river.
Aaron going for half pot.
They were pretty shameless with the way they changed their the entry stuff. WSOP.
If Burke were to find some sort of check raise here, I imagine Darren would be quite skeptical that he didn't just bet a straight in the first place.
They extended it until what? For how many levels?
2.1.
Wow.
Yeah, and
Pulling
Berg
the
is the
trigger.
exact type of player
Snap
who could
fold.
find a bluff here.
Snap folds.
Yup.
Wow.
I was going to say, I am really skeptical of this
Yeah,
one.
yeah. When he leads out on the turn, doesn't follow through on the river.
Into account. If we make the next break, we're going to miss late red.
Darren didn't even think about it. He just thought,
So
if
that
I get
means
raised
that I
here,
should play
that's
extra
it.
aggressive?
Yeah, I think Darren would prefer to wait till he has a jack or a queen in his hand at least. The problem for him is that he's not really betting any hands that have a jack or a queen in them in the first place. So he doesn't have a lot of relevant blockers on the river, and you just have to call some percentage of your hands if you think your opponent's capable of bluffing. Now, most people don't find bluffs there. Maybe he doesn't know Michael Burke is capable of it. I've played with Burke before. I'm very aware of this fact.
Wow.
If you don't know that, then, you know, folding is almost mandatory. I would imagine a huge percentage of the field do not find bluffs there.
What a hand by Michael Burke.
And of course, it's a lot easier saying this sitting in the booth as well and not actually having to put my own chips in the pot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a really big momentum shift for Burke as well, who's been downtrending since the level began.
Heads up to a flop.
350.
Fabian versus Michael Perrone in the big blind. Fabian flopping top pair. Michael with the flush draw. Michael gonna call the c-bet. See the deuce on the turn.
It's an interesting turn card for Fabian. He could just put max pressure on his opponent when his opponent has an ace. Basically saying, I have pocket kings, I have ace king, you cannot have those. However, if he were to do that, he's not just free rolling his opponent because his opponent can just have a 2 here. It's not impossible to just run into a 2 against the big blind. So you have to be a little careful in that sense. Obviously going to work against the 10 high flush draw. Nice job by Fabian.
Great turnaround for him so far in this level. And he's having lots of fun while he does it.
I would hope so.
Here we go. King 10 suited under the gun now.
I wish we had a VPIP chart for
Right?
this table. It'd be nice to see.
I want to see how many times Fabian's opened King X suited hand. He just seems, it's just a magnet for him. Jaunty with the pocket sevens in the cutoff. Comes with a 3-bet. He's a big fan of action.
Mm-hmm. You expect to see a peel a little more often on these stack sizes, but there are of course merits for both.
3-bet frequency is like 50% of this table, huh?
Yeah,
That's probably about. the
You
same
said
for us,
it.
the
Yep.
tournament.
and then 4-bet percentage is not even like so easy.
26.
26. Michael's been doing some math over there. He arrived at 26% 4-bet.
Lots of 4-bets. We had a 5-bet earlier. It feels like every other hand is 3-bet. Oh, here we go.
Fabian.
1.3 4-bet from Fabian with his king 10 suited.
Jonathan just letting it go. I thought maybe the fact that he 3-bet a hand like sevens, maybe he had some plan in his head. Like his opponent would 4-bet light and he would have more pairs to pile in
No,
with or
he's
something.
just having a good time.
Yeah, he's having a great time. Thought we might see some fireworks
4-bet
potentially
percentage
there.
is about 50% on this table. Fabian's is, no, Fabian's
I think
is
I would have just liked to see him flat there if he's going to
Fabian's
3-bet
is
fold something as
100%.
good as a sevens in position.
Yeah, strong arguments for flatting. You don't have a lot of blockers, so you're more likely to get 4-bet when you're up against as aggressive an opponent as Fabian is.
Yeah.
Yeah. These guys were just going to stack in. The last time.
Oh, right.
As you can see in the top left of your screen, 44 now left in the field. Next page jump doesn't start until 39 left, where they will all be guaranteed 6 figures.
Wow.
Very exciting. Oh, Makita, once again, keeping that 3-bet percentage up at the table. Everybody's contributing. This time he does it with Jack 10 suited from the small against Michael Burke.
Note that Makita mentioned how everyone else is 3-betting. And took the next spot to 3-bet.
Oh.
This is really high-level professional stuff. This is the stuff they don't teach you in training videos. All right, this is some next-level mind game right here.
Yeah.
Come on, I drink some more. Come on, make it.
Oh, you see that little tiny purse to the lips as the opponent? Like, oh, sorry, you ran into it.
Yeah.
This guy's a real
gem.
Real gangster.
You want to bet on it?
Psychological gangster.
I wouldn't bet on it. Wait, how did it work out? Tends to happen. We share cards? Yeah, right.
Michael Perone opening up from the cutoff. This time, Robert having a decent hand to peel from the big, King 7 suited. Which he does. Ooh, nice flop.
Wow. Not the worst flop for Michael to find a check back on with the hand around the strength of ace-8. Wow, he does. This is fantastic.
Good stuff from both players.
You want to be careful on these monotone boards, especially the ace-high monotone boards. Because both players have a lot of strong hands there. This is a very tricky run out for Michael to find a fold on, depending on Robert's size. Just a fairly safe run out. No spade came off. Some straights got there, but
They're saying that I've left it. I don't know. When I tripled you, maybe? I had aces when I tripled you. Yeah. When I tripled from the gun.
The 9 arriving on the river just means it's a lot less likely your opponent would have had 2 pair
Yeah, I know.
already.
I know, when you said you were queen, just I was like, oh, fuck. I'll be out.
That said, his opponent's bet pot, so he's representing a very strong hand. Let's say a straight or better, maybe a 9 or better, like king 9.
Michael does make the call. Robert quickly flips over his flush. Wow. Robert up over 9 million in chips.
Robert's been quiet. He's certainly played less hands than some other players at the table, but he has really executed well in those hands.
And while Michael mulls that loss over, don't miss your chance to play with Phil Ivey, Brad Owen, Rampage, Juan Liu, and all of our WPT ambassadors on clubwptgold.com. Sign up now to ensure your invite into Club WPT Gold's first online meetup games coming in January 2025. Use code YouTube in the promo bar.
Or code Ashley if you were to.
Whichever you feel. Robert just had a smooth sailing these
Yeah,
first 2
yeah, yeah.
levels.
Fuck, I knew I got new.
Really smooth.
He's playing so well.
Like, of course
It's fun to watch him. Fun to watch everybody at this table, to be honest. They all have their strengths. Here's Michael Burke with pocket tens. Started as the overall chip leader today when we entered day 4.
I missed it as well.
Still has a great stack
I was
size
just
at 7 million.
I mean, I was 100% sure he saw that. Like, I would have ranged.
Michael Perrone in the hijack with pocket 6s coming in.
What I did, you know.
Now everyone curious what you did.
Guys, I'll see you in a bit. Play slow.
Maybe just out.
Where's he going now?
Bathroom.
Like, this guy's absolutely fucking.
He couldn't even
The
make
whole
it.
YouTube stream's gonna get to hear him take a piss.
This guy might have worse ADHD than me.
Professional.
Oh, I'm such a fan of this man.
Okay. Feels like a relatively safe board for both players. I imagine Burke is going to take the lead. Throwing out a c-bet here. Decides to check. On over to the other Michael.
You play
In
good.
seat 2.
If you ever sell action to these, I'd take some.
I'll keep in mind. Thank you.
I want to know how long Darren's been holding that joke
Right,
in, and he
right.
finally got a moment of silence at the
Right,
table
right.
to deliver it. He could have been waiting an hour. This table has been nonstop.
Wow. 10 seals the deal on the turn.
Pocket 6 is not the hand you would pick to be up against when you turn the full house here, but nevertheless, you turned a full house. You're happy to see that turn card. And Michael here very likely to just be content with getting to showdown, knowing he's beating ace jack, ace queen, those types of hands. Well, he bets again.
So like I'm playing a Triton, and like for, I don't know, let's say $500, I could sell a rice for the trophy, so someone could buy it, and if I win a tournament, he won a trophy.
Like a raffle, like a future raffle. Like if you win, then they get.
Yeah. So like they not having like a piece of money, but they actually for the small amount they sweating like for a trophy. I mean,
Do you not keep the trophy then?
no, I'm not. But actually there is a lot of high rollers who don't care about trophies. So like
It's a pain to travel with them.
Yeah, and I guess the smaller fields you try to do it, you like end up winning.
so like it's
This is a fun river card.
50 or 100. So.
Because Michael was betting again. It was a bit of a fancy bet, but just trying to get to showdown charge hands like ace jack, ace queen,
I mean,
which
like
picked
so
up
many people
equity.
watching
Now
without
the aces come off. He's not beating
extra, but
anything
now,
that's
like,
called twice,
for the small
but he's
amount,
still representing a king reasonably well, so he could fire a third barrel with a hand as bad as pocket 6s.
it means, I assume it means for some of the viewers something.
Yeah, it's no different than a bottle of wine or whatever.
I won't.
He does check it back.
Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You check back a king?
Huh?
Check back a king?
No.
He'll be very happy
That was
to see that his opponent has pocket tens, having made the river decision that he did.
I needed him to have a
How big is your trophy room?
I don't have one. My trophies are still everywhere.
It's a whole house. I've got one here.
I have, yeah, from the last year I still have a
It's a
trophy here.
fucking pain in the ass.
You trying to have a trophy wife? Yeah.
A wife for every trophy.
When Korsen won the trophy, when it won the Triton,
Oh boy.
he gave the trophy to the guy who got second because he said he has no space for it.
Oh wow. Who said this? Porzingis?
Korsen, yeah.
Okay, wow.
He gave it to the other, like to the Finnish guy.
He said no space?
He said,
Oh
I have
my
no,
God.
I have no space for this. Yeah, he just gave it to him. Too much.
Yeah, but the good thing about a trophy is it lasts longer
You
than
almost
money.
got Max from from checking
It's
river.
a nice memory to have, actually.
Oh, weird. Yeah.
But I mean, I'm homeless. So where do I take? What do I do with it?
You never won a tournament. Come on.
You would have had
Right?
Not very
a
often.
lot of chips.
I know.
It was a raffle.
Wow. How lucky are you?
I know.
In poker, actually, everyone can win.
Anybody can win.
Yeah. Michael, you won a live tournament? Yeah, right? You won one, right? 1-3. Which one?
SPT in Iowa. And SPT smaller in Iowa. Like that. Technically, it's
Darren with the decision here.
big and SPT
Likely finds the all-in.
1106 next year last year.
Yeah, nice
So
job.
much easier to win a high rollers. Just playing like 50 players field.
Sit and go.
And then you rebuy,
3.65.
and then you rebuy again.
And then you max out
Just not giving his opponent a chance to see a flop. If he has something like Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, which is flipping but can't call an all-in.
What's your ranking for like the top, like your, what's your toughest, what's your toughest opponent? What's like your nemesis?
I probably prefer not to tell on TV.
Oh, really?
Tell you later.
No, I mean just like, you know, like we all have this one person.
Ask
we
him in
cannot win
17
on
minutes. Just
it.
ask him in 17 minutes.
Do you have like one of those?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if there is.
He doesn't want to say how string.
Well, you know what? He beats everyone. He's saying there's no one.
No, I'm just saying that you're all
I-
wins. Because
Yeah.
like we all have like this one nemesis you cannot win.
Wait,
on.
who? Actually,
Sure, I have someone, but I never actually tracked it, so
Yeah.
I wasn't.
there's one.
Just
paying
like
much
the
attention.
perception we have sometimes, like when I know when I'm all in against like.
Mate, Lena.
I know
Lena.
I have no shot in winning this.
Surely Lena.
Main
Lena
event
as
day
well.
four.
Lena, same.
Main event day four.
Nobody has all in.
Yeah, but this, yeah, Lena is for everyone.
Call. Ace queen against five. Ace high. River to five.
Yeah, it's mate. Lena's got.
A week later,
You
I'm
know
watching
what scares me?
three-handed with
It's
the
Crystal in
main
this
event.
moment.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, he's sitting over there. That scares me so much. Like, please don't give me this guy on my table.
He's pretty sick if he goes
Chris
back to
Moman.
back.
Oh mate,
I cannot win all against him.
he's the best.
You final table this?
Last year.
Chris?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, last year.
he did.
Yeah, he finished like
I
fourth.
want to know what that nod
last year,
means.
Yeah. He got top 6.
That was just like the respect nod. Like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, Mormon
He's got
final
like 10
table
mil.
this last
He's
year.
got today with
He's
5
still in.
and a half,
Oh.
I mean, Mormon's a legend, man.
Danny,
Yeah.
Lucky
That'd be
Chewy,
pretty epic if
and
he
the guy
final
who got
table
second
back-to-back
was, like,
years.
George's
Ooh,
favorite.
we got another Club WPT Gold mystery hand.
Mormon was winning triple crowns in the same night
But,
online
you managed to
while
get someone to fold like an overpet in it.
Makita was probably grinding the 50-cent dollar games on the come-up.
I feel like we're 0 for 2 on mystery hands, so let's get this one. Let's see.
I mean, imagine
Darren
if he final
opens
tabled this
button.
back to back. He could. Chris could final table this back to
John
back.
T.
Love it.
and Burke coming from the
The
big
goat.
Yeah, shout out to Mormon, by the way, who's still in the field. So sick.
Checks around on the flop. Burke turning 2 pair.
Oh, I actually enjoyed it. Like, I was like looking. I saw the feature for today, and I really got excited. Yeah. I didn't know you, but now, yeah. Now,
Burke is the type of hand that probably wants to lead out here. Charges opponents if they have a diamond. Or something like a pair and a gut shot.
It's only 3 million. I thought
It's a strong enough hand to be called by worse.
exactly. I heard people.
What do you think Darren has?
Check back the flop. Peels a turn.
Oh,
Oh, John T. Be so sad to look at his face.
Truly, he just
He
looked
would've
back
just
immediately.
river to set.
Have to imagine Darren very infrequently has a flush. He, of course, could check back ace of diamonds, 4 of diamonds, something like that, you know. But just difficult to have those
Gamble
hands.
though. Gamble though. I know, that's a stone. That's a stone.
And there aren't that many other flushes when the jack and the 10 are on the board.
750.
850.
850.
850,000.
These two building quite the dynamic. Last hand, we did a mystery hand. Burke check raises the river with a bluff. Got Darren to instantly fold top and bottom pair.
Darren, I don't think all in is off the table yet, the way Darren's counted out his chips.
No. Yeah, there it is.
Wow.
There it is.
I mean, that's disgusting if you're Michael Burke. Darren could have certainly played his ace-x of diamonds this way. Could also just have ace of diamonds 9, decides it's not good, something along those lines. King of diamonds 10. King of diamonds jack. All of these are very reasonable hands to bluff. The king of diamonds hand's a lot more likely. He probably just calls mostly with the ace hands, but if he decides his hand isn't good often enough, he could certainly turn those hands into a bluff.
All right, so you're locking it in. Let's see. King of diamonds, jack of spades, something like that. Is your guess?
I'm just going to go with ace 4 of diamonds.
You're just going to give him the nuts?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Locking your answers at home. What do you guys think? If you're Michael Burke, are you calling this off on the river? Based on everything we've seen from Darren so far and their dynamic, what are you guys doing?
It's ace 4 of diamonds or I walk out the door.
42 left in a 10K main event.
God, this is such a brutal spot for Burke. He doesn't have a single diamond in his hand. Not the best bluff catcher, but it's hard to bet the river for value with hands that have a diamond in them, that aren't flushes. So not a lot of great bluff catchers to choose from. Like, is he really betting the size on the river with ace queen? I don't know if that's true. Oh, by the way, he wouldn't have ace queen because he'd probably squeeze it pre-flop. So there you go.
Just a brutal feeling for Burke here. Very painful.
It's tough, too, because there's a non-zero chance your opponent's just not bluffing in this situation with this much on the line and against you, who's been a fairly loose player. So folding is always forgivable, even if you're wrong this time when you fold. But calling could be really tough to stomach later on. I think that's a great fold. Yeah. Not ace 4 of diamonds, but close enough.
One diamond for
Nice hand, Darren. He had the queen 5 of diamonds, queen high flush. Going out into our field, taking a look at our next feature table, coming next level. Spy one player we know. I believe that's Michael over in C3.
Mr. Rosito. He knows how to navigate a large field tournament. He's done it a time or two.
We'll get the rest of those names shortly.
Trying to guess hands when you're.
Yeah, I didn't know you said it.
We're definitely not next to break. Then.
Good lay down by Burke there.
No,
Wasn't easy, but
Yeah.
made the right choice in the end. Jonty picking up another pocket pair here. Pocket 8's on the button.
If I were to ask him later on
Takes it
how
down.
how close he was to calling. I would imagine he would say he was leaning
I was
heavily
blocking a
fold,
step
but he just wanted to think about it for a little while.
Right.
It was on the
That's
last
my
board.
instinct. I could be completely wrong.
It's one of those spots where if he folds
the
and he was
last one?
wrong and he did it
Big
quickly, he would have been kicking
not
himself
no
that he
bonus,
didn't just
no.
at
No,
least
no,
think
no,
about it
Sure,
a little
yeah.
more.
Who cares?
But once you take the time and you actually reason it out,
in this tournament.
and you
One of
justify
those
the fold
guys?
to yourself
Really?
first,
Hmm.
I'm so overdue.
I
you can
folded,
live with it if you were
like,
wrong.
This guy who says, "Oh, I folded 8 deuce," you know, like
I would have won, bro.
I'm like 8 deuce deuce.
Yeah, but I'd have won.
It would have been a full house, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat your hand. I shouldn't.
You didn't see the board? It was
Should have
a full
called
house.
off
It was a full
8-2.
house. That's-
Versus ace king.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Hello, ladies. Look at
All the
that.
work paid off, man.
You got a little bit warm there.
Got warm.
The heater.
The
Got warm
heater.
for a second there.
Schwitzing.
Can we just chill now for the last 7 minutes, guys?
Opens on the gun and asks everyone to chill.
Can we just chill now for 7 minutes, please? Get off stream.
It's a good
and then
strat.
We can all be friends again.
Makita with a beautiful hand from the big. Once again, facing a Fabian Open.
I hate to open raise under the gun in this big blind, but you know, it kind of gets me off a little bit.
These two yo-yo back and forth between being best friends and sort of quiet enemies. It's really funny.
It's cute. Makita considering a lead.
Yeah, this is his type of board. He's got way more of the nutted hands on this board. He has all of the 4 3s, all of the 5 6s, 5 deuce suited, 6 deuce suited. He's going to push that advantage, maybe with a tiny piece of it with the jack of clubs, 2 overcards. It's a very small bet. This is more than enough to defend. Also, you're just in position. You can take it away later, potentially. Ooh. That feels like a Makita wins this pot type of card. Not only is it a strong one, a semi-bluff, but out of the big blind, Makita can have nearly all of the 3s, while his opponent has very few 3s raising under the gun.
625.
I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but well played hand by Makita. Badziakowski. Badziakowski, I think.
Can we get a floor? Yeah, no, I just want to tell them, like, this is not fair, what he's doing.
It's for 5 minutes and we're breaking. Right?
Moving in a new player.
This is all what you always jinx. Don't write this. When you play this hand, something bad always happens. You know when you like dash the table and you could have just avoided it.
Yeah.
It's like when you rack up your chips and you tell the dealer, okay, I'll play my
Welcome
one
in.
last hand.
Yeah.
Enjoy the 4 minutes at this table.
Common.
2.55.
Actually, on day 1, where we shared a table, we had a player come back from the bathroom just in time to get his hand. This is kind of wild that he was talking about it because...
Which one are you talking about? Darren? Jaunty?
Jaunty was at my day 1 table. Sam Soverell runs back just in time to look down at his hand. They're blind versus blind. Soverell has aces. Jaunty has 10s. They get it in. Jaunty hits a 10. And then he mentions that right now. It's pretty wild.
Yeah. This player is 2.6 million. I'm going to pronounce his name Elvin. And I hope that's right. And if I am right, that's the coolest name ever. Michael Peroni on the button coming in for a raise to 200K. The Jack 6 suited.
I think we're moving in 3 minutes. We're moving in 3 minutes.
I will be legitimately sad when this table is gone.
I know. They've been so great. Once again. No surprise to see a 3-bet coming from Makita out of the small blind.
Look at what sort of time he's picked to do it. His opponent has one of the worst opens he might have on the button.
Yep. And Fabian was just looking at the clock off to the side. Almost like he was counting down the seconds where he didn't have to be at this table with Makita anymore. Maybe looking for softer prospects.
I think they're just moving from the feature table, though. I don't think they're breaking.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's received that information yet, but
Do you know any Wilson?
40 people left.
He mumbles so much more than me.
Talking, I really cannot understand what he's saying.
Like I do.
Like this is why also I said like he's not a real like English guy.
Yeah, but
I actually understand.
You
what
have like
he's
more of
saying.
a mid-country accent.
No, you're putting you. Oh, just for the cards.
Darren has commandeered the hat. The hat scarf.
double hatting it is a very aggressive play at the poker table. One that not many players can stomach. Good on Darren for going for it. Helvin.
The King 9 suited. 2.6 million. They are on a direct pay jump right now. So whoever busts next gets 85K. And then the place after that gets 6 figures.
Got your TV time?
Probably a good time to fold that hand that you could 3-bet bluff. Potentially.
And he doesn't know it yet, but this table has been firing, so it's really not going to phase Jaunty to get 3-bet once again.
No.
Fabian really just stalling. Okay, Robert, defendable hand from the big blind here, 10-8 offsuit.
Oh. You want to keep him?
He decides to give it up.
All right, guys, last hand.
And you heard them. Last hand of the level. Last hand to have this table that we've so enjoyed.
Yeah, take it in.
Yeah.
Everyone out there.
Not just the poker hands. All the banter. All the small needles towards each other. It's been really fun.
Oh, wait, we actually gonna...
A joy to commentate.
They might move us right now, though, and move another table up.
That does mean we have a break in 1 minute. Okay.
I feel like this level flew by.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I mean, we almost need a break. 3-bet and 4-bet every hand.
As my man Ferris Bueller once said, life comes at you fast.
Makita opening this one up. Darren, gonna stick around. We've been spending a lot of time talking about these King X offsuits from the big blind, how certain people play them. Not much for Darren there. Makita, top and bottom.
Yeah, Darren almost fortunate to have flopped nothing here. As Makita has a lot of hand.
Quick and easy.
Please, can I get a rack, please?
These guys will all get switched out to one of the outer tables. And as we saw, one of those outer tables coming up here for the next level. Makita crushed it. Up over 11 million. Robert Sherwood quietly just building his stack. Chipped down from his peak, but he's still got heaps with 8.6 million. He likes to keep it around 69 big blinds exactly. Michael Burke still around 7 million. Fabian with a huge character at this table. 6.6 million in his stack. Darren found his way up to over 30 big blinds for the first time this day.
Quite a level for him, by
Yeah.
the way. I think he came into the level with 2.1
Yeah.
million and never had to play an all-in or anything, just chipped up smoothly.
It was a joy commentating on those guys. We will certainly miss them, but looking forward to having fresh blood right after the break. See you guys then.
They told us we were not allowed to chop.
All in.
Oh my God.
Oh.
There was a brief discussion of it when we all made it to the final table. One guy, I forget who it was, sent me a text, but the chip leader tweeted out no chop, we're playing for it all, so it kind of set the tone coming into the final table day that there wasn't going to be a chop. They told us no chops when we got to the final table, so it never really was discussed heads up, and it only lasted one hand, thing, which lucky for me.
Oh, is he going to be okay?
Let's go! That is it. Chase Fricker wins $1 Becoming the first $5 million Invitational free roll winner. $1 million. And Jason Christopher played his heart out, finished in second place. $250,000 from his $0 investment. Nothing to be ashamed
Look
of.
what it means to chase. Oh, overcome with emotion.
The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games. For most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America.
Chopping those
Well,
hands
five
into
buttons
two
out
different
of-
categories, a
like-
call or a
like- like-
re-raise,
like-
often makes the calling portion really obvious what you're holding. It's usually that ace queen suited, pocket nines, pocket tens type of
Yeah.
thing.
And Jeffrey, I have to imagine, just wants to go all in with the stack size. What do you
Yeah.
think?
I think that's exactly what he's going to do.
Same sort of mentality. This is all late position.
By the way,
Action.
this is the third 3+ bet Mikita's had against Jeffrey already
Yes.
today. He probably
Yes.
came in expecting something like this, and to see it happen,
But at some point, even if you look at the cards later, it does feel a little personal.
absolutely. and when you look down at the ace king and they put in the 4-bet, it makes you a lot happier.
Right.
To pile the chips in.
It's going to be a lot easier to play if you just get it in. So maybe that's something to think about when you're playing against somebody like Mikita. Oh no, Mikita.
Oh, he even said, "Oh my God."
Pain.
And the reason he looks so pained is because you're not supposed to 4-bet this hand to fold, I don't believe. But getting this deep in the tournament, expecting your opponents to play somewhat straightforward versus 4-bets, he really just feels like this is not a good call-off. And he's right. We know, well, we don't know if he's right. Maybe Jeffrey can just pile it in with the ace-5 suited, but you generally expect to be beat.
Huge portion of Mikita's stack would be in the middle with this call off.
Nearly 50 blinds. I know that this is late position versus late position. I know that Jeffrey had 3-bet a very aggressive Michael Burke initially. I know Mikita probably expects him to not believe him as much. And all that said, he just still isn't loving calling off.
Yeah. And he's already 3-bet Jeffrey specifically a few times.
Yeah.
And Jeffrey has had to fold. So you have all of these dynamics going on into your head. I mean, we can't fault him for either decision.
Yeah, but when you feel it in your gut that you're not good, it's the worst kind of emotionally, it's the worst kind of mistake to make. To put the chips in when your gut is just screaming at you to fold.
Jeffrey remaining quite still, very stoic. Not a lot for Makita to pick up on.
No, I think Makita's past live tells at this point as well. He's just, I mean, he might pick something up off his opponent, but it'll be subtle, and he's more concerned with the fact that he just thinks his opponent never has.
Makes the call.
Yeah.
So we have ace-king up against ace-queen suited. Makita way behind here. This is a huge pot. 7.8 million chips in the middle.
And for those at home that are asking Makita what he's doing, he's getting a great price. His opponent could have worse, but also he's definitely flipping for some hands.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, no.
Tough to beat, Makita.
Wow.
see that.
Flush draw on the flop for Makita. Increasing his outs
Anyone have a club?
to 12 total. He needs to see a green card or a queen.
Oh, my
Hey, big game,
goodness.
guys. Really fun playing,
Oh
y'all.
my,
Nice
gets
talking.
it right on the turn.
GG, boys.
Wow.
Good luck, everyone.
Oh,
There is no justice in poker. Poor Jeffrey.
brutal. Oh my gosh. Finally gets him right where he wants him. And the poker gods are like, nope. Here you go, Makita. Banking the flush right on the...
Perhaps wins a few million.
Hey, maybe he thought, okay, if I bust this, I'll jump in the 25K alpha 8. Why not?
Absolutely.
Fabian's favorite hands. King X suited. On
Yeah.
the button. Standard min raise, 160K, and Darren with a suited 10 in the big blind. He's now slightly under 10 big blinds. Let's see if he wants to get involved. Okay, flicks it in. Ten right in the window, followed by an 8.
That's a great flop for Darren's prospects at doubling up. Fabian might feel like this is just a strong enough hand to bet call off versus the 10 big blind stack. Very reasonable to do so. You're beating all of the 8s, all of the 5s. It's more than enough to be quite content with the play.
He's going to fire 110 into the middle. Now, if you're Darren here, how are you approaching this spot?
I think you prefer a small raise here.
All in.
Wow. Okay. Pretty quickly moves all in for 705,000 total. And you're right, Fabian just instantly calls off. Hand is too strong to let go for this price.
This obviously works as well in this situation.
Okay, Darren's got himself in a great spot here. 5 outs for Fabian. He's had a rough go of it so far this morning, this afternoon.
Certainly.
Queen of clubs on the turn, no help. One more card to go, and Darren will have a nice double up. River's another queen. Darren, up to 1.9 million now. Finally over 20 bigs for him.
Yeah, he was certainly patient there, and it paid off.
705?
In spades.
705?
And While he has a little more breathing room, he'd like to have more than 20 big blinds, of course.
Action flop.
The blind levels are so long.
Yes.
Gives him a lot of time.
9 on themselves along the way. It's nice to see.
This is already more table talk than we see across an entire day.
Sometimes,
of
absolutely.
day 4s, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Fabian back in the mix with the 7-6 suited from the hijack.
Jonathan, what are we thinking about here, buddy?
Jaunty's going to do jaunty things.
Those are some dark thoughts he was having. The 5
Tyler.
deuce suited in the small blind.
Tyler with the peel from the big blind. Ace queen offsuit. Heads up to the ace 5 4 2 spade flop.
Wow. This is going to be this is.
This is huge.
I mean,
Are all the chips going to go in on the flop?
the fact that Tyler just peeled pre kind of leads me to think that there's a chance it doesn't. That said, I would not be surprised if we saw a check raise and then some form of 4-bet.
$775.
Each player was about 33 bigs to start the hand. There is the check raise, 775 total.
775,000.
Fabian could really go either way with it here. Obviously, if he thinks his opponent has some bluffs or has some check raises that end up tanking and
All in.
folding.
Oh, there it
Something
is.
like ace-jack.
All in.
Yeah, then the
Tyler's-
all-in plays out really well. But he knows Tyler's been really snug. Yeah.
Call. Okay, here it is. 2 great hands on this flop.
Ouch.
And this is a massive flip. Look at Fabian's equity with 7 high, by the way. Unbelievable.
Oh, right
Jeez.
away on the turn.
I got over 3 yet.
Yeah.
And the flush just to boot. GG's
Thank
to
you.
Tyler.
Devastation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. Good game to Tyler Dickinson. Unfortunate
We're
flop
gonna
for
bring
him.
someone with 10 million again.
Unfortunate hand for him to run into.
So we have all the chips on the table.
Okay, Fabian back in business. After
Absolutely.
having quite a rocky end of the last level, the beginning of this one, he's Michael Perone opening up from the cutoff. This time, Robert having a decent hand to peel from the big, King 7 suited. Which he does. Ooh, nice flop.
Wow. Not the worst flop for Michael to find a check back on with the hand around the strength of ace-8. Wow, he does. This is fantastic.
For most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America.
Hello and welcome back to continuing coverage of Day 4 of the 2024 WPT World Championship. I'm Ashley Sleeth here with Jesse Sylvia, calling all of the action here on Day 4 as we play down to what I'm told will be the final 2 tables of the event. Only 40 remain out of a starting field of 2,400 players. Here's a look at our outer tables. There's our former feature table. And let us introduce you to our new feature table. A lot of fun names in the mix here. At the top of the chip counts, we've got Christian Roberts with almost 17 million chips in play.
Wow.
Next,
That
we
is
have
quite a stack of chips.
next person I recognize is Scott Stewart. A lot of you guys have played with him. He's big time into poker, playing all kinds of tournaments. He's made deep runs in the main event. He's in seat 1. Tons of chips in front of him.
Really great guy, fun guy to play with.
Oh, yeah. And now we get our first look. That's Michael Rosito. Jesse's got a lot of experience playing with him.
Yeah, very strong online player, transitioned to live in a very successful manner, ripping off some big field tournaments.
Good friends with the Steven Song group, right? Yeah.
A very elite group of guys there. Steven Song, Brock.
They're always out here grinding.
I believe Michael Burke is a pretty big friend of that group as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be interesting because Rosito is one of the shortest stacks in the tournament, so it'll be fun to watch him navigate that stack, whereas I usually see him with a pile of chips.
600.
Here's a first look at our big chip stack. At the table, Christian Roberts. Right away, starting with a good hand. Pocket jacks.
So if I'm doing the math correctly, when we get to our final 9, the average stack should be somewhere around 25, 26 million chips, I believe. To put that into perspective, Christian is 2/3 of the way there already. And there's, I think, over 40 players left. Andrew, in that difficult situation where you don't have quite enough hand that you're comfortable peeling a 3-bet, but you also hate letting it go. I don't know a lot about Andrew, but something tells me he's a big Patriots fan.
Well, it does say Christian is from Mass, so maybe.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Sick reads, Jesse. Well done. And well done by Andrew letting that one go.
Looks like he's originally from Venezuela.
Well, we're tied over here.
Whoa.
But
So
currently
that way I'm just
resides
playing the
in
old double game.
Massachusetts.
Remember that?
Yeah,
Does our
playing
chip
two-
leader?
The
playing two
yeah,
spots.
Aria,
Yeah.
they would play 2-5 and you.
If you asked me to
have
guess
like
the
combo
previous
blocks, yeah,
residencies
stack each one.
of a person wearing
They would deal
all
like two
Eagles
games
gear.
along.
No. I was talking about Christian.
Oh,
Who he was
okay.
in the pot with, yeah.
I was like Venezuela to Massachusetts.
No.
That's as far off of what I would have guessed.
Nope, that guy's probably solidly Philly.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense.
We were up here for the last level last night. That shit wasn't working. They straight up had a hand watch.
Or he lost a bet.
Trying to.
1,000, 2,000, 3,000.
Michael with the spot here. He's got pocket
like a
fives.
2 feet, had
That
no
kind of
time
stack
bank, so
that
he's
you want to
like,
put it in.
how much
Yep,
time
he
do I have?
moves all in. Leaves a chip behind.
You
As
know?
the modern day players are wanting to do.
Sometimes you got to leave that chip behind. Find a little fold equity after the flop. Aaron with the slow peel. Really trying to eke out a hand
Taking
there.
his time.
Sometimes you look down at a jack and you want to sweat out that second jack, you know? Oh, no.
Andrew's going to look down at a better pair in the big blind.
Yeah. And if he were to find a call here, that would be a disaster for Michael. The one saving grace for Michael here is this is for most of Andrew's chips. So if anyone's feeling the pressure of this all-in, it's Andrew. If Andrew were to have 8s, 9s, he probably would have beat Michael in the pot. 7s he feels a little less comfortable with. Oof.
All in.
Okay.
Does finally put it in. That's bad news for Michael.
Michael is going to think for a little bit. They are on a direct money payout jump here. The next player to bust gets 85K, and player who gets 39th gets 101,000.
Yeah, they might have to call the clock on Michael there.
He's going to use all those time banks, I imagine. And that's the exact reason he leaves one chip behind.
Oh, I forgot. We have the time banks in play. No clocks need to be called. You always feel bad calling the clock on a player in this situation. You have to do it, but...
Still thought about it.
Andrew says at least you thought about it.
Try to get a solo read, for that 25K. It's a big decision. Big decision.
Spin it up.
Big decision.
I'm feeling good about this one.
You know what's funny? The equities that these players have are very representative of the equities if their teams played each other right now.
I'm going to go through every time bank, hoping that somebody busts on the outer tables. It's a dynamic specific to tournaments where just waiting makes you money.
You could have the overs or...
It's a lot of real life dollars.
I'm not to talk about my hand anymore. I was
16K.
I mean, it's a big decision for 25K. I know. I mean,
It's insane. I'm trying to get a read. Trying to see how many I should even use.
Yeah, it's always a battle between...
If you actually do double up, you need at least a time bank.
Yeah, you'd like to have some of those time banks. And also, this is a very slow-paced tournament, so the likelihood of somebody busting in the next 3 minutes a lot lower than in tournaments where you have faster blind levels, so stacks are shorter on average, more people are busting.
I can't use it anymore. I didn't decide not to use it. I was going to use them, but I decided not to.
Yeah, I mean, you're not.
I knew you were going to use them. Yeah, but I mean, still, like, it's... If I don't win this hand, it's going to just use them later.
Well, fortunately, Andrew, if you don't win this hand, you still have other spots to use your time chips.
There's shame, actually. A lot of shame.
This always stinks for the player that's like at the feature table, just having to stall. They know it's not fun for the viewers, but it is part of the game.
But this is why I like time chips so much. This is another great reason for them.
Because the maximum you can wait is however many time chips he has. That's it.
Yeah, and now you're giving up a resource. So it's like, if you want to burn them in this manner, fair enough. No one's going to fault you for it. Like, normally, if you're stalling, they're just going to fault you because you're just sort of wasting your time.
Right.
It's like, you have this resource, and if you want to use it for this purpose, great.
All right. That's going to be my last one.
Okay. He decides to keep 2 back.
Does he have more time for that? Was the last one you put in?
Yeah, I put them on.
Another 30? He has 35.
5.
Okay. He finally puts it in. Pocket 5s versus pocket 7s. Michael is the one at risk.
A chop pop voice, huh?
Ace, ace, queen, ace, ace, queen, queen, jack.
What about ace, ace, queen, queen, 8? For the fun shop.
I'm not sure. You should probably put the all-in button on me.
Yeah.
Some back doors.
4.
How about 7 on the flop and then 4 10s in a row?
A D10 till the end.
Oof.
It's a D10, always a D10. Can't yell. Can't yell. Now.
This has now become torture for Michael.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't do anything.
Oh.
Good game, Mike.
1 pip away.
Right suit and everything as well.
And that'll do it for Michael Rosito. I believe finishing in 40th place for $85,000.
Man, unfortunate for Michael, and also unfortunate for us because we could have watched one of the better players on the planet play for a little while.
I thought it was going to be a flip. But
And good news for Andrew, who I believe was by AJ.
I mean,
We're going to assume he's from Philly.
It should be a flip most of the time, right?
Pretty good flop for
Should be a flip a lot of the time.
Well, a lot of good players left at this table. We'll get to know them as we go around.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if
Maybe 70 and then 15 he's got me and 15 I got him or something.
Probably,
like that. Yeah.
probably putting in his
He
suited
probably
aces.
has you a tiny bit more than you have him.
Suited wheels. Probably putting in too.
Depends if you think he's doing it with the ace wheel suited.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well,
That's a big part then if he has all
10.5.
It is a pay jump though. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just like that, I mean, the pay jump they're talking about is a moment, like, it is on people's bucket list to make that 6-figure pay jump. Have that 6-figure cash at some point in their tournament careers. So even if they're not showing it on the outside for some of these players, this is a big moment. Locking that up. Here comes AJ with the limp in the small. And Glenn Kyo in the big blind. Beautiful King 10 suited. I have a hard time feeling like he's going to let him see this for free. Yeah, he raises it up, making it 400. AJ quickly folds.
Let me tell you something, Ashley. You always remember your first 6-figure cash.
I wouldn't know.
Well,
I'm going to have to take your word for it. Glenn, getting word, is a talented Irish player. And he's also a former poker dealer. So he knows the grind. Who loves it more, poker players or poker dealers?
Almost definitely poker dealers.
Like,
from
who
the
loves
table
the
talk that I've seen from the dealers.
Yeah. Like,
yeah.
He came third in the Irish Poker Festival main last year and has cashed in the last 3 WSOP main events. So he knows a thing or two about going deep in these big fields.
Damn.
Yeah. You had like, what, 500 more?
No, I had like...
Here's another look at
Yeah,
Scott
1.3.
Stewart.
I had like 1.3 behind maybe.
Most call him Stu.
By the way, I was not running the needle when I was talking about 6-figure scores back there. I don't want that to be misconstrued in any way, shape, or form.
Maybe one day.
There's enough turmoil in the Sylvia household with the dogs fighting. I don't want to...
I knew when we were sat next to the...
I wonder if he got it, because now it's 38.
I wonder if it was that... It was... I bet you it was that hand I was watching.
I wonder if he got
Again, folded around to the blinds.
It was that hand I was...
It might be card distribution, but it also could just be these players are a lot less active than our former feature table, where every hand seemed to be 3-bet. Folded around to the blinds. Glenn versus Joel. Ace, deuce, deuce.
250 was just burning his time banks and then listening for payout.
Goes check, check. Joel pairs up on the 4 turn.
He left 1 chip behind too, so he was going to burn off.
Unfortunate timing for Glenn to lead out. Once his opponent makes a pair. He's going to try to take a stab. And we're going to go to a river.
Yeah, I could have done the whole thing.
Then he calls, and then you check down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying I could have got a lot more time. I'd say I probably got him.
Nice river for Glenn to find the bluff here.
Nothing.
I got a 4.
I think Mike's going to be okay.
They're just going to take this one to showdown, and Joel's going to pick up a small pot.
Not that it's impossible to win with the 10 high, but it's very unlikely. And having that key 5 of hearts in your hand really feels like the type of holding that would like to put in another bet.
Thank you.
I'm going to throw water right here, please.
Can I get 2 orange juice with no ice, please?
Oh, love the Irish accent.
Yeah.
So cool.
Of all the things they do right here, these are like the worst waters I've ever seen. You can't even open them without spilling something.
I know, it's
like,
every time.
I've tried every time, like this time I'm going to get it.
Yeah.
Every time
It's
it
like a
spills.
game.
Every time it spills.
15 back, Pellegrino. So maybe 2 Pellegrinos actually.
Fun fact. The first time I drank one of the waters he's talking about, I cut the crap out of my hand.
Whoa.
Because they have the metal tops to them. And
Yeah,
the metal,
and
that little
everything
metal
is-
under thing. Yeah.
And everything is so dry here.
Can I have the bottled water, please?
Here comes
And then
Stu.
I'll go to honey
I'm
and-
so excited to watch him play.
Thank you.
If you guys remember his deep main event runs a few years back, he was constantly battling.
Absolutely. Andrew with the pocket 10s, by the way. He's likely going upstairs here. It's just enough hand to get it in these positions on this stack size. He's going to mull it over. I don't blame him. With 9s, you might be pretty happy peeling this deep in the tournament. So 10s become a real consideration.
700.
But if you've played with Stu for more than 5 minutes, you're going to play your tens like they're the nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like
yeah.
that.
Oh, yeah.
I have very little experience at the table with Stu.
Oh, really?
We've hung out away from the table. He's a great human.
Yeah.
But I think we played together for no more than 45 minutes lifetime. We did manage to play an all-in pot in those 45 minutes.
So Andrew, a.k.a. AJ,
five.
originally from PA,
Number
but
five,
now
Jack.
resides in Tampa,
Five.
Florida.
They count?
Oh, buddy.
Jax is number 4. Pence is number 5.
What?
I like
He
ace
just
king
knocked
better
out a
than-
No, I mean
Buccaneers
right
fan.
now. The fifth nut right now. Like Ace King is number 14.
That feels
13 pairs.
illegal.
Ace King is
Okay,
14.
all right, that's fair. That's fair. No, that.
No, I'm not talking about
tens-
best hand. I'm talking about high.
Tens would be a much better hand if you showed down immediately. You're right.
The 5th nuts as we stand.
I see. I see.
And just taking a quick glance at AJ's
I heard a new one for a
Hendon
hand
mob
I never
here.
heard. It was for
He's
Jack
got an
deuce,
impressive
simple Jack.
3.2 million
I've never
in
heard
lifetime
of this.
earnings from
Nice.
tournaments.
You guys ever seen the movie Tropic
Top
Thunder?
score, 450K.
Yeah.
Nearly. What's that in?
Click for you, right? You're like, oh my god.
He plays a lot of poker.
That was a first for me.
They won't be making films like that anymore.
No.
Absolutely
That
not.
that'd be tough.
There was a lot going on in that movie.
That was a very funny movie.
The world is
When the action's on me, can you
Oh,
still- still hand back?
6-handed.
Thank you.
10K championship.
Nice.
Appreciate it. I know it's hard to remember.
That's
Sure
a
you just
really
hand
tough
pairs.
field
Mm-hmm.
that he made his way through to take 3rd place.
Either way.
Well done.
Yeah. So look out for AJ. He's got a lot of experience, a lot of deep runs.
Can we grab our phones between hands? Yeah. Okay.
We are, of course, talking about Philly Andrew, who has just raised up with the Queen Jack suited.
His Hendon mob goes back to 2001.
Nice. He lived through the moneymaker boom.
I mean,
Experienced it firsthand.
yeah. AJ's already a legend in my mind. He's a pre-flop raiser in this hand. Queen Jack suited. Joel
bottom
comes
three
along
pit.
from the button. Our chip leader of the entire tournament, Christian, peels the small blind. And now we've got ace-9 suited.
And every time another player
Wait,
enters the
actually-
pot in the form of a
Let's
call,
go.
the next player is even
Oh,
more
okay.
incentivized to squeeze the hands that they enter. Instead, we're gonna have a 4-way pot. This is fun. We don't get a lot of these. Little something for everyone here. I guess Joel's still sitting on his pocket 4s, but top pair for Andrew. Not flush draw for Hubo.
I have it written as Huabao, but
Huabao.
Huabao, but I think it's spelled differently here on the graphic. So his last name is Chen. You can call him Mr. Chen.
I'm gonna go with Mr. Chen.
350.
I don't know if you heard me try to say the word cataclysmic back there. But Huabao is way outside of my repertoire. Shout out to Jamie Kerstetter, who immediately reminded me that words beyond 3 syllables are not for me. Oof. Getting there in the sneakiest
Wow.
of ways.
What an exciting board.
Yeah. Andrew may slow down on this card, expecting the big blind of all people to have more 9s.
575.
Continuing makes some sense, too. He's just denying equity to certain draws or charging them.
Wow.
Already?
No,
Mr.
I
Chen
don't think about it.
instantly
about
reaches
racing
for the
it.
time.
I'm saying already. You threw one in there after like 2
Yeah, but
seconds.
I'm not comfortable that way, so I have more time to think about it.
Makes sense.
Mr. Chen thinking about, he said,
Maybe
I'm
the
thinking
caller
about
raised.
raising you.
I'm thinking about raise, but I'm going to raise
Deciding how much?
1.2.
Oh,
1.2.
This is a great conversation.
I think I'm going to raise. I'm going to raise.
Look at the difference now in Andrew's face and demeanor after
Not loving it.
Yeah. It's all fun and games until your opponent thinks about raising you verbally.
He's like, yeah, it's Mr. Chen to you.
Yeah, it's who about to you. Did I get that right?
I think you nailed it.
Wow, let's go. Take that, Jamie. Andrew's going to flick out the time chip. His change in energy, the fact that he put out a time chip afterwards, all of this, yeah, indicates some weakness. I don't know if he's going to continue after giving off that much weakness.
You're going to get to.
Very nice pot.
Yeah, if he
For our
didn't
man,
have
Mr.
that
Chen.
speech play, I would be
Ace-9, huh?
Ace-9? I'm going to say it anyways. So, yeah.
Table's starting to warm up, talking to each other, going over the hands. And while we do a quick dealer change. Unless you've been living under a rock, you've probably heard about the fact that 2,000 people who signed up on clubwptgold.com won golden passports to compete for free in a $5 million free roll just on Sunday. Join Club WPT Gold today using promo code YouTube so you don't miss our next groundbreaking event. Could be next summer. Could be in 3 months. Something's happening. Something exciting's happening. Sign up now so that you don't miss it.
he first.
Good hand.
The Queen Jack of Diamonds.
This was just cold.
You were,
AJ yet again picking up another hand here.
$250.
It's probably good that he had that dealer change. Just take an extra second to gather his thoughts, get ready for the next hand. Here we have Joel Mika in the cutoff. Quick peek at his earnings. He's got more than $2 million on the Hendon Mob. Grinding a lot of tournaments.
Joel's another player that's been on the tour for a long time, and him and I have never really shared a table together for too long. I'm really interested in seeing how he plays today. He lets the pocket sevens go. That's a little surprising. I thought he might have been in a late enough position to continue, but maybe not.
Had no hands up here yesterday. I got sevens, tens, Queen Jack of Diamonds, ace Queen of Diamonds. Big hands.
Patiently waited last level too. Your shoves through.
Yesterday I had nines and ace 10, my two best hands up right now. Today in 5 hands I crushed that.
how'd that go for you?
Actually won a big pot with a full house. Like I broke about even up here. It was a little frustrating.
Still here.
But we're still here.
Still here, still fighting. That's all that matters. With less than 40 left in a huge 10K main event. Jack 9 suited under the gun. Yeah, he's got that 30 big blind stack. Some players play it, some players fold that. He probably took a look at the player in the big blind and said, you know what? I'm going to tighten up slightly against Stu there in the big.
Not today, Satan. I'm out. Won't be tempted.
I can hear Hannah from up here announcing her stop.
Aaron with perhaps just enough of it to get involved.
You can go on the back is what I'm saying.
These sort of hands are fun to see when you have a new feature table. How he plays this hand could very well set the pace for his type of style at the table. Does he lean towards aggression and find a 3-bet here? Does he just let it go? Does he peel? All options were certainly there.
Didn't you order that orange juice like at the start of level 1?
Yeah, try
Or is
it.
this another one?
Another one. He just ordered it.
How? Oh, no. Yeah, thank you.
Orange juice information not forthcoming. Keeping that one tight to the vest. Mr. Chen. Looking down at King 9 offsuit in the cutoff and raising it up. I can already tell I'm going to like this guy.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh,
AJ,
no.
another big hand in the big blind.
$800.
Confidently sticks in the 800,000 3 bet.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, not the type of hand that
Another
usually
good one.
continues versus a 3 bet.
Your voice kind of boomed with the 800 there. I really thought you had it.
It was a big one. Hockey queen.
Somebody else picking up on the confident
Let's see it.
3 bet declaration.
Ace ten of hearts.
Yeah, number 25 at least.
Number 25 at least. I don't even know what hand number 25 is. In any game.
Yeah.
Seems to be a theme where people like giving away the live tells they have on each other at the feature table. It's like, I found this thing, and I would like the audience to know that.
I found this thing.
Yeah.
This is Aaron Motoyama from California.
LA area. Do you know?
I think so.
He's got some LA sunglasses on.
I like his
Wait till
hat.
we come back around to Aaron.
I like his hat.
Great hat. Look at those. Oh,
Spent a lot of days in grade school drawing those things. Played a lot of games where that's how you kept score, okay?
yeah. Why do we tally stuff?
I don't know.
It seemed extremely important to tally stuff to our teachers in first, second grade, whatever. And then you get to third grade and they're like, nah, we don't do that shit up here.
Then you get
There will
that
be no
day
more
long dinner
tallying.
break.
And that was it for tallying for the rest of our lives.
18 hours.
What was that?
Use a calculator like a grown-up.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like a
Use a calculator. Have a
14
beer.
hour game.
Chill out.
Do you think we're
Tallies.
at 10 at night? No way.
Maybe 9.
It's so satisfying to
later
put the
than that?
diagonal one across, though.
It is. It's like you got there. You
Anybody
know?
watch? Anybody wear watches anymore?
Oh, 5.
They don't. Oh, you can have it.
I
No, you
made
got a
it.
regular
Apple Watch.
Yeah, you can have like an Apple Watch.
It's like when you've been stuck like out at sea on a rowboat and you finally got to land. You're like, 5.
Yeah, what time is it?
You lost me.
You win some, you lose some.
250.
Huh?
Ooh. We've got a Club WPT Gold mystery
I
hand.
was thinking quite a bit past.
You really like these.
I do.
I mean,
They used to be some of my
I don't know
favorite
much,
parts
but
of
it sounds
broadcasts
like
where
it.
you just
That
have to
last, like 4 people is gonna be rough.
figure
Yeah.
it out. We don't have any multiple choice, so we're a little handcuffed with that.
Yeah. I'll give you some multiple choices.
Oh,
on this
thank you.
one. How about
Okay,
that?
great. I'm going to say Queens.
Wow, that's a good flop for queens. By the way, that's not how multiple choice works at all.
I was saying the answer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, none of my options are going to be queens.
Okay.
How do you like that?
That kind of puts me in a pickle.
125.
Friday off. Fridays. No poker on Fridays. Back Saturday.
we play down to 6.
All right, well, that doesn't narrow it down at all.
Continuation bet.
Continuation bet, but facing a
No.
raise here.
But if he continues, now we can.
Right.
Hope I have that top.
It's a quick check raise.
No.
Yeah.
I'd live and die with the sword.
1.1 million.
So I have to say, this was the sort of silence that comes before a 4-bet.
Wow. Okay.
Very awkward spot by Joel, and this is why this hand might check call quite often. You're a bit between a rock and a hard place when you raise here.
Pocket kings.
Pocket kings?
Yeah.
All right, so the options are going to be ace queen.
Okay.
Pocket fives.
Mm-hmm.
Ace 3 offsuit.
Wow.
Maybe earlier than 10 o'clock.
And ace 10 of spades. Or wait, E. Some other hand. How do you feel now?
Did you say kings?
Sort of.
Okay, I'm going to stick with that answer.
All right.
Oh, did you say ace queen? Okay, I'll go with ace queen.
You like ace queen?
Did anybody prop bet 10 o'clock?
Ace queen is nice.
I'll take the over.
Just put the chips in now.
I was curious.
Charge draws.
Wow. This pot is getting quite bloated. Pot size bet on the turn remaining for both players. 7 of spades.
Just hits it right away.
I mean, AJ could still have him beat. You had some flush draws in this multiple choice.
I did.
How often do you think
Immediately grabs chips? By
how often do you think he re-raises the flop with a flush draw?
I mean, it would have to be an extremely nutted flush draw.
Right.
Something like
Check.
ace 4 of spades.
Yeah.
Ooh, the fact that Andrew grabbed chips and then checked really makes me think he's not trapping on the turn. Sort of a tactic to scare your opponent.
Ugh, this last spade, though.
Yeah, very awkward for Joel. You would think most of Andrew's queens that contain the queen of spades call on the flop, unless they have something like king queen of spades where he's a flush draw and top pair.
So you're saying ace queen was wrong, the wrong choice with the ace of spades?
Maybe not with the ace of spades, but I mean, we're starting to delve into some pretty specific reads on his play that may or may not be right.
Yeah. I'm just trying to guess the hand. I love the mystery hand.
Yeah.
I want to know.
This feels like a very upset pocket fives to me. Now.
All in.
Okay, not
Wow.
pocket fives. These mystery hands are great.
I mean, this really sucks for Joel.
Yeah, this is tough.
2.6.
You hit the card you wanted on the turn, and now this river just kind of blows your plans out of the water.
He is a great bluff catcher, by the way. If you think ace deuce, ace 4 of spades are the most likely ones to
Definitely more
3-bet,
like 9.45 now.
he's a really nice bluff catcher. But your opponent actually has to be bluffing. That can often be a tall order.
What did I get myself into?
Man, if Andrew showed up with a bluff
Yeah, I
here.
always have ace 10 hearts.
Chat going nuts right now. Chat, if you think that Joel should call, give us a 1. And if you think you should fold, put a 2 out there.
Yeah, strict.
Do it quickly, though.
AJ doing a lot of talking during this tank.
AJ's got great table talk
Yeah,
so far.
yeah.
It's been a lot of fun.
Just had me covered, too.
I got this.
Oh, one more.
Oh, 2 of these.
At least I can leave and not have to sit there with 50 myself.
Generally, I feel like this type of talking is to throw your opponent off and confuse them so that they don't get enough time to think and they fold. But it's just such an ambitious bluff spot.
But it's so confusing when he checks back the turn.
A lot of twos rolling and a few ones. A lot of twos. Somebody wrote, oh, shout out to Mark Muncie. Mustache Mark wrote 22222. 22222.
All the twos in favor of folding if you're Joel.
All right, next question. How many time banks do you think Joel will have to use here? Oh, he lets it go.
Oh, he got one through.
Oh, Andrew.
AJ with the massive bluff. Oh, Joel is so heartbroken.
Oh, that was sick.
Wow.
That was really sick. By the way, did he call the, or did he 3-bet the flop with just king 6,
Yes.
no pair?
Yes. Yeah, he did. We got a gangster on our hands.
That was
Yo, he's from Philly, okay?
Damn right.
Philadelphia gangster.
Not saying I'm many
living
good,
in
but I've been to some
Tampa.
rodeos.
You've been to more rodeos than this table combined.
I don't know about that.
Unless I showed up with a cowboy hat on.
Wow. 3/4 of chat would have gotten owned, along with me and Jesse and Joel. Not to mention poor Joel. We all would have gotten bluffed off the hand. The check back on the turn was kind of throwing me, but I still probably would have given it to him in the end.
All the live tells lined up with what I thought might be a bluff, but it's just such an ambitious spot to find enough bluffs that I just wanted to give him credit, you know?
Right.
Like, hats off to him for
Yeah.
finding the bluff in that exact line. That's a really tough spot to find a bluff. Or to be courageous
clear
enough
left hand
to
back
bluff
on
once
with
your
him.
opponent's shown the level of
And
strength
just
that
keep
they did.
talking to him the whole time.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's probably good for people to note. They're playing in a big spot with him later on.
By the way, if you're getting jack deuce of spades to fold there, unbelievable win because your opponent can have a number of two
Yeah,
pairs.
yeah.
And I guess most of the two pairs just pile it in on the flop. It's such an ambitious bluff.
Oh. Okay, Aaron. How about that flop?
And Christian has a piece of it too.
Mm-hmm.
What a hand. Oh my God.
I know. I can't believe it.
I'm fired up. That's the kind of hand that makes me want to get out there and play poker.
I know,
away.
right? If I'm Joel, I want to take a walk for him.
Yeah.
Just shake it off.
Oh, it's for so much of his stack too.
Ugh.
That's tough. That's tough to stomach.
Ugh. Especially when you took, sort of the high variance route on the flop by check raising it to start.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to the camera guy who fit Joel into that last shot, by the way, so we could see his late reaction.
So this went, Aaron bets the flop, Christian comes along. On the spade turn, Christian now leads 600K.
It's a cool lead. He knows he has a number of sevens.
Wow.
The check call the flop. Wow, Aaron just raising right away. You might play that hand as a bit more of, not like a bluff catcher, because it's a very strong hand, but if your opponent's bluffing, keep allowing them to bluff type of scenario. But he was just trying to get maximum value out of something like a 7.
Coffee.
Maybe check back the river, put in money on his own terms.
Something about the bright lights made me sleepy.
Yeah.
That was just such a wild hand from AJ. I cannot believe he had the old king 6 of hearts. Just the naked bluff.
All I can say is don't mess with Eagles fans. Just never goes well.
All right, we get to see Stu in the mix, opening up the 10-8 suited. Joel's going to take another hand off. Mr. Chen in the big blind with king 6 suited. And he's got 13 million chips in front of him. Huge stack. Flopping decently with the middle pair. Backdoor flush draw.
Both players want to be a little bit careful here. Playing a massive pot with the big stack generally requires a very strong hand. Of course, you can accompany those very strong hands with a few bluffs as well. But playing pot control in general against the other big stack this deep in the tournament becomes quite important.
Oh, Stu gets there on the river.
We're going to throw out a little block. A block bet. Nice. One big blind. Scott might see right through this. In fact, I imagine Scott will.
He is the king of beer.
Shout out to the old school Budweiser hat. Oh my goodness. Yeah, raises very quickly. Very small raise too. This is going to be quite enticing to Mr. Chen.
He's just saying 125? That's cute.
It's almost such a small bet that you have trouble believing your opponent's bluffing if you're Mr. Chen. But at the same time, you're getting this fantastic price. So calling just becomes really forgivable. Probably mandatory in theory. Nice job folding, though.
Fun's my middle name.
Not me.
Not mine. I got 3 first names. Scott, Alan, Stewart.
So do you, Jesse, James, Sylvia. You guys are in the 3 first name club.
I got the female first name for the last name.
Jesse could go either way.
I got jokes for that sentence, but I'm going to leave it alone.
Okay, what you gonna do, AJ? We're watching you. A7 of hearts for him. Raising the low jack. Joel's gonna have nightmares about the Eagles.
Joel is really wearing it on his face right now.
I know. He's so sad.
I understand, man. That is a painful situation.
I mean, great spot for AJ to show the bluff. Now he's just gonna have this guy steaming for the next hour.
Joel's probably thinking, I don't know if he would
you.
run this bluff if we were not on the feature table.
Really?
They know they're going to get outplayed.
I don't know if that's true.
I mean, or I could flop
AJ
top
could
set
very
against
well run
middle
that
set
bluff.
for like 15 million. That'd be fun too.
That happens sometimes.
That happens sometimes?
Yeah, to some people.
Ever happen to you?
Some people.
I can't even remember the last time that happened to me.
I mean, it's been like, what, an hour and a half or something?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, at least.
Like actually 2 hours ago. I'm winning.
Oh, that was scared of me because I bluffed. And I said, or I could be the guy that flops top set against middle set for like 15 million. And he just didn't win the guy.
Some of us are good. Some of us are blessed.
That's how that happened.
Some
That's
of you are both. That's the scary part.
Those,
You could beat one of the
scariest.
You could beat one or the other.
Yeah.
You can't beat both.
Hard to beat both.
There you go. Giving him a little jab. But
It
then
might be
giving
my
him a
time. I beat
compliment
Mormon
after.
in a
I
race,
appreciate
so.
that.
Whoa.
Big one. A 6-bet race.
6
6-bet
bet?
all-in race.
Yeah, big old race.
That's a big race.
It is.
Was it the 2 hands?
No.
No.
It wasn't the 2 hands.
It wasn't even.
Ace, queen, to
It was the number 4 and the number 15.
Here comes the Irishman with the raise. Beautiful pocket queens. Joel, queen 10 suited from the hijack.
Let's it go.
Good discipline fold. He had 2.6 million in his
Jack's
stack.
ace
It's
queen,
starting
so
to
you
get to
don't
that
have to break
awkward
out the
spot
I
where
got it.
I got to break out the calculator.
it's tough to realize all the value of the suited connectors.
Absolutely. He may have felt like that
I
sort of
almost
hand
had
is
one
a
of those
3-bet
races,
fold
and then
type
I'm
of
pretty sure we
situation.
ran into kings in the middle.
Be very happy he leaned fold. Aaron with the real hand as well.
Call.
Nice. Just call here.
Aaron also has an extensive list on his
line
hand and
all day.
mob going back many, many, many years. So
How
lots of
many-
experience at the table.
How many years?
Many, many I did not memorize. Let me go back. Let's see. Wow. Talking 2007. In a holiday bonus tournament in Los Angeles.
Yeah, baby. Holiday bonus.
Everybody's first score in their hand and mob is always pretty fun. Pretty interesting.
Cool. The guy is stuck between us to start the day. He's a regular in LA, but he's just like
Aaron got a
always
float
up
this
and
flop.
down every hand, you know, like he's off talking, stretching. That's just what he does. On you today, I was gonna be like,
Aaron's first score was in 2007. His most recent score was when he picked up those sweet sunglasses the other day. I gotta get a pair of those.
turning. A little bit of 5-10 cash. 5-10 cash at the Gardens is good too, but it's funny if you see him, he's got a fucking twin brother and they always dress the exact fucking same.
Glenn continuing to go for value here.
Two, like, they're Dominican and the black sweaters right here. Yeah.
Kept pulling the sweat up over
Yeah, but they're
there. Hey, Marshall.
sports.
Is Aaron gonna get a little spicy with his ace of hearts?
You know, it's not outside the realm of possibility. He's just lets it go.
Everybody just wants to get in the mix.
Yeah, you see a bluff like that, you become inspired.
Right?
Something to...
It's a revelation.
Something to look up to.
If you paid someone's tip for their water, at least I can do is tell you we're dealing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fair.
It's probably worth the same amount.
It's the same concept though, just like doing the right thing.
I lose 8 million this hand.
See, that's the good karma.
It's the same concept. It's the good person karma.
Same concept.
Fold.
Pulled around to Aaron on the button. It's going to open up the Jack 10 off.
Always nice to get an immediate opportunity to win your chips back. Oh, Andrew just letting it go in the big blind. Jack 8 offsuit versus the button. Keeping it snug. I could imagine he's the type of player who keeps it a little tighter to the vest pre-flop, and in that way affords himself certain folds later on because people just label him as a tight player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably like 20% of your earnings.
Yeah.
Kind of has the look of a tighter player as well, or a more straightforward player.
It's literally the 7 deuce, 8 deuce.
So my card landed on his radar. They'll figure that out.
He gets to play one hand crazy pineapple.
Once it comes here, they figure it out.
Said I need 3 cards in this game.
Probably good for AJ to tighten up a little bit anyway. After that move he pulled.
Certainly. There will be a lack of credit for a little while.
You been playing the whole series?
No, I just about this tournament.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Like
First since the win.
275.
Like first tournament to win.
Yeah, first tournament to win. Yeah,
Very small raise here by Andrew.
This is my first time playing this series, but I played all the events up until now. and even.
Glenn looks down in an ace. When your opponent raises such a small
You don't have a
size,
lot to go. I'll take 6, 7, 4.
you want to play a strategy that's very heavily calling.
675.
That said, you still need to find some 3-bets.
Good fold, good fold, good fold.
Ace deuce, not the most unreasonable hand to 3-bet.
Yeah, fold. You could have saved me
Yep.
200.
Coulda.
No matter what your opponent folds, you're probably denying a lot of equity. And it doesn't play out extremely well post-flop like some other aces
He wouldn't
might or a
raise you.
suited
He had a
hand.
better player in position. He had a worse player out of position. That raised me.
Yeah. I feel like before that, Mormon, before EWW, won every pot.
Stu mentioning that Chris Mormon is still in the field. Can confirm. Pretty epic. If he did back-to-back final tables in this same event.
That would be sick.
250.
Then I can tell people, I once attended that guy's Halloween party. Some other names still in the field. Oh, Baldy out, unfortunately. Very strong player. Wow, flop straight for Glenn here. Top pair for Andrew. Fortunately for Andrew, the monotone board will cause him to be a lot more careful than he would have been on any other texture. Probably still coming with a C-bet.
175.
Yeah, 175.
Keeps it really small. I like this. Glenn with an interesting decision point here. He could raise for value.
I always find monotone boards in these spots very awkward.
Yeah, you have to be a lot more careful than you would initially think. And look at this. Glenn does just call. Case in point. Diamond on the turn probably going to ruin our ability to see much action.
Although you never know. With our Eagles fan on the button.
You certainly never know. That said, he has just enough hand to be very happy to get the showdown. Well, 4 on the river. Ace-7 starts to shrivel up a little bit. Not beating much now. You're beating some random King-3 of spades type of hands, but those might decide to bluff themselves. Yeah, he just checks back immediately.
Flopped it. Wow. You're supposed to flop clubs. That's great. That's it.
Glenn is a man of many words.
Pair with the clubs one time.
Apparently he's big on PLO cash, so maybe he's just bored only getting 2 cards at a time.
If I had won the pot and I said that,
Yeah.
that would be greedy. I lost the pot, so then I'm allowed to say that.
Let me
If
tell
I
you
won
something,
and said
that's
that,
real.
that would definitely be greedy.
You've won enough since you got here.
Cutting you off, sir.
Armor or something. Half and half.
Glenn's laying down the hammer. Do you hear that? Scotty Stewart's definitely never seen a Queen 10 he doesn't like, so suited is just a bonus for him.
I've been looking forward to these guys tangling, so nice to see AJ with a playable hand in the cutoff. Starts off with just a call.
Yeah, this is a fun player matchup right here.
Okay.
Whoa, Glenn.
Well, I'm looking interested.
8-2-5.
Okay.
There it is, Glenn. Identifying that Scott can open quite light. Much lighter than Queen 10 suited, for sure. And Andrew's call, probably very capped. Never has the strongest hands.
Let's go, Glenn.
Just puts a lot of pressure on here.
The mysterious vibe's really paying off for him now.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows what he's up to over there.
Yup. Keeping it tight to the vest. For Andrew, it's, you know, you don't like it, but you kind of have to respect it. It's like a tough parent. Yeah, wow. Well done by Glenn.
Nice spot. Very well done.
Yeah. Yesterday I got 9s and
That puts him over the 10 million chip mark.
Jeez. That's becoming a large club, by the way.
Mhm.
That was once a one-person club.
Right, right.
In the form of Makita, I think.
That's a well-earned 10 million right there.
Yeah.
For our man Glenn.
I had Queen 10 of hearts.
6s.
These two immediately tell each other what they have once Glenn leaves. That was cute.
I like the winner 3-bet hand. Fuck it, I'll take the hand off.
Like what?
Just fuck it, I'll take this hand off. Yeah.
2 hands in a row and take someone.
True. That was his 3rd hand in a row.
3rd in a row.
So he decided to take a break.
Bad luck to win 4 in a row.
Unless you win the 5th, then it's cancels it out.
That diamond saved me a bunch of money, I think. Or at least some money.
Listen, fellas,
Yeah.
you can only fit so much orange juice in the old bladder before you gotta get up, all right?
It's time to go. Blind versus blind battle. Christian limping in with the Queen 10 off, decides to check on the Jack 7-5 rainbow board. Mr. Chen quickly checks behind. Another 7 on the turn. Potentially just see this one checked all the way down. Ooh. Unless you are a Christian banking a queen on the river. I imagine he'd go for some value here. Two quick checks by Mr. Chen. Maybe he thinks he's got some showdown value, so he's not going to try to go too big. Bet and a call.
Awfully quick call by Mr. Chen. Maybe gives us a little insight into his confidence level in the more difficult situations.
Do you scan his cards?
Like this one where you're forced to call down with some very weak hands if you want to keep your opponent honest
No, I
enough.
don't think they do.
I want to know if he would have won that hand.
We definitely didn't
Christian
do it
wants
that time.
to-
You're saying we're supposed to maybe this time. Whatever, but
Right.
no one did it. This, you know.
Christian wanted to see Glenn's folded hands while he's gone.
Who would do it? That'd be the problem.
Yeah.
That's some classic
Tomorrow
stuff.
morning when he's rewatching the
Yeah,
stream,
you could
mind
put
you.
him on his radar.
Oh, he's asking the dealer to scan
He's,
them
yeah,
so
he wants
can-
him to scan the cards. That's next level.
What a sicko. I would have just taken the pot and not thought anything of it, but he's one step ahead right
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Personally, can't imagine
Yeah,
when
I'm
I would
trying to keep
rewind
these
and
locked
watch
up.
just for those scan cards if I'm Christian.
No, he folded.
Like either you bust the tournament and you probably don't ever watch. I mean, I don't know about you, but it's probably really heartbreaking to bust in, let's say, 35th. And then rewatch the stream.
Yeah, it's not easy. I've always been impressed by people who could continue to sweat a tournament that they've been knocked out of.
Yeah.
Once the tournament's over, for me,
It's over.
it's over in my mind. That tournament didn't even exist in
Absolutely.
the first place.
And then the other scenario is if he actually makes day 5, he goes back at midnight and rewatches for the scan cards. It's like Christian.
You're announcing the actions, and there was like a little bit of delay after he folded, and you said fold. And so I'm like, thinking about raising, and you say fold, and I'm like, shit.
I'm not used to announcing it.
Hey, sure, it's weird. It's weird.
I'm intrigued by Christian. I would like to learn more.
3,900 people in the chat right now.
Oh, nice.
Shout out to each and every one of you. If you're just tuning in, I am Jesse Sylvia. This is the lovely Ashley Sleeth. It is day 4 here at the WPT Championship. We had nearly 2,400 players. And we're down to 35.
Yep, everybody guaranteed $101,000.
James Dempsey says, shout out right back at you. What a gentleman you are.
Christian coming in hot with a 3-bet. The king 10 off. That gets Mr. Chen out of there. You know, targeting Joel just feels like he's kicking him while he's down.
I mean, that hand was a tough one to stomach.
Yeah.
You think that one will make the daily highlight reel?
Yeah, obviously.
That will be the daily
Yeah,
highlight reel.
yeah, that hand was epic.
So fun that it was the mystery hand as
I know.
well.
I mean, nobody can blame Joel. 3/4 of the chat would have folded too. Sometimes you just get outplayed.
Yeah, there are certainly times in poker where you have to say, if you have the bluff, if you're the person who can have the bluff here,
You deserve
I'll
it.
live with it.
Yeah.
But most people do not have a bluff here. That said, there are some strong arguments for calling in that situation. It's just one of those hands where he's either going to have to sort out whether he's happy with the fold or if he wasn't, what he can do to improve in the future, and then just live with it. And look, he's sitting there, we're sitting here. He could still win this tournament. That's a big difference.
Net profit on the
That one.
I'm not allowed to win the tournament anymore.
Yeah. He could win $3 million on Saturday. And you're going to be in the booth. Yeah.
I'm surprised I'm even allowed to watch the tournament, to be totally honest.
Christian with a real hand. Still sitting on a massive 17 million chip stack.
You know, they say you can't win a tournament on the first day. Christian might be the first person to win the tournament by the 4th day in a 6-day tournament. The way he's charging along. Aaron, though. I'm not sure why it feels like Aaron could be Christian's kryptonite. He just has this dark horse energy.
Absolutely.
Andrew, on the other hand, he's got main character energy.
Yeah,
these
definitely.
Days. He's a sicko.
He's just going to come along.
That was just, by the way. That was just what I meant, by the way. Like, that was right when I was trying to look and I couldn't see. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I understand.
Three-way to a flop. 4 deuce deuce. 2 diamonds. Christian with an up flush draw. Aaron with an overpair. And AJ with a lot of heart.
Hopefully not too much heart in this particular hand.
Right.
I have to imagine Aaron bets here. He has a fairly strong hand considering what he gets to the flop with. but one that requires a lot of protection. If Christian were to find a check raise, he could really bin a huge chunk of Aaron's range, because pocket eights is one of the stronger hands Aaron will ever show up with here. And even that's quite uncomfortable against a check raise. Fairly small bet as well.
1.2 million.
Yeah, might make you more tempted to check raise.
Awkward.
If you map out what your opponent arrives at the flop with, you quickly come to the realization it's very difficult for them to have a nutted hand. Very easy for one of the best hands that they ever have to be pocket eights, which is potentially folding the flop. We don't know. And then when you're in Aaron's shoes, it's very easy to miss this fact and fold one of the strongest hands you arrive here with, which is a big no-no in poker fundamentally.
He does make the call off to the turn.
Ooh.
Christian, top pair, top kicker on the turn.
My instinct is Christian's bets want to be quite small here.
$500,000.
Look at that. It's
Nailed
like he
it.
can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keeping in all of these hands like pocket eights. They're basically drawing dead.
Oh.
Whoa.
Aaron.
Whoa.
All in.
Whoa. Okay.
Oh, no.
I mean, life comes at you fast. What?
Yeah, this is such a disaster.
What was going through Aaron's mind with this 2.5 million raise?
I want to guess that he decided he had the best hand, and he wanted to put his opponent in the bin with hands that have equity that had gone for the bluff, like ace-queen with the ace of diamonds. But I'm not 100% sure. That's not a play you see a ton.
I mean, Christian certainly thought he was just going with his hand. Whatever Aaron made 2.5, he was committing.
Yeah.
For him to snap go all in over the top of that. And
he
now
was basically saying, like, look, if you got it, you got it, but we're going to play this pot. He didn't think about the fact that his opponent could have something like pocket eights, and he's kind of giving away that he has a very strong hand when they do have pocket eights. He just thought his opponent had a snap call or a snap fold.
Wow.
Even if he had spent some time and hemmed and hawed and then went all in, I don't think pocket eights is calling it off, so he can rest easy there, but
Aaron is going to be kicking himself for that one. Especially with such a decent price to call on the turn. If he wanted to see the river. Try to get the showdown with his eights.
it's interesting because we often perceive the smaller bets as weak, and I think people are quite right in that sense. But at the same time, you're also getting this tremendous price, so your strategy should generally be to just call with a lot of your hands whenever your opponent goes really small, assuming there are more streets to play.
Wow. And after that hand, Christian sitting over 21 million chips now in his stack.
Yeah, Christian could have trapped, by the way, when he's raised. His opponent should be quite polar. I think he just expected his opponent to have king-queen or something along those lines, and he wanted to get it in now before his opponent found some way to check back on the river. I just think You don't see that line so often that it might just be a bluff a good amount of the time. So you would like to call and just keep those hands in. Right back into it. Glenn has now made a straight. Unfortunately, his opponents don't have much.
Now he's got the second nut flush.
Finds a third check, though. This might actually elicit a bluff. Scott's found the smallest bit of showdown value. Maybe he just checks. Can't expect this hand to win.
750.
Yeah, just
He's
fires
going
in
for
there.
it.
It's actually nice to have the 4 when you're bluffing, as opposed to just some random hand like 7-5 of clubs, because at least you block your opponent rivering a set that could hero call you. So it's not nothing. It's not a exciting hand to bluff with, but it's better than, say, 7-5 of clubs.
Glenn just calling. Stu having to show his measly 7-4. Nice trap there by Glenn, getting him paid an extra $750 on the river.
Stu is all class, man. You hear,
Yeah.
his immediate reaction was nice check.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
Giving his opponent
He's
props for the trap.
Such a good sport. So much fun to play with.
Yeah.
I always enjoy rooting for him. He was one of the guys who made day 3 of the Prime and was in day 1 of the $5 million free roll.
Oh, I forgot
Had
about
to run
that. He's
back and
running
forth.
back.
Yeah. Had to run back and forth. We wanted to put like stickers with the numbers, like marathon runners, in front of him and just have them running back and forth.
I saw him in the hallway after he busted one of the tournaments. He was on break from the other one. He was like, yeah, it was great, but then they put me on the feature table in one of the tournaments, so now I don't have enough time to get back and forth.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, life comes at you fast, buddy.
Yeah.
You have to play a feature table and another tournament. That's tough stuff. And you're in a free roll for $1 million. I didn't have a lot of sympathy, Ashley. Maybe I should have, but at the time I was in no tournaments.
Dang, we were gonna go post. We were gonna play a 20 million chip pot. This guy got in the middle of it.
So selfish.
Not selfish.
Is he
Of him, yeah.
inconsiderate?
Yeah.
Trying to stay afloat over here,
Like,
guys.
what bad food
Joel.
Jam full full.
It's like, leave me alone, bro.
Such a nice hand.
I didn't.
Like a 10-9 suited or something real pretty like that, huh?
Close. Close.
Yeah, you guys have a real nice fun time chatting it up with your
Been a while since we've
20
gone
million
around,
chip stacks. All right.
That reminds me of that one cash game we were watching where JRB
Probably.
is just
Maybe not
losing
before
heaps
this.
and Helmuth is just bothering him all night long and he's like just sipping wine and he just goes, Helmuth,
Staying up here after
let
break,
me
no bad.
lose my money in peace.
No, he didn't even say it to him. He just speaks into his wine
Right? 'Cause, like,
just
some
loud
tables
enough that the mic
they
picks
had
it
on
up, but
for
no one else
several
can hear it. And he goes,
levels.
"I can't take it."
I don't actually know.
And he just
Maybe
Helmuth
just
keeps
depends
talking. He goes,
on what the other
"Let
table
me
looks like."
lose my money in peace." To no one but himself.
Must have been stoked to put this table up here.
Oh, there's so many good JRB
Yeah,
moments.
those chips. It's
Big
part of it.
fan.
Pushing the piles.
You know, sometimes you see a real quiet guy who finds his way into a private game and stays there for months. You're like, how did he pull that off? With JRB, I understand why people want to play with him.
Just naturally entertaining.
Yeah.
Everything going Christian's way.
Truly. He is honing in on a average final table stack.
Wow.
That's sick.
As you can see down at the bottom of your screen, current payout for all of these players is in the 6-figure mark, 101,000 guaranteed. Once we get down to 31, that will increase by $20,000 each. all the way up to a payday for the winner of $3.1 million. And you'll be commentating that final table with Jamie on Saturday.
Yeah, she's already promised me a English lesson.
Cataclysmic.
Kata.
You know what? Words are really hard.
Kata. Real bad situation.
We've been at 35 in the field for a long time. It's starting to even out a little bit. All the stacks are consolidating, getting pretty deep. Except for poor Joel here, who looks down at pocket deuces with 2.5 million in his stack.
This is a very tricky hand to try to VPIP on the stack size.
Yeah,
Yeah, he just lets it go. That's very forgivable.
Yeah.
Especially as you get deeper in the tournament. Not even forgivable, just probably correct.
Yeah. All in for Mr. Chen with the 10-7 offsuit from the small blind.
Oh, Aaron just super short after that last pot.
1.7 million.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting him to have 6 million or whatever he had before the
Yeah,
8th.
yeah.
For all in,
Chen just starts blasting.
Covered,
yeah.
you're supposed to count the entire
Chen's had enough.
Okay, so
next time I won't say that. Just say 1 million.
If he covers the person,
made it easy.
They were careful to not just say you don't have to count. I think they just didn't want some dealers making that decision. If it was possible.
I mean, that would be ridiculous. It would be ridiculous to count out 10 million.
It is ridiculous.
That's why I didn't do it.
So next time, just say the number.
But like by the literal rule,
Yeah, I think there is a
it
little
gives
rule.
him time.
Yeah.
Right.
Kind of silly.
You should just say 3 million.
Yeah. He said 3 million.
It's the only way I could have won this hand.
Players talking about the time bank rule. Your time bank is on pause if you need to get a count from the dealer. So he's saying next time just say the number 3 million.
Yeah, he's saying what you do there is you open your, when you have so many chips, you open yourself up to letting your opponent get all that time while they count down your stack. When they're realistically, you're playing all in for the big blind stack.
Exactly. These guys are in the weeds on the tournament poker rules.
Mm-hmm. Now here's the power of the big stack. Christian, very happy to VPIP here. Try to flop a set and win a massive pot off of another huge stack. Joel not even comfortable to open pocket deuces when it's folded around to him.
Right.
Because of his stack size. Scott's got a little off-suited connector.
Yeah,
Here
he's
we go.
content to see 3.
He's got 7-6. He's got a nice hat. Almost got the best hand. Oh,
Christian.
this is... I did not notice the deuce on this flop. This is exactly how we drew it up as Christian.
Wow. Glenn, top pair, top kicker against Christian's bottom set.
Glenn just betting right away. How does Christian want to play this?
Quickly calls.
Just calling with another player behind him. If you were to just call with your entire range, I think that's quite a nice way to go about it.
That clears Stu out of there. We see a king on the turn.
God, that saves Glenn so much money. The fact that you just called the flop. Glenn has to respect this king quite a bit. Because Christian can have floats with the king in it. Not just the king X of clubs types of hand. But if he were to peel pre-flop with ace king, or he were to float the flop with king jack with the king of clubs, stuff like that.
King X of diamonds.
Yeah, all of these situations. Very real. He just calls again, by the way. This is pretty sick. Does Glenn want to put out a small bet for a third time? Just a little blocker bet. Get called by Queen Jack. Hands like that. Decides maybe there isn't enough value. This has become kind of a disgusting run out in the eyes of Glenn.
$2 million.
Christian going quite large, 2 million into 2.2 million chip pot. Feels bad, man.
Feels really bad. Tricky for Glenn, too, because he knows what hands he's beating. But there aren't that many of them. He's beating some ace-5 of clubs type of hands. Or something like 8-9, 8-7 of clubs. And after that, it becomes a lot more creative types of bluffs that you'd be looking for. Oh, man. Oh, he calls very quickly.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Huge pot. Once again, going Christian's way.
Wow.
He's almost up to 25 million now.
Christian is rolling.
Steamrolling this table.
First set all day.
First bottom set all day.
Wow.
How many sets is that for real? Tell us the truth today.
Let me say it.
Are you surprised Glenn paid him off there?
I might have had a set in a small pot, and I had a set in a pre-flop all in.
Well, we'll get back to that hand while we do a dealer change. Don't miss your chance to play with Phil Ivey, Brad Owen, Rampage, Zwan Liu, and all of our WPT ambassadors on clubwptgold.com. Sign up now to ensure your invite into Club WPT Gold's first online meetup games coming in January 2025. Use code YouTube in the promo bar. I, for one, am definitely surprised he paid him off on the river.
Well,
I'm not as surprised that he paid him off as I'm surprised that he paid him off that quickly. I mean, if I were to guess, I would lean towards him folding. But just to call that quickly, I don't know. I'd really need to have a think because the type of bluffs you expect your opponent to show up with, they're not great bluff candidates. And you need your opponent to get kind of tricky with certain hands to have enough bluffs there, I think. You also don't expect your opponent to slow play a set that hard. Just calling 2 small bets flop and turn too often, so I guess he's, you know, running that one through as well. He does block ace-jack, which would have floated flop and turn. Well, good reasons for calling, good reasons for folding, but to just flick in the call that quickly really surprised me because I would need some serious time to think through everything that's going on in that hand.
All in.
Oh, wow. This is quite a situation.
Around 4.
It's just under 4?
Yeah.
And suddenly we have an all-in with Andrew potentially winning an 8 million chip pot. This could be a huge swing.
It's exactly 4.
For a man who I believe came into this level with 2.7.
Picked up and out.
It's better than a deuce 3-5 flop. A deuce. Not as good as
a queen high flop, yeah. Queen would be a bad turn. No more outs. Just a jack.
Christian doing our job.
You'd rather not.
Like 3 of clubs.
Okay.
Ooh, that looked a lot like a jack. Wow. That was massive for Andrew.
Glad it didn't box sweat it. The seam paint.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that would have been fun.
Yeah.
Squeak.
First big blow we've seen to Christian today since they've moved to this feature table.
Yeah, and it happens so quickly as well. become real quiet at the table after the last couple pots.
Things starting to get serious.
Everyone just taking the enormity of those pots in a little bit. The idea that you can just suddenly double
Oh my
your
goodness.
chip stack and be kind of sailing into day 5.
You know, we're talking about our chip leader a lot, Christian. He's having somewhat of a breakout year. This is his 3rd 6-figure cash this year alone.
What else do we have in there?
He has a 2nd place in a WSOP main event circuit for over 200K. That was his big score. Still remains his biggest score. And he also has a 2nd place in a $1,500 limit 7-card stud, high-low 8 or better.
He's got a new fan as well because
he plays lots of games.
those at home probably know I'm a big fan of the old min bet. Min bet games.
He's got all types of different mixed game scores on his Hendon Mob. So pretty impressive to see him have some deep runs in a 2-card game as well.
Yeah.
Such massive fields.
It takes a special human to perform at the highest levels of both, that is for sure.
Ooh. Aaron potentially finding a spot for his short stack. 1.7 million here. Ace-10 suited. Christian did raise under the gun. He happens to be light here, but...
Yeah. Have to imagine this goes in. Just because it's a chip leader opening, he's been quite active. It's very close. You don't expect to have much fold equity between the two players. You know Hubo can have some ace-jack, ace-queen type of hands. By the way, seeing this many 10s in our opponent's hands, not great. Considering we expect Mr. Chen to call it the pocket 5s given the price he will have. Yeah, he snaps it in there.
You're going to get the break.
You've got another flip. Aaron could be back up to 4 million if he is able to find an ace or a 10. That would be massive going into the break.
1.61.
650. 1.6.
That'd be like a 2/3 recovery of his prior stack.
From that 8's hand.
Yeah.
He looks so happy in his avatar picture.
He does.
Big smile. Ooh, ace in the window.
There's the ace. This is perfect for Aaron, by the way. He can win this flip and then get out of there and go reset.
Right. This is perfect timing. Oh. Mr. Chen picking up some more outs.
Always an 8 on the river.
Oh, excuse me. No, Aaron has a 10. It's his kicker. And that's it.
Wow.
Up to 4 million right before break.
You could just turn it off. You can just turn it off. That's not a...
He couldn't even script it better than that.
No.
Double up, go take a walk, come back and reset for the next 90-minute level.
Stu's going to take a nap.
Taking a look at our Club WPT Gold chip counts. Here on our scoreboard, Christian Roberts remains up top with over 20 million chips in play. He took one little hit there. 4 million doesn't seem like much to him. Peaked at around 25 million, down to 20 now. Still our overwhelming chip leader at this table. Mr. Chen, even after that loss, still has 10 million chips in play, 69 big blinds. Stu, hometown hero, got 9 million. And the remaining all the way down to Joel at the bottom with 15 big blinds. He's still got a shot. He's got time to shake it off and come back feeling fresh and new.
Most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America. The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games.
That was the last one you put in?
Yeah, I put them on.
Another 30? Yes, 35.
5.
Okay.
Oh, shit, I got it.
He finally puts it in. Pocket 5s versus pocket 7s. Michael is the one at risk.
A chop hop voice, huh?
Ace, ace, queen, ace, ace, queen, queen, jack.
How about ace, ace, queen, queen, 8? For the fun shop.
I'm not sure. You should probably put the all-in button on there.
Yeah.
Some back doors.
4.
How about 7 on the flop and then 4 10s in a row?
A DP until the end.
Oof.
It's a DJ, always a DJ. Can't yell. Can't yell. Now.
This has now become torture for Michael.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't do anything.
Oh.
One pip away.
Right suit and everything as well.
And that'll do it for Michael Rosito. I believe finishing in 40th place for $85,000.
Man, unfortunate for Michael, and also unfortunate for us because we could have watched one of the better players on the planet play for a little while.
I thought it was going to be a flip, but
And good news for Andrew, who I believe was by AJ.
A really tough field
Mm-hmm.
that he made his way through to take 3rd place.
Either way.
Well done.
Yeah. So look out for AJ. He's got a lot of experience, a lot of deep runs.
Can we grab our phones between hands? Yeah. Okay.
We are, of course, talking about Philly Andrew, who has just raised up with the Queen Jack suited.
His Hendon mob goes back to 2001.
Nice. He lived through the moneymaker boom.
I mean,
Experienced it firsthand.
yeah, AJ's already a legend in my mind. He's a pre-flop raiser in this hand. Queen Jack suited. Joel
bottom
comes
3K.
along from the button. Our chip leader of the entire tournament, Christian, peels the small blind. And now we've got ace-9 suited.
And every time another player enters the pot in the form of a call, the next player is even more incentivized to squeeze the hands that they enter. Instead, we're going to have a 4-way pot. This is fun. We don't get a lot of these. Little something for everyone here. I guess Joel's still sitting on his pocket 4s, but top pair for Andrew. Not flush draw for Hubo?
I have it written as Huabao, but
Huabao.
Huabao, but I think it's spelled differently here on the graphic. So his last name is Chen. We can call him Mr. Chen.
I'm going to go with Mr. Chen.
350.
I don't know if you heard me try to say the word cataclysmic back there. But Huabao is way outside of my repertoire. Shout out to Jamie Kerstetter, who immediately reminded me that words beyond 3 syllables are not for me. Oof. Getting there in the sneakiest of ways.
What an exciting board.
Yeah. Andrew may slow down on this card, expecting the big blind of all people to have more 9s.
575.
Continuing makes some sense, too. He's just denying equity to certain draws, or charging them.
Wow.
Already?
No,
Mr.
I
Chen
don't think about it.
instantly
about
reaches
racing
for the
it.
time.
I'm saying already, you threw one in there after like 2
Yeah, but
seconds.
I'm not comfortable that way, so I have more time to think about it.
Makes sense.
Mr. Chen thinking about, he said,
Maybe
I'm
that's
thinking
all
about
raising.
raising you.
I'm thinking about raise, but I'm going to raise.
Deciding how much?
1.2.
Oh.
1.2.
This is a great conversation.
I think I'm going to raise. I'm going to raise.
Look at the difference now in Andrew's face and demeanor after
Not loving it.
Yeah. It's all fun and games until your opponent thinks about raising you verbally.
He's like, yeah, it's Mr. Chen to you.
Yeah, it's who about to you. Did I get that right?
I think you nailed it.
Wow, let's go. Take that, Jamie. Andrew's going to flick out the time chip. His change in energy, the fact that he put out a time chip afterwards, all of this, yeah, indicates some weakness. I don't know if he's going to continue after giving off that much weakness.
You're going to get to.
Very nice pot.
Yeah, if he
For our man,
didn't
Mr.
handle that
Chen.
speech play, I would be
Ace 9, huh?
Ace 9? I'm going to see it anyways. Then.
Table's starting to warm up, talking to each other, going over the hands. And while we do a quick dealer change. Unless you've been living under...
It is. It's like you got there. You
They
know?
have a watch? Anybody wear watches anymore?
Oh, 5.
Oh, you can have,
I
no, you
made
can have
it.
A regular
Apple
watch.
Watch.
Yeah, you can have like an Apple Watch.
It's like when you've been stuck like out at sea on a rowboat and you finally got to land. You're like, 5.
Yeah, what time is it?
You lost me.
You win some, you lose some.
250?
Huh?
Ooh. We've got a Club WPT Gold mystery
I
hand.
was thinking quite a bit past.
You really like these.
I do.
I mean,
They used to be some of my
I don't
favorite
watch,
parts
but
of broadcasts
like
where
it.
you just
That
have to
last, like 4 people is going to be rough.
figure it out. We don't have any multiple choice, so we're a little handcuffed with that.
Yeah. I'll give you some multiple choices.
Oh,
on this
thank you.
one. How about
Okay,
that?
great. I'm going to say queens.
Wow, that's a good flop for queens. By the way, that's not how multiple choice works at all.
I was saying the answer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, none of my options are going to be queens.
Okay.
How do you like that?
That kind of puts me in a pickle.
125?
Friday. No poker on Friday. Back Saturday.
No, Friday we play down to 6.
All right, well, that doesn't narrow it down at all.
Continuation bet.
Continuation bet, but facing a raise here.
But if he continues, now we can...
Right.
Hope I have that top.
It's a quick check raise.
No.
Yeah.
I'd live and die with the sword.
1.1 million?
I was about to say, this was the sort of silence that comes before a 4-bet.
Wow. Okay.
Very awkward spot by Joel, and this is why this hand might check call quite often. You're a bit between a rock and a hard place when you raise here.
Pocket kings.
Pocket kings?
Yeah.
All right, so the options are going to be ace queen.
Okay.
Pocket 5s.
Mm-hmm.
Ace 3 offsuit.
Wow.
Maybe earlier than 10 o'clock.
And ace 10 of spades. Or wait, E. Some other hand. How do you feel now?
Did you say kings?
Sort of.
Okay, I'm going to stick with that answer.
All right.
Oh, did you say ace queen? Okay, I'll go with ace queen.
You like ace queen?
Did anybody prop bet 10 o'clock?
Ace queen is nice.
I'll take the over.
Just put the chips in now.
I was curious.
Charge draws.
Wow. This pot is getting quite bloated. Pot size bet on the turn remaining for both players. 7 of spades.
just hits it right away.
I mean, AJ could still have him beat. You had some flush draws in this multiple choice.
I did.
How often do you think
Immediately grabs chips? By
how often do you think he re-raises the flop with a flush draw?
I mean, it would have to be an extremely nutted flush draw.
Right.
Something like ace-4 of spades.
Yeah.
Ooh, the fact that Andrew grabbed chips and then checked really makes me think he's not trapping on the turn. Sort of a tactic to scare your opponent.
Ugh, this last spade, though.
Yeah, very awkward for Joel. You would think most of Andrew's queens that contain the queen of spades call on the flop, unless they have something like king queen of spades, where he's a flush draw and top pair.
So you're saying ace queen was wrong, the wrong choice with the ace of spades?
Maybe not with the ace of spades, but I mean, we're starting to delve into some pretty specific reads on his play that may or may not be right.
Yeah. I'm just trying to guess the hand. I love the mystery hand.
Yeah.
I want to know.
This feels like a very upset pocket fives to me. Now.
All in.
Okay, not
Wow.
pocket fives. These mystery hands are great.
I mean, this really sucks for Joel.
Yeah, this is tough.
2.6.
You hit the card you wanted on the turn, and now this river just kind of blows your plans out of the water.
He is a great bluff catcher, by the way. If you think ace deuce, ace 4 of spades are the most likely ones to
Definitely
3-bet,
like 945 now.
he's a really nice bluff catcher. But your opponent actually has to be bluffing. That can often be a tall order.
What did I get myself into?
Man, if Andrew showed up with a bluff
Yeah, I
here.
always have ace 10 of hearts.
Chat going nuts right now. Chat, if you think that Joel should call, give us a 1. And if you think he should fold, put a 2 out there.
Yeah, strict.
Do it quickly, though.
AJ doing a lot of talking during this tank.
AJ's got great table talk
Yeah,
so far.
yeah.
It's been a lot of fun.
Just had me covered, too.
I got this.
Oh, one more.
2 of these.
At least I can leave. I have to sit there with 50 myself.
Generally, I feel like this type of talking is to throw your opponent off and confuse them so that they don't get enough time to think and they fold. But it's just such an ambitious bluff spot. Hello and welcome back to day 4 of the 2024 WPT World Championship. I am Jesse Sylvia. With me is the beautiful, lovely, amazing Ashley Sleet.
Hello, everyone. We're down to 32 players.
And one of them is B. Yoon, by the way, who just walked in.
Yeah. Nice to see that guy still in. 2,400 started this tournament. Oh, he's sitting down next to Alex Queen. A lot of heroes still left.
In a row, Bad Ziakowski, B. Yoon, Alex Queen, and then Chris Morgan.
Wow. What a day.
What a lineup.
So 32 left in the field. They're all guaranteed 101,000. Next player to bust will go out with 101,000. 31st will get 121,000. Coming back to our future table, Christian Roberts still up top with 20 million, all the way down to our 15 big blind stack, which is Joel Mika. Lots of experience at this table. A lot of people that have been playing poker for a very long time, according to Hennen Moms and friends who have messaged us and reach out to fill us in on who we have at our featured table. Newcomer here in seat 6, or in 6th place, but he will be in seat 3, is Paul Volpe. Quite a legend.
Good to see you again.
Volpster.
300.
Paul has been smashing tournaments before most people have been playing tournaments.
Yeah.
And yet, he's also very young.
It's the first hand. That's one hand.
Yeah.
To be an OG legend.
Also born in Philly, sitting right next to our Philly fan.
God, this is quite a duo right here. I bet these two have met before.
And right away, AJ flopping trips against our chip leader, Christian. Hijack versus Big Blind.
250.
Unfortunately for him, probably not getting a lot of action.
Yeah, Christian just
King
lets it
4
go
high.
pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I'm excited to watch Paul Volpe get in the mix at this table. I love watching pros that are really good at a lot of spots start to play with different player types and see how they handle the situation.
Yeah, Volpe is definitely the type of guy too who adjusts more than most pros.
Right, right.
To different player types.
Meaningful game.
Yeah, meaningful.
If he sees somebody
Whoever
who
wins,
does something a
whoever
little
lives
out of
on
line, he
games
adjusts
are
so quickly.
You know, if you take
Being done.
Broncos lose
To
out,
that.
they would need like Bengals to win out or Colts to go 2-0.
Went to my first game on Monday. See the Raiders.
There you go.
All right, Stu,
You went on Monday?
coming in with the
I
ace
told
king
you the
suited.
stadium
Your
stinks.
first game ever?
I backed them +6.
Oh,
No.
so you push. You missed the extra point to push. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
AJ waking up with a beautiful pocket nines right behind him.
It was kind of lucky for them to get a touchdown to get to that spot, but then obviously super unlucky to miss the. It's like 95% extra point.
Yeah, their offense is just tough to watch. Like on Raider games.
It's a horrible game for your first game. To go to.
Every time the quarterback got the ball, he just got tackled straight away.
Who's quarterbacking for the Raiders right now?
Aiden O'Connell's going to be. It was Desmond Ritter last week, but Aiden O'Connell.
Fourth? Somebody said that.
Whoa, Mr. Chen
Their second string will be back in the
in the big blind, calling with 7-6 off. We're just calling him Mr. Chen. We're not sure if the name is correct on the graphics or in our poker updates. So we've just been calling him Mr. Chen, and honestly, it fits him.
Well, you can call him Mr. Bottom Pair this hands. Do you know why?
Oh, yeah.
Ashley having none of my bull crap. This flop is all Scott, by the way.
1.2.
Oh,
Mr. But
Oh, Stu is going to be...
Mr. Chen says not so fast. This is an interesting hand to check raise. You're blocking some of the two pairs, some of the sets.
It's almost like that.
Seems like a very
million
relevant
in,
type
red,
of
yeah?
blocker to have
Okay, thanks.
if you're planning to play a massive pot.
He just quickly did that, too.
Yeah, Scott is immediately not particularly thrilled. Stu, my apologies.
They can't be.
Obviously not going anywhere with the ace-king on the flop. Jack of club presents some problems for both players. For Stu, if his opponent were to go bet and jam river, very scary on this type of board texture. For Mr. Chen, this is just more two-pair pluses that he could be running into if he fires off the triple.
2.1.
Okay.
Wow, just, man, this is some sick stuff. And I don't know what Stu's impression of his opponent is, but if he hasn't seen anything like this so far today, he's very likely to give this a lot of credit. This is a wildly scary board texture to be bluffing at against the original raiser who can have all of the big hands on this board.
It was like when we took Riga with the Vikings were going, they got Justin Jefferson. They were all high five and said,
Were they?
we took it.
our big recent miss, but other than that,
9 out of 10, even since first and second round picks since 2020. It's the only one.
Stu's sticking around. This pot ballooning
What are you doing that hand when the king don't come?
close to the 8 million chip mark. Oh, okay. It's a relief for Stu, but
Yeah.
it would have been so much more interesting to see how a blank river would have turned out for him.
I am a little sad to see that river because I want to see what happens.
Oh, man.
It's such an interesting hand and a spot you don't see enough from a poker player that you're unfamiliar with, like Mr. Chen. You don't see them running these big bluffs that often, so it would have been really fun to watch what happens if he does find that third shell. As it is, he gives up, which is going to be a great decision in this situation.
Now, from Stu's perspective, you don't know that Mr. Chen only has a pair of sixes, so what sizing would you like on this river?
I think you need to go quite small here because it's so difficult for you to have a bluff.
Mm-hmm.
And because
the hands you're looking to get paid by aren't going to pay off a huge bet anyway.
yeah, that you also just you have a lot of value, right? So anytime you don't have many bluffs and you have a lot of value, you'd like to err towards a smaller size. It's the only way you can make it enticing for your opponent to call.
In any case, Stu takes it down after Mr. Chen quickly folds. And now our graphics say he's up to 13 million in chips. Let's freaking go, Stu.
Unbelievable.
I mean, he might have been anyway. I don't know, but like, it's a good chance he would have been in.
And by the way, for Mr. Chen, that could be a really well played hand. We don't know.
Yeah.
If the river was any blank
He
and
fired
he
a third
rips
time.
and gets it through, that becomes an unbelievable hand.
Yeah.
And he just got really lucky that the 10 rolled, or really unlucky that the 10 rolled off.
Yeah.
In that circumstance. Also, running that bluff first hand back from break, second hand.
He put on the cape.
Oh, that would have been a lot of fun to see. Stu may have sniffed it out, by the way. We don't know.
I bet.
He doesn't
under
always amass
25 or
huge
under.
chip stacks for nothing.
You
He
got that
makes
right?
the correct decision
Yeah,
in
like
those
that's
spots.
True.
We were debating whether 10 p.m. was a good over-under for the whole thing. 16.
Well, I crushed the first day on 1A. I bet under 2,700. Two guys, 300 each.
People for the tournament, you mean?
Yeah.
Crush that.
Yeah, I did it.
There's so many people other places, yeah.
Yeah. They thought there was going to be like 3,000.
Volpe bragging
many
about the
people,
side
too many
action he
euros
got
and
on
it-
field
too many
size
euros
is the
and it comes
most
with
Volpe
EPT,
thing
you know.
I've ever heard in
For
my
real.
life. He's always got a little something extra going on at the table.
Right. Heads up action on the A7-4 two-diamond flop. Got Mr. Chen from the small blind with the queen-jack offsuit against Christian, who's got the best of it once again on the button.
That real, what was that kid's name? Jen. Got into the 1K.
C bets 250 and Mr. Chen peeling one off here. Out of position.
It's a bit ambitious.
Right.
He is getting a very nice price. He's got that backdoor flush draw.
Maybe he's still got a lot of adrenaline flowing from that last attempted bluff.
Forget where.
Certainly.
He needs one hand to come down.
Poor guy.
Well, Christian makes two pair on the river.
He had to check out of his hotel when he played on day one. He wasn't in a hotel for the night.
Oh, Mr. Chen just checking. Thinks he has enough showdown value here. Fortunately for him, it's not going to be that easy.
My drawing, there was
He almost looked over at Christian a little impatiently, like,
four of the guys got
let's get this hand over with, man.
Or sort of like a, what are you doing? You didn't bet turn. What are you trying to represent here?
Mhm.
Looks like he's really trying to stop his opponent from betting with his
Right.
eyes.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how you got the.
Yeah, you like make the 500.
Oh, so you did get your seat in this through that?
No,
No,
he didn't.
no.
He paid.
But it was funny. They were like,
I think
so
he's done
ecstatic.
with this
I was
hand.
all high fiving them. They're like, they were just jacked up.
Yeah.
Like I'm playing regardless, but it was.
I'm done predicting what he's going to do.
That's fair. He has surprised us one too many times.
This time he does let it go. Christian taking down the pot.
Safe money's on. We don't know what's about to happen.
Right, right. Those are the hardest players to play against.
Yeah.
Can't put them in a corner. Or in a little box.
Assuming that they're playing generally well. You can't figure out the rhyme or reason to what they're up to. It's
going to be a hard day.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a dude at my table when we were in the money that pulled the 50K free roll, and he like.
We
kinda
played every
forgot
day
about
except
the
day one
tournament.
together?
Or the 50K bounty.
All day 2 and 3, right?
Yeah.
Half day 2 and
You,
then
there was it was a mystery bounty when you were in the money too.
No,
Or
I don't think I
at
played
like
with you guys at
270
all.
people. So
Is that the biggest one? 50 they gave away?
there was 200.
But it's been a few tables.
And then,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
450.
we've been at the
A
same
shit ton.
tables a lot.
Yeah,
On
that's
three.
great. Yeah, I should have, gave that a shot.
Yeah, no, I
You're
didn't play
at
with you
home
all on
doing
day
that.
2. Or 1.
They had some pretty good satellites.
What does it feel like?
They had some good 3D satellites. Other than that, you just
AJ is like the coach, and Volpe is his defensive coordinator or something.
Really?
Some
It
like
looks like- no.
sub coaching job.
To me, it looks like AJ's the coach. Volpe is the owner of the team.
Oh, that works too.
Coming down with his understated all black.
Whatever
with
it
the
is,
one little eagle on his
Volpe
hat.
came ill-equipped as a Phillies fan to this table. He had no idea when he walked in that he was far and away the lesser of the Phillies fans.
Yeah.
Sorry, Eagles fans. I'm losing my mind over here. Philly sports fans. They really got a nice thing.
They're
going on.
crushing.
I mean, how much? That's like. That's still like. I mean, for them to spend that, like, what do you think they?
The only thing that could make this better is if somebody sat down next to Stu with a Bud Light hat on.
They could scary thing about it is when you play they're all governed, and there's a state minimum. It's probably 86%.
Just pass one to the next dealer.
Whatever they want.
That would be fantastic.
Which
The next dealer who resembles Stu in any way, we give him a Bud Light hat. And he sits down, he just looks at Stu and he goes, "Dad?"
Hang on, son, I'm bluffing.
He is often bluffing.
Glenn taking a stab at this, but unfortunately for him, Stu's got 2 pair in the big blind.
Shout out to Eric Comp in the chat who said, "This tournament is more fun without Helmuth." I don't even think Helmuth played this tournament, man. Or is that what you're trying to say? That's quite a statement.
Very random. And Glenn cutting out chips to fire a second barrel off here.
You have a good record, bro.
He's got a sliver of hope with that gutter.
More sample size.
That's fine. Keep the sample size.
Music to Stu's ears.
It's the best way to become a winner.
Queen River might be a reasonable one for Glenn to bluff as well. If we're talking about runouts where King 7 goes for it. Which is not a sentence I say that often.
And the river card is a 7.
That's also an interesting river. On this particular river, Glenn finds the smallest modicum of showdown value, maybe beating something like Ace 4 of clubs now. He may feel compelled to just showdown. That's right. I saw that look you gave me when I said modicum.
I think there's no R in that word.
Are you looking it up?
I think it's modicum.
No!
But just seriously, good try.
Oh, Jamie is not going to be happy about this one. He does check back, by the way. So at least my poker analysis is okay. Oh, Jamie will not be happy.
Nice spot for Stu. He's having a good level back from break.
Chat is just all about Helmuth right now.
God. Poor Joel. He just seems so deflated since that hand.
I mean, that was a tough one to take. You're essentially making a big hero fold. Because you would imagine you expect yourself to jam the ace, maybe the king of spades yourself, or bet them. So you never have those hands on the river. Jack of spades with another spade, too.
No way, too, so.
Becomes a very
This is the first time we're
mandatory
gonna do it today.
bluff catcher if
Maybe.
you think your opponent's bluffing enough. Now, most people probably don't bluff enough in that spot, but he happened to run into the guy who did, and it feels bad.
500.
AJ raising it up. Stu, interestingly, limping the 6 deuce off. I might have let that one go from the small blind.
Sure.
But maybe he's just trying to feel out these situations where it actually does get folded around to the blinds and see if AJ's going to actually punish him.
Yeah, you love testing your opponent, kind of saying to them, you know, blind versus blind conversation where they need to raise a lot of weaker hands to actually punish you. Like, all right, go ahead and find enough raises here.
Hands like I had 10s,
And we don't know if his
five.
opponent would have found enough raises. He raised pocket sixes,
They said
which
ace
is already a
king's not better
strong
than I
hand.
explained. I'm talking about right now. Ace king's number 14. He's made his 14th best hand right now.
If I get a chip, I might call. I don't know.
And I was looking at my phone, I'm breaking it.
For those of you who didn't catch the hand Joel played that I was just referring to, it will be in the highlight reel later tonight. I guarantee it. Check
Yeah,
out the
if you text my
WPT
phone,
channel
that's it. Well, they were just watching it right when we were on break.
in around 6 hours or so.
Or on every break.
Or scroll back a little bit, but it is a real treat.
Oh.
Wow, this is still kind of a big jam. I'm not sure if pocket sixes want to play a pot here. Under the gun 1, around 15 blinds. I think it's 14 blinds. Might start calling it 7s, even 8s. As you get deeper in the tournament, of course, that required hand
2.1.
strength goes up a little bit. Ace 10, kind of a similar hand class as 6s in terms of calling. He is in the big blind, so you're a little happier to call, but yeah, I think, yeah, this is nice. Maybe start calling around ace jack, ace queen, offsuit area.
Wow, since I played with Mr. Prodigy down there.
Get an orange juice with ice, please. Orange juice with ice.
And a queen. No,
Vodka or no vodka?
Some do.
No vodka?
Thank you.
That's a fun thing.
Lucky number.
Water.
You'd fold me.
Chad is just roasting me right now.
Reason that happened.
Ace Dog wrote, a modicum of vocabulary diversity. I deserve all of this. Somebody wrote, Jesse looks and brains, but spelled brains B-R-A-N-E-S. Brands. Mr. Chen's stack is taking quite a hit this level so far.
Is that 3 million in pink or 5? Can't see.
5.
It's 5?
Around 58, like
There's 2 barrels.
5.8, like.
I'm going to assume Volpe didn't look at his hand before he asked,
Here, you
since
can't tell at all.
I don't think he had any plans to continue with the ace-3 offsuit from the small line, but we don't know. He is quite creative, and if he finds some reason to think his opponent's weak, he will strike. Volpe colors outside of the lines,
Pink up there, though.
but in a very talented way.
No, you should have this here for sure.
This one.
Or, yeah.
Glenn heads up with Mr. Chen here, peeling out of the big blind, flopping
Yeah,
middle
it's
pair.
hard when you have like this much face. Like,
Yeah, yeah. And I'm a lefty, so
Wobbo.
It's just destroying me.
I was just gonna ask you golf. So you're one of the weird ones.
I mean, the best part is that you said the word incorrectly, and then you were like, did you hear me say that big word? And then you say it incorrectly again, and I was just going to let it go, but then you said it like 3 times. I just had to point that out.
With that said, the perfect comment Mitch Heich said, time to pop the question, Jesse. Yeah, I really got her right where I want her. Wooing her with the wrong words.
Charles Chapman, his name was. He played for NC State.
Mr. Chen firing a second time gets it done.
Like the Yogi Berra stuff and all that.
Gets Glenn to fold the best hand with his pair of sevens.
I was talking, I forget his name, to a guy from Toronto, and he's saying the 2 biggest moments.
This guy came back from breaking beast mode.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we were bullshitting with him earlier.
Yeah.
Sports history.
Kawhi Leonard and Joe Carter. He said the same
I don't
thing.
know if they're the biggest moments.
And
I told
as
him
we
Kawhi
said
Leonard
before,
didn't
we're
bother
down
me,
to
but I didn't think
32
he
left
had
in the
a chance
field.
anyway.
And
It
just
turned
an
out for
update for you guys on our
thought we were dead.
former featured table players.
I went to that.
Kind of a bit surprising. Michael Burke went out in 35th place.
Carter, I guess,
The day 4 chip leader. And quickly followed by Darren Rabinowitz in 34th place. So those two
That's just for Toronto.
No, he's saying
saw a
it's
payday of
the only World Series
101,000.
both of them. Ever. I mean, that is kind of true. That's a big deal.
How many chips did Burke leave the table with? I think he had like 8 million.
8 million. Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Yeah, the Kawhi thing.
Back to this table. Stu getting another pair of sevens, opening up in the hijack.
But he was saying it's like a top 5 sports all time. Like, no.
He's just quietly amassing heaps over there.
Truly.
Sixers.
Yep. Joel's got enough hand to defend, and we're going to see a flop.
Just sad process. Well, just made so many mistakes. I mean, they traded Jason Tatum in a first-round pick from Philadelphia.
Yeah.
He drafted.
Well, you know that.
Pretty safe feeling board for Stu.
Sort of motorcycle accident.
No value bet his pair.
In the draft.
Tatum.
No. Like completely, he couldn't shoot.
He goes as small as he can.
I'll fade.
No dice. At least he takes down. Small little pot.
They got 3 left.
Do you like?
Bad for a while. He was shooting. He was #1 pick, best player in college, and he was shooting air balls with the foul line.
It was though King 10.
It wasn't like we did something weird like
Oh,
a
yeah.
preview or whatever.
Might get in there a little bit
Yeah, that's what we're
versus the
talking
min
about.
bet.
Obviously, Simmons was #1 for sure. Like no.
Might
no
be a
range.
better hand to
Yeah. Three-time
continue
All-Star.
with than something like Ace 3.
Then we drafted Mikal Bridges, then traded him half an hour
Traded
later
him.
for Zaire Smith Milne.
And his mom worked
Right,
for.
his mom, yeah, so I mean, so like so everyone blames Embiid, which is like kind of fair. Like he deserves some of the blame, but it's like all the other stuff he did. He can't survive all those mistakes. Embiid.
He plays poker. Embiid.
I feel like they all do, and they're all terrible.
Not all, but a bunch
Not
of them
all?
gamble for sure.
Yeah.
Volpe looking down with a pair of queens. The cutoff. Excited to see him get involved.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Did you notice what we have in the corner there?
Oh, Glenn might be in there with the mystery hand.
Club WPT Gold Mystery Hand. Glenn's got a 3-bet.
We are 3-betting.
750.
Small 3-bet. The smaller you go, the more polarizing your range might be. So we're going to give Glenn... I was going to give him Ace-4 suited, but... That Ace-5 of diamonds rolling by our screen makes me want to change it up a little bit. Oh, he's on the button. All right.
Yeah, it's button versus cutoff. We're about 40 bigs deep.
There's a nice chunk of hands this could be. We could have something like Ace-8 or Ace-9 offsuit, potentially. Maybe the King-9 suited, Queen-9 suited, that sort of hand.
And we know Glenn is capable. We saw him squeeze earlier with the ace-5 offsuit on the button against 2 late positions, opened in a call.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how that
Volpe
makes our job a little
looks
more
like
difficult.
he's going to put in the 4-bet to 1.7 million. He's looking to get it in with his pocket queens.
Well, the more polar we think Glenn is, the more we're going to figure out if he has a very strong hand or a very weak hand in about 25 seconds or so, I would say. Giving his opponent a little look. Volpe's been around the block. He might not be giving up too much.
So what you're saying is you think 9s are out?
I just feel like pocket 9s would have flatted. They just hate life so much when they're 4-bet on this stack size. And sometimes it's nice to have some stronger hands in your range.
Yeah. King Jack 10 flop.
Peels the 4-bet. Very interesting flop.
Yeah. How do you proceed if you're Volpe? This is so awkward.
Very awkward. I think a very small bet size could make a lot of sense. You don't need to go particularly large because you should have almost no hands at 4-bet that don't interact with this board. And the ones that don't interact with the board still kind of interact with the board. If he has some sort of like ace-4, ace-5 suited type of hand, that still has a gut shot.
Check, check on the flop. Turns the 5 of clubs.
Check makes some sense too. Paul has to respect the fact that Glenn's 3-bet, call the 4-bet range also interacts with this board a ton. Glenn checked back awfully quickly, by the way.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Does a hand like pocket jacks check back that quickly? Does even pocket kings check back that quickly if it were to trap? I'm not saying you ever trap with pocket jacks, but if you do, I think you give it some serious thought. I feel like the snap check back is quite often something like king queen.
I was going to say,
suited.
I know it's one hand, but could they have the same hand?
It could be.
That makes a lot of sense in this scenario.
It could be. I think king queen suited might make a lot of sense. The problem is there's only one combo left. You would have to have specifically king queen of diamonds. Shit. I mean, king queen of diamonds might even bet. It just has so much equity.
Tiny little bet on the turn here by Glenn.
Yeah.
400K. Paul quickly calls. Feels weird calling him Paul.
It does.
It's just Volpe.
The Volpster. He was known as Paul G's back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn now finding another bet. This is very interesting line, right? You check back flop very quickly. You bet tiny on the turn, and now you're betting not a chunky bet on the river, but, you know, around half pot, a little less than half pot. Does this add up if you're Volpe?
I mean, we never really talked about aces, but that is a potential hand for Glenn as well, right?
That would make some sense, I think. I can't stop thinking about how this feels so much like ace-king. I mean, sorry, king-queen.
Yeah.
But I would be a little surprised if king-queen would bet this small on the turn. I guess it's possible. Could it be like a really careful Jack 10 suited? Something along those lines. I don't know.
I feel like that's a flat pre. He doesn't 3-bet call 4-bet with
You would
that
think
pre.
so.
Yeah.
You would think so. I'm struggling here.
Production guys are really getting us with these mystery hands.
This is a great mystery hand. Paul looking for some live tells now. I don't know if you caught him just snap his head over while he play with his chips. It's like the betting operations don't make a lot of sense from Glenn, but at the same time, yeah.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness.
I was going to say at the same time, it's difficult to think of a hand that doesn't hit the board in some way, shape, or form. 8-7 suited. There you go. There you go.
Glenn.
I think the stream went out during that hand.
Oh my god.
There's no way to watch it back.
What do you mean?
Hope so.
The 8-7 of clubs.
That was a wild one.
I mean, he went so tiny on the turn, and then not that big on the river either.
Hope so.
Yeah.
Sounds like bluffing.
And
I think that was the goal.
You know, sometimes you
Make
just
it sound
struggle
like he
to
was
find a
bluffing.
hand that your opponent's representing.
We'll find out soon.
But it's also somewhat difficult to find
I would've
bluffs,
called
so you
pre.
just sort of pitch it in.
That
and
was-
say nice hand if you did find a bluff.
Wow.
I don't know. I really
Queens, I guess.
I do not envy Volpe being in that spot. That was a very difficult hand.
situation, actually. And I didn't have any diamond.
And Glenn just looks like he has no Fs to give. And he's just like, all right, next hand.
Yeah. Truly.
I'm giving a full dice game.
Mr. Chen.
Wow, that hand truly stunned me. I can't believe he showed up with the 8-7. That's
you know,
some wild stuff.
Good job.
My man is loose over here.
Value bet? Sorry? Value bet or no?
Volpe won't be thrilled when he finds out what his opponent had either. He had him right where he wanted him pre-flop. Managed to hold. Unfortunately found the run out where he felt compelled to fold. This just became interesting, by the way. Fifth spade on the river. Mr. Chen gonna take a shot at this. I like this. Just realizing his hand probably doesn't have enough showdown value, but nice one to turn into a bluff.
You gonna tell me?
Easily getting it through. Well done.
What do you think of it?
Always a good fold for Colin.
I was joking about the stream being out, by the way.
Yeah,
You will see it.
We know.
Yeah.
I didn't know what you meant at first. Like, we were talking about something else.
I'm gonna guess he rivered a set.
Wow.
Pull out ace king, I don't know though. Weird hand.
That was an awfully tricky hand. I think the thing that really set me off about that hand was how quickly his opponent checked the flop back. It's just hard to give him credit for too many hands. And when you have two queens in your hand, the one that makes the most sense is incredibly blocked. Oh, wow.
Here we go.
Joel ripping it in with ace-king from the cutoff, looking for a call. Unfortunately for him. expects to have his opponents dominated a healthy chunk of the time, but
Christian with the queens. Cold calls on the button. AJ letting the fives go. They're commiserating with Mr. Paul G's.
Would you call it if I shove?
And Joel's going to flick in the 25K.
At some point. You're not giving enough answers. If you gave more answers, he'd ask less questions, I feel.
Yeah.
Joel says just take all of them.
Yep. He's going to tank his way down, hopefully making a pay jump of an extra $20,000 here. 32 left in the field.
In the process.
When 31 remain.
Good flop from him.
You get 20,000 extra dollars, so.
I mean, I guess. Kind of good.
Yeah, I mean,
better
than
All
average.
these extra time banks he hasn't used could potentially be worth 20,000. We don't know.
Something to consider when you're lollygagging around with a hand you know is a fold earlier in the tournament. You don't want to point out that lollygag doesn't have a G in it?
I feel like lollygag is your middle name.
My middle name is Danger.
Oh boy. Joel has just had a heck of a time at this feature table. Came in strong. Lost that one big pot that we're going to just blast on the highlight reel.
I think that's the final time chip. I wonder if you're allowed to say, hey, listen, when the clock gets to 0, I'm not folding, I'm in. Just so you could never screw up the flicking in of the chip.
I think that might make things complicated.
I mean, I don't know how complicated it can get. You're just like, hey, at 1 second, I call.
Yeah, yeah.
Highly doubt anyone's going to screw it up anyways. But.
Yeah. Okay, he finally flicks it in. Joel looking for one of 6 outs.
6 of spades.
Needs an ace or a king for that double up and to remain in this 10K main event. He's come so far.
Oh, I thought that was a jack of spades.
It's at the final 4 tables here. Can he stay in it? River card?
Good game.
Not to be. Good game, Joel. What a run. Congratulations on your 6-figure score. I know it's bittersweet right now, but that is a nice run.
Man, I have a feeling that jack deuce hand's going to leave him thinking for a while. That would leave me thinking for a while.
Well, while we change dealers, allow me to remind you, sign up now to ensure your invite into Club WPT Gold's first online meetup games, coming in January of 2025. Don't miss your chance to play with Phil Ivey, Brad Owen, Rampage, Juan Liu, and more of our WPT ambassadors over on clubwptgold.com. If you haven't already signed up, you can use the promo code YouTube. Make your account today. So we are officially down to 31. Everybody guaranteed $121,000 now. And Volpe.
Yeah, he was saying might have folded the best hand. I said I don't think
Coming
so.
in with one of my favorite hands, King 10 suited from under the gun-1.
It's I folded 2 6s.
This is a great hand.
It's like right there. I don't know.
Glenn, we're going to back-to-back just go after my man?
Glenn just like
Jeez.
salivating, just
Glenn
ready.
Glenn smells blood, dude.
You only have the one stack.
He's like,
He was really.
you just kick him while he's down type of guy.
Yeah.
Christian with pocket fours in the cutoff and all the chips decides to come along.
That would have been like when.
Ooh, nice little squeeze opportunity here for Mr. Chen.
Be like when somebody gets caught returning to the scene of a crime, you know? If you were to 3-bet that ace-9 offsuit.
Wabo.
I have to imagine Mr. Chen finds a 3-bet here. Little awkward with Paul's stack size.
925.
Oh, love this guy.
Yeah, he's great.
Action Chen.
Action Chen.
He also just looks unassuming. So the fact that he's just so gangster at heart in all of these spots is the perfect combo for him to get away with it a lot.
For sure. I really feel in my heart like that 7-6 bluff would have worked on the river.
Against Stu earlier.
Yeah. We also don't know. We don't know if he would have run it.
Yeah, we don't know. Gets rid of Volpe. Are you pitching the fours for this price, or are you gonna?
Yeah, I think you want to. It's just so hard to play post flop with any sort of visibility. You do have position, which is. Oh no, I'm sorry.
No,
you don't have position.
No, yeah. Christian reaching for chips.
Christian is down to splash around.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
When did Christian sneak his way back up to 23 million, by the way? Did you?
It's crazy how the charge can be so bad.
That was a
so
4.
one coach can just-
King Jack 5 rainbow. Excuse me, 2 diamonds. Action Chen flopping middle
575.
pair.
King Jack 4 would have been some wild stuff.
Yeah. C-bet takes it down.
Shock one up to the Chen man.
Crushing them. It's fun to watch players who just like mash the aggressive button at every turn.
Now I'm sad.
Just
Yeah.
when you think they're out.
No, no.
Just
I'm
mash
just saying
the
that,
raise
like,
button.
As he raised, I was like thinking.
For a lot of us, one
no,
big
it's
bluff.
sweet
we need
when
to
you're like,
Well, I had
take a
5, so I
breather.
was like, kind of like
2 or
I
3 in a
come
row. We might
Yeah.
need to take an hour walk.
makes it very easy to fold when anybody.
well, of
folds.
course, yeah.
So he had the doom switch. We were telling me.
Yeah, he was gone. He was-
Yeah.
That was his hand.
So I was fine.
Yeah, if I made that very tight fold on the button, he would have been.
If you made like the tightest fold since the WSOP final table.
Yeah.
Since that fold.
Pre-final table.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
It was
10
right before. That's
10
why.
left or whatever, yeah.
That's why it happened.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's technically, it was the unofficial final table. It was
Right.
10 left, right? Yeah.
But he wanted to make it
Yeah, yeah.
official. He gave up his shot at a bracelet to make it official, and then he got the bracelet. Wild.
Sick way to do it.
Yeah.
I think they're talking about Tamayo's Queen's fold.
Raise 425,000.
Aaron coming back to life with the ace king off on the button.
Ace check.
Oh, not that.
Picking a larger size here. He's saying, look,
37.
if you want to play some of your trash that's, you know, clearly live against my ace king, it's going to cost you. Also, maybe you want to play more 3-bets against my big size.
I said something like that. Nita
I honestly like that sizing
Yeah,
at
I
this
busted.
kind of table,
Lucky
where everybody's
27.
playing, you know,
The guy who had the, he had the
You're correct.
borderline hands
Not the
every
five.
once in a while.
Yeah.
Not the
Not a
five.
big
raise
pocket.
button.
It's got to
You're not gonna call it deuce or three.
He calls.
Not
with
gonna
jack,
call him.
deuce of spades in the big one.
You should raise
Queen,
two at the
5, 3 with 2 spades.
I mean,
I bet
big
he check
betting.
raises me.
Should raise the four.
I raise like 3x that. On the
Tough
flop.
stop for you.
right.
Turns is 7 of spades. So
Six
it's a
million.
flush. He checked. I
Different
checked.
people.
River was a 9 of spades.
Hope he's
and
getting the
4
rundown
spades.
on that
Checked,
bluff.
and come all in for
You've
2.6
been
From
million.
AJ.
just well behaved enough.
You're
So
going
I'm just
wild
saying,
out there, huh?
If you raise, I might still call you honest.
Yeah. Pretty crazy
From nine,
for sure.
925.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, so if he folded that, like, I don't think
Yeah,
he's
you
going
have
to
to
Yeah.
jam
I
15
have
bigs,
40
whatever it
big
was, with worse than
Gotta
ace
be
10.
50, 50, 43.
How many time chips did he burn that hand? 4?
AJ waking up with pocket jacks in the small. After Stu has opened his button with king 8 off.
$1,050,000.
And these two are starting to set up a dynamic where it's very aggressive. Last time they folded
Number
around to
4.
the small blind. Stu limps. AJ raise. Stu folds.
Some way more than the other. I said I was up here
You know,
yesterday.
these
for
are the
2
type
hours.
of
I got ace, 10, and
situations that
9,
always
so I'm best
remind
doing
me. In those rare times you have a
guys.
table where the same guy seems to be
How long
3
did we play
betting
down
you,
to 2 before we came up there?
raising you, bluffing
We
you
came up
post.
during a level.
Like, I think
No.
this guy's coming
No, we
after
didn't come
me.
up after you.
Yeah,
Sometimes
we
people
just
just
played
get
2,
card
right?
distribution
Yeah,
against the
that's
same
correct.
player
Yep.
over and over
I mean,
again.
you only got, yeah, you
And that's
really got
going to
shows to it,
happen
right?
across
And
your
the double.
lifetime many times.
Yep.
So, patiently waited for your rush.
Of course, that person could just be bluffing you, but I think it's more likely that they just happen to get a bunch of hands.
Excuse me.
They're aware that you're getting sick of it, you know? At some point,
Yeah, pocket 7.
No, we do have pocket 7.
Yeah, I don't get it maximum.
You did not. Could have gone all in on the turn.
Yeah.
I understand trapping.
Yeah, but
In case he's
I
bluffing.
mean, yeah, I mean, he could have this king, right? I mean, but he don't value that.
Paul gets to play a pot with his new nemesis.
Right? Yeah. So, if it's you just say them. I mean,
Glenn has the type of hand that could ISO. It's so bad you don't mind turning that one into a bluff. He decides to check back. Maybe rightfully assumes that Volpe could be a little sick of him already.
to be batting, call, out of position. Look pretty strong.
Quick bet and a take it for Volpe. I just want to see Volpe's reaction when he sees that Glenn had the 8-7 of clubs that hand.
13 million.
You know, in those sort of
At that
spots,
point anyway.
I'm often not
Think
even
that was
mad.
the
I'm
best.
just
I think
kind of happy to see that somebody found a bluff. It's so easy to just not show up with any hands that actually found a bluff.
I'm going to call BS on you for that.
No,
You're not going to be mad?
I mean, I'd be mad at myself for not finding the call.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
But I almost, you know, I'm a little happy to see that.
Yeah.
A nice bluff is always nice to
325?
see. You don't want it in your direction.
Yeah.
But
You just respect the guy for doing it.
yeah,
Got it.
you respect the play. Now, do I let them know I respect the play? Absolutely not. I stand up and I say that was garbage. You got lucky.
Flip the table.
Yeah.
All right, here we have Christian peeling the big blind, the old 5-3 suited. Interesting flop. AJ flopping top pair. Christian open-ended.
250.
This is one of those hands that could go either way. And you often like to leave it up to the situation, the opponent you're up against, in terms of which choice you make.
Christian electing to call this time. Checks it over to him once again on the 8 of diamonds turn. Quick check back from Andrew. While controlling. And River gives Christian 6-high straight. And I have to imagine he could go quite large and get paid here.
Mm-hmm.
Goes slightly over pot.
Not too difficult to think of a number of hands your opponent could be bluffing with. spades very easy to find, something like, you know, Jack 5 of spades. But also, a pair could turn itself into a bluff, something like 4-3.
Well, the way I played this, I'm supposed to call you.
He's absolutely right, but Andrew seems to have these really nice sort of exploits that he's displayed so far.
I just can't imagine folding this after the hand went this way on the turn.
I think what he might be thinking is, look, what are you trying to get me to fold when you do have a bluff? Is it like an ace-jack type of hand? And if so, do you really bet that big?
Yeah.
Or is this more likely just a strong value hand that's trying to get the maximum out of me? He does find the call, and that's, you know, no one's going to fault that call. It's one of the best hands he arrives at the river with.
Even more chips. Going Christian's way to add to that castle.
I mean, this has just been such a day for Christian.
Did you
I
actually?
wonder what he came into the day with.
Or you just?
Good question.
Yes.
He started the day with 6.5 million.
Wow. He started the day in top 10 chip stack.
Thank you.
Position. He's nearly quadrupled his stack since then.
$300.
Two raises, 305.
Polly, jeez.
We get a player on each table with a head start or find up some great job. Whatever I said, I was going to say that head start on each table is a great job.
How will Paul approach this one? Definitely merits to checking or betting here. Betting often the easier play because checking just opens up the doors for your opponents to start bluffing at the pot, and you don't have quite enough hand to defend against a high level of aggression.
Andrew, going nowhere.
Also, side benefit to betting, sometimes you get called by worse. This feels very much like a check-check type of card.
Check.
The king is kind of in both players' ranges to some extent. Paul's not going to expect AJ to have too many kings when he check calls outside of ace-king.
There's time for eagle on eagle violence, huh?
Eagle on eagle violence, he said.
Check. Check.
Could have the best hand.
Indeed.
It's cool.
Hope he wins at Showdown. For those wondering about the rest of the field, we do have some other big names. Brian Yoon, Chris Moorman, still in the mix. 30 left in the field.
Wow. Beat you, and by the way, one of those guys who's just such a phenomenal poker player.
Chance, you had the same hand.
Come on, don't.
Made a lot of training videos several years ago. It became immediately clear just how talented and intelligent he is.
For private games.
Rarely plays poker. Has been just kind of chilling. He'll show up for an important tournament or two. Maybe he rips one off for $3 million. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, he's definitely got a good shot at it with only 30 left. Also, for those who were tuned in earlier for our first very chatty, very action-packed feature table, Jonathan Willis, a.k.a. Jaunty, got heaps in this now.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go, Jaunty.
Gone crazy. It's this boy, Bo Nix. ODB loves him.
Oh.
The Auburn guy, and he's got like a
He's a
necklace.
what guy?
Auburn guy. Auburn.
Oh, Auburn.
Yeah.
Right.
He's been propping him up all year. Like, so.
Well, he started off kind of slow, right?
There was one game he was like 7 for 15 at the half, like -7 years. He played better like those 2 months.
I mean, of the...
Yeah, 10-4. A little too dusty to defend against the likes of Christian for Aaron, so he lets it go.
Yeah, I'll probably take.
You can't. We can't trade.
It's tough to contend with the level of power Christian has displayed today.
Poor Aaron.
Both in playing well and very much so in his run good.
He's been
10-4,
very
not the kind of firepower you want to bring.
He's been very patient. Aaron has in the seat 9 next to the dealer. After that one big hand with pocket eights against Christian, kind of went a little crazy with his pocket eights. But Christian just had it that time, and ever since then he's slowly trying to build his way back up into a formidable stack size. But really just hasn't got a lot going since that double up before break. Oh.
Oh, we got a little commotion.
That sounded like Cuz.
That sounded a lot like Cuz.
Yeah. I'm not sure who that was.
It's like Irvin Regatta, the professional. Professional.
I mean, I've been there, but I don't.
He's been around since I've been playing poker. He's like a Japanese guy. He wears a suit, and you just hear him scream probably 10 times a day. Professional. He's playing like 1-3 no limit. When he like makes a hand, professional.
That's amazing.
Literally.
What?
Been there forever.
I don't know what type of hand I would have to win to be going that nuts still. The entire ballroom can hear you.
At a 1-3 game, no less. I mean, that's an epic person.
Every time I look up there, it's like a 20-yard play.
That guy should have Paul speak at his wedding. Tell that exact story.
I'm pretty sure. I think so. I can't think of it. I'm trying to think of it.
Unfortunately, he's not having a wedding because he's married to the game, baby.
To be checking like good hands with.
Christian taking down another small pot after he c-bets. Gets the fold out of the big blind. The 9-9 deuce board.
Queens.
Well, if it wasn't feeling real at the start of the day, it's got to feel real now. Yeah. Only a few tables left.
I should have called.
Are we playing 8-handed tables at this point? We are, right?
Really, like check sets on that flop.
I'm not sure if that's what they're capping it at.
Yeah, there's no hand. Unless aces. That's
If we are, that means we're down to 4 tables.
Right.
Very few feelings in life better than watching the table numbers dwindle of a huge field tournament.
Here comes Volpe, raising to 300, the 10-9 suited under the gun.
So what'd you have? 8s or something? 7. 7-8 off?
7-8 suited, really? That's really high.
Paul just got the info about the 7-8 suited.
Obviously.
Mid-hand, by the way.
Yeah.
Not the time you want to be getting that.
Right.
That sort of information.
Good hand. Pretty good, though.
Fortunately, gets it through. Now we can go take a nice 2-hour walk. Who am I kidding? He'll probably play the next hand. as well as it can be played.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you need 25 at the end of this level?
I'm not sure if Volpe plays full time anymore, but if he's not, like I think then
Take you over.
one hand like that's not going to bother him nearly as much.
Yeah. And if he is, he's in the zone. One hand can't change a man of Volpe's stature.
Let's go, Mr. Chen, picking up ace king.
I thought he fired in a limp with that level of physical aggression.
Oh, Aaron. He's spending extra long time, like looking at his, every time he peels his hand these days, it's like looking at it extra long. He's just begging the poker gods to make it actually have a hand to play.
Yeah.
I know that feeling. These two becoming rivals. Stu in position, peeling the 10-9 suited. Not much there for him on this flop, though. What?
I feel like
I'll
I've
let it
been
go.
excited to watch Stu have some creative lines, and these flops have just been so far away from him.
Yeah.
That we haven't been able to see anything exciting or
Yeah.
perhaps out of line, which we've grown accustomed to see Stu venture into.
He really hasn't needed to get out of line on this table. I mean, people are just putting in chips. You know, he's not really having to drag it out of their stack. So
sure,
he's just playing pretty well. And back-to-back hands for Chen. Pocket queens now. Under gun one.
Perhaps a very malleable Stu who can
Aaron
adjust
just
well to
staring
an
at his-
aggressive table.
Just staring at those cards like, once again, I don't have a hand.
Aaron loves a good slow peel, man. I got a feeling Aaron has spent some time at the baccarat table.
Still have no idea how to play that game.
It's probably for the better.
All right, Glenn. He's got a defendable hand in the big blind, 10-6 suited.
What are we playing tonight? 16? 16?
8 million chips in front of him.
Fairly certain that Glenn would have 3 or 4 million maximum if he hadn't found those two quite creative bluffs.
Right. He's really earned his chips today.
175.
Not a lot working for Glenn here. Not even a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah,
You round it to the closest?
Yeah,
Don't round it up.
Close.
They don't have 8.
I've definitely closest.
Definitely closest.
Because A was
I've
the
never seen it.
These young kids are trying to bet like 1.9, 0.9.
Well, yeah, because online.
It happens
online
like
they never
sometimes.
color it up.
Right. I mean, obviously, like when it's like 100K and they bet 80, then it's a
I end
no-brainer.
all
It
my
has to-
bets in 1-1-1.
8 was lucky number. That's what I'm thinking about. Oh,
Oh, I see. Lucky.
okay.
Do you have a lucky hand?
Pretty lucky.
Pretty lucky hand.
Beautiful lady.
Beautiful lady.
Excuse me.
Aaron has had enough. He just left the table. He's tired of looking down at trash. He's going to go take a walk instead. Meanwhile, AJ opening up King Jack offsuit in the cutoff. Volpe looking down at a pair of threes from the button. On just over 30 bigs. Decides to peel.
Number one.
Eagle on eagle violence, round 2.
Seems unavoidable at this point. What a flop it is.
Ace, ace, ace.
This hand could actually play out somewhat similarly to the last one where
Check.
AJ check calls flop, and then they both feel like they have enough showdown value to just sort of
Check it
knuckle.
down.
Yeah. Barring different runouts, of course, but AJ just getting pipped a little bit in this situation.
Volpe bets slightly more than a big blind.
Yeah, quite small here. I might even want to go a little bit larger. I think front-loading aggression a little bit makes a lot of sense because, especially with a hand like this where there aren't a lot of turn and river runouts where you're happy betting your hand for value again. Also, the triple ace board.
Oh, surprising.
Yeah, versus such a small bet, too.
AJ lets it go for just 200K in chips. And Volpe will take that one down.
That is quite surprising.
You almost won a 3-bet.
Thought about it.
Volpe
Did you bet the
admitting
trips?
that
What's that?
he did consider 3-betting those pocket threes.
I didn't hear what you said. Did you bet what?
Did you bet the trips?
Trips bet. That's what Tyke's holding me saying.
He did. I get an ace.
Oh, there it is.
Ace 4 of suited, I think.
Discipline.
I had a nice pair. Spectacular pair.
I had a nice pair. Better than twos. Sounds like a car dealer. Used car dealer. It's a really nice pair. We can get you in a nice pair. Way better pair than twos.
$1.225.
Let's freaking go, Mr. Chen. Volpe opening from the cutoff. Mr. Chen said,
Did you say 1-2-2-5?
let's make it more. The ace 4 offsuit in the big.
This is in that wheelhouse of hands that wouldn't mind being a 3-bet from the big blind. You see it a lot more from the ace 3, ace deuce, because you just want to use your worst ace x that doesn't play as well post, but I'm sure this hand gets in there some small amount.
Let's
and look at that, you're getting ace 6 suited to fold.
Oh, that's
He shows the ace.
Another one is so bad. Really bad. Same hand.
So bad, you said?
I saw the best one. So.
The best one.
He said it looked like ace 4.
Ace 4.
Action Chen did it again.
I had an
Beast
ace.
mode.
Really?
Chopping.
Folded up
Chop.
ace. Yeah, probably chop. Good bluff. Good bluff. I'm getting bluffed nonstop.
Come on, I have the aces.
You're only
How
supposed
big
to
your
bluff
kick
good
is?
players, right?
Ace 10?
No.
Stu coming in
Me?
from under the gun with pocket
Ace
sevens
6 of
for a
hearts.
raise. As you look at the graphic in the top left corner of your screen, the field is down to 29. Michael Perroni, who was on our feature table for the last little bit, goes out in 30th place. Mr. Chen is on fire. King 10 suited in the small blind.
Whoa.
Let's it go.
That was not expected from Mr. Chen, no
Maybe hearts are unlucky to him.
less. I mean, that could very well be the reason, for all I know. Quite surprised by that, not just because I would have personally V-pipped the hand, but
Yeah,
I
just
would
throw.
never have expected Mr. Chen to throw it away of all
No.
people.
At least flicking a call and see a flop.
I thought a 3-bet was coming.
Same. Ace Jack 4 rainbow. Little life for Aaron.
Boy, Aaron has been awfully patient.
You can almost feel an internal storm brewing with him. Every hand that he just had to look at. Slowly getting more and more tilted, but he's remained calm. King on the turn.
King on the turn certainly complicates matters for Aaron. Still has one of the better hands he arrives at the turn with.
You're saying if Scott continues?
Yeah. Scott does make a number of strong hands on the king. Because it's very conceivable that Scott just c-bets 100% of his range on the flop. So pocket kings, king jack, even king 4 suited are all still possibilities for Scott. That said, Aaron has a well above average hand. Very high up, if you would list all of the hands he arrives at the turn with. So this would be a very exploitable fold by him.
Deliberating about this turn bet.
He's taking some big breaths. I don't know what he's about to do, but I would think call would be the most likely outcome. Wow, just lets it go.
Sue's second barrel is going to get it done. Turning his sevens into a bluff, getting the best hand to fold. Well done.
Such a massive win to have any ace fold there to that size, but a hand as strong as ace 9. Man. I'm not so sure that chat's going to be in love with that fold.
Don't give him that. Don't give him that.
AJ with the ace 4 suited, he has
just
seen his
good
stack
fold and
dwindle this level. Doubled up to 8.2. Not a lot going his way ever since. Had that one pot with top pair where his opponent made a straight on the river. He was forced to pay off.
Glenn coming in for a raise with the Jack 10 suited. Christian looking down a pocket pair. Coming along from the cutoff.
The way that Mr. Chen looks at his cards and then sits up straight, I always feel as if the 3-bet's coming. Even when he just mucks them right away. There's something magical about that, man.
Yeah. Never know what's coming. Ace 8-5 on the flop. These two are heads up.
Yeah.
By the way. I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know either. Looks like
I think I might have been a frozen.
Oh, it's frozen.
But it didn't move from 21 turn. No, it's not frozen.
No,
This is kind of anyone's flop to win. Advantage probably in Christian's court, having the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw position.
They said it's good. That was so bizarre.
I think it was a free kick. Field goal.
Yeah, the
Take a fair
last.
catch.
Oh, look at it. Yeah.
Last second half.
His opponent will make that as difficult
be
as
the last play of
possible.
the half.
You made it by like a friggin' mile.
Continuation bet. Yeah, he's going nowhere.
That was
It's a nice sticky call.
You can fair catch it, and you can kick from that spot.
So
Fair catch any punt, and you can fair catch from that punt with no pressure. It's like a,
that's like
You often see players continuation bet far too often on these ace-high boards out of position, and they really need to respect their opponent's range and the fact that their opponent has position. And if you're able to float at a very high frequency, you can have a lot of success against that type of player. Finding the second barrel, though, this will probably get through.
I think because you can return it, like if it's short, so they were just like prepared to.
Glenn does fire 750.
I think this is a very interesting combo to use. He doesn't block any of the backdoor flush draw type of floats. And he does have blockers to the ace-jack, ace-10, which are some of the stronger ace-x hands that Christian would show up with here. So just very cool combo to use.
told you it couldn't be a kickoff because the score is the same.
Gets
So
it
it's not a
done.
kickoff. That's why I said I think it's pretty good.
Great hand.
I didn't hear what
I
you
said close one.
I think out of all the players we've seen today across both feature tables, Glenn has really worked the hardest for his chips. He hasn't really connected too often, and he just makes these bluffs work. He picks his squeeze spots pre-flop well, and
Fourth quarter.
it's paying dividends.
Yeah, it's interesting because here he found a very
He didn't do it with
savvy
8 minutes left in the same
type of
spot.
hand to bluff with. In the
Yeah.
other spot, the
And then they didn't
ace-5,
use
he
any
found a
timeouts
hand
when
that
Buffalo
never
was
should be
driving to get a
bluffing,
field
but
goal.
maybe
Should use
recognized
timeouts for
a
sure.
great situation to have too many
Yeah,
bluffs.
he needs like an analytics guy or something. He's a good coach, like a hype man.
So
or something. I don't know.
possibly showing off
Sirianni has that same thing in him.
a
Like,
lot of
that's
skills.
like,
Yeah.
it's gonna-
Also could be
Somehow,
running
and I
good
believe
in
like,
some ways. I don't
fair
know.
aggression, it's like a poker. Whatever.
But I
Fair
would
play,
lean
aggression's better, but
towards
still, you can't go too far.
Right.
showing off.
He just pops out the 3. Okay, we have a tell on Mr. Chen. He loves throwing out the 3 chips with pocket queens in that exact way.
I just want to see him limp that way so bad.
Actually, Christian one orbit ago did ask him, "What is your favorite hand?" He said, "The ladies." Here he is with the ladies once again. AJ
Reminds
peeling.
me of Ren Lin.
Yeah.
The Lady Gaga.
The Lady Gaga. King 3 deuce rainbow. Nothing much for AJ there.
175.
Mr. Chen, quickly. That's 175. That'll do it.
You could have bet 25.
Big fan
chips,
of his.
Not even 25,000 and won that pot.
Yeah,
There's
I'm a
the
big
ace-6
fan of
offsuit.
Mr. Chen.
Yeah, he is fun.
I just want to give him like a bow tie and what else?
Keep in mind that you're trying to give him an outfit that fills the role of a nickname you've just given him
I know.
30 minutes ago.
I know.
In his mind, he is not Mr. Chen. He's not trying to.
Hua bow. Hua bow? Hua bow.
Hua Bao?
They always do
Something
those
like
pretty
that,
quick.
yeah.
Hua Bao.
They do them pretty quick. Those always.
He got a lot of players. Got like 100 and.
I don't know.
He means in general, like.
I'm saying like.
The
They're-
25K
they're-
buying?
They're always like 2 days, pretty much 25K.
Yeah, they're
stops
turbos.
or whatever.
They're
Yeah,
turbos.
that's how they want them. To,
What's the
He's
level?
check off from the hijack.
I think it's just 40-minute levels throughout.
Let's make
Yeah,
it 3 in a
probably
row
do
for
it.
Mr. Chen.
1 hour level.
Is it?
Oh, really?
What'd you say?
It must be. There's 43 minutes on the clock now.
Oh, there you go. Maybe it's
Just quick. Then
Might have been 40
structures.
early. Might have been 40 early.
40
and
day
then 60.
1, hour day 2.
Probably skip a couple of levels.
What clock are you even looking
AJ with
Yeah,
pocket
it's not
queens.
It's not structured
It's
like this.
over-
Have a little green one on
Nope.
the table.
Oh, I see.
Laptop,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And for him, they could not come any sooner. He has been dwindling hard this level.
Million.
I mean,
Who about? Nice. Snap fold. Just has the inkling that AJ is a tricky player, can run some bluffs, but has been quite fitter fold pre-flop so far. This is another great table. We've really had.
We've luck boxed our feature tables today.
Yeah.
Interesting hands, interesting gameplay. Nobody's too ABC. People mixing it up. And nobody seeming too timid about getting the chips in the middle.
Not whatsoever.
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow is when people start to tighten up once the final table is within reach.
Yeah.
But
definitely once you start getting down to 18 players, 15 players, certain players will tighten up quite a bit.
oh. Spot for Volpe here.
Yeah.
Christian opening under the gun.
Kind of imagine this just goes in. He's got 32 blinds.
Besides just peel. Gonna overcall.
33 blinds even. Yeah, peel is certainly an option, especially as we get this deep. It's just so nice to pick up the free 6.5 blinds, 7 blinds. Whenever your opponents fold.
These animals are playing 4-way flops over here.
And not have
can't
to
be on the
face
road doing
situations like this.
Yeah, he gets outflopped here by Christian. And in general, is just going to find it hard to continue in a 4-way pot.
Yeah, 9's such a good hand to squeeze all in because you deny equity to so many combinations of hands that are flipping versus you but can't call the all in. The king queens, queen jack suiteds, jack 10 suiteds, all of those hands. It's so hard to play against out of position post flop with pocket 9s. Feels very likely to just check around 3 times if players remain unimproved. Everyone has just enough of it that they can hope to win a showdown. The ace changes that a little bit. Now certain hands feel not good enough to win. They might actually go for it. For instance, Stu could take a shot at this pot. He might prefer to have some kind of blocker to the board.
It's so
9s.
tough when you're 4-way.
I beat 9s.
Absolutely.
Check, 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 check. For the fucking squeeze. That's right.
Here we'll be talking about how he should have squeezed.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary because you're starting to approach that stack size where if your opponent wakes up with better, you
feel bad for punting.
Yeah, it's a bit result-oriented to feel bad about it, but you begin to think about how you could have played it differently. But realistically, I just think that jam is the play. You pick up too many chips when your opponent's folding. You deny way too much equity. Really feels bad when ace king 10 offsuit finds the win
Takes down
against
the
you.
pot, yeah.
Travis win. Travis win.
Shout out to Eric Comp in the chat who says Jesse likes the min click.
came
You know I do, bro.
His boy came second. I think that's his
Love to click it at minimum amounts.
He said he's a
In a wide variety of games, too.
25K, yeah. That's what he said earlier.
500.
Travis, 500. Your boy came second?
Not sure, but it does feel like we have a break coming up soon.
Yeah, we have a little less than 10 minutes before this level is over. And we're going to go to the outer tables and take a look at our next feature table to make it to the stage. After that break, looks like we have an all-in moment here. Not sure who's all in and called, but you can see we've got a line of killers there. Chris Moorman, Alex Queen, Brian Yoon, all in a row. Makita, Fatsiakuski.
Makita, did you see the stack? Makita looks like he's
Got
pretty short stacked over there.
Yep, he's got one stack of red, one stack of green.
That's like 2.5 million.
Yeah.
Did you see the stack in front of Mormon?
That table is going to be epic.
That's going to be epic.
I cannot wait to watch that table.
I mean, I'm rooting for Makita to double through somebody with a lot of chips just so we get all 4 of
Yeah.
them.
If you guys are big fans of poker, tournaments in particular, make sure you stick around for this next break and this next feature table because that is going to be wild to watch.
But by the way, if you're just a fan of Chris Moorman, that stack, it looked like he had 18 to 20 million over there. Let's go.
Back-to-back final tables?
Back-to-back
Possibly?
Moorman.
I really don't want to jinx him, but he looks like he's well on his way. As we finish up with these players, who we've had a lot of fun with as well. Here comes Christian, 3-betting the small blind with ace-9 offsuit against Glenn's open on the button. Unfortunately for him, Glenn actually has a really decent hand with ace-queen.
He's deep enough that there is real consideration here. Peeling makes a lot of sense as you keep in a number of dominated hands that you get to play in position against.
Like this one.
Yeah, this is a great situation for him now. Of course, his opponent might find a bluff down the road, and then you're a little sad that you allowed that to happen. Or he might find a 9, but if the board had come something like ace high or queen 9, you just make so much money in those situations. And most of the time they just continuation bet on some blank board, you call, and then you get the showdown, you beat the hand.
1-9.
Christian continuing for 1,000,000 chips on the 4-3 deuce spot. 4-3 deuce flop.
Glenn's gonna be going nowhere. Not only has he picked up a gut shot here, but he knows he has a number of hands dominated as well. The final piece of the puzzle of just calling pre-flop is that while Glenn probably feels like he has the best hand quite often, if he were to 4-bet and get it in, you're just going to be in a lot of trouble.
See that little stare down that Glenn just gave Christian? I feel like that's the first time we've seen Glenn really grill his opponents with a look.
I mean, this is the first time we've seen Glenn not be the guy who's bluffing.
I think this might be the first time I've seen Glenn's eyeballs, period.
That's very fair. He's kept that brim real low.
Yeah.
Real low. Glenny low brim.
Yeah. King on the turn. Does Christian follow through? No. He gives it a check.
King of Spades feels like it might have been a nice one to continue bluffing on.
As Christian?
Yeah.
He decides to wave the white flag, at least momentarily.
This is an awkward situation for both players in the sense that Christian's just managed to have it nonstop all day, so we haven't really seen him have to run a big bluff, I don't believe. And Glenn's usually the guy running the bluff.
Yeah. Glenn has no idea what to do when he has showdown value.
Exactly. And now here's a question. Does Christian bluff? I feel like giving up here.
Little weak?
Well, you have other hands you certainly could bluff with, right? You've got some queen jack type of hands, jack 10 suited, that you might 3-bet from the small blind. However, I just don't think you ever win when you bet the flop, your opponent calls, and then they check back the turn. So it might be nice to take a shot at it, get a hand like ace queen, ace jack to fold. You would want to go fairly large, but you are representing a number of strong hands. You could still have something like pocket jacks and take this line, pocket 10s.
I feel like we're like running on brakes. And you get off this table, you gotta
You
back
could
up.
even have an occasional king in that line.
We're done.
If you had something like king 10,
Okay.
C bet the
Well, that's
flop,
what they told me last
hit a
break,
king on
that
the
they go
turn,
one more
don't want to play
level
for
with
stacks,
us up
you
here.
might check the turn.
Yeah.
But
So you're still representing
Last
a
break they
number
told
of
me they're
hands
doing
if
one more
you
level with us up
go
here.
bet, check
Which
bet.
is obviously this level, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's every 2 levels you switch.
Okay.
And you really put ace queen, ace jack in a terrible spot.
So we've just got confirmation. This is our last hand before
put on quite a
quick
show,
10-minute
guys.
break.
Sort of.
And then we will come back with that
I'm
brand
getting some
new
information
epic
now from
feature
him.
table that we just introduced you to from the outer tables. Chris Mormon, Brian Yoon, Alex Queen, and Makita Badziakuski.
God, what a table that's going to be.
I can't wait. Can't wait. We have run so good in feature tables today. Glenn.
Do we have confirmation, by the
Picking
way,
up-
on whether or not there's a dinner break?
I'm not sure. Raising to 300 from the cutoff. Christian with a pocket pair on the button. Only fitting that these two would be involved in one of the last hands.
The last time Christian had pocket 2s versus Glenn.
Did not go well for Glenn.
No, it didn't.
Guobao Chen. Mr. Chen, it's been a pleasure.
I'm going to miss Mr. Chen. If they could move Mr. Chen over to the next feature table.
These last few hands have gone your
That'd be ticking a lot of boxes in appeasing old Jesse over here.
10-7-4 Rainbow, no club in sight.
You know, the floor people who move these tables around really don't think about what I want nearly enough.
How far down on the list do you think you are in their minds? Do you think you exist on the list at all?
I thought I was like 3rd or 4th. Starting to think I might be 8th. Really hurts.
Check, check on the flop. 10 of spades comes out on the turn. This feels like a matter of who wants it.
Yeah, at some point, Christian realizes he just has the best hand here, right? This feels a lot like Glenn has something like ace-jack or ace-queen.
Mm-hmm.
Something with a little more showdown value. King-jack, of course, makes some sense. It's just usually gets c-bet or delay c-bet.
Hefty bet on the turn by Christian, 800K into 975. Glenn.
Whoa.
With plans for the river.
This is something else, man.
Queen of spades. Great card to tell some sort of story for Glenn.
Kind of a weird story that you'd be telling, though.
Yeah, because if he did have some draws that picked up on the turn, wouldn't he just lead them himself?
I mean, if he has something like ace-jack of spades, he might play it this way, but there's just so few combos, you don't really want to develop a leading range on the river. On the other hand, once the queen comes off, you're pretty certain your king-jack high is not good.
Me too.
That was a surprising line.
All right, guys, please
Yeah, I am very surprised.
Yeah, really
the
uncharacteristic.
The rest of the feature table, he spent taking really cool lines that might have been one small misstep there at the end. Taking a look at our Club WPT Gold chip counts. Once again, Christian Roberts at the top there with 24.6 million. He's going to walk away as most likely the chip leader of the entire event. Stu racked up 13 million that he's taking to the outer tables. Volpe up to 4.5. And poor Aaron at the bottom there. He has 11 big blinds entering that stack size that wants to go all in or fold a lot. So good luck to all these players. They were very fun to watch. We're going to go on a quick 9-minute break. We'll see you guys back here with some legends on the table.
The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Lu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games. For most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America.
Or bet.
Wow. Okay.
Very awkward spot by Joel, and this is why this hand might check call quite often. You're a bit between a rock and a hard place when you raise here.
Pocket kings.
Pocket kings?
Yeah.
All right, so the options are going to be ace queen.
Okay.
Pocket fives.
Mm-hmm.
Ace 3 offsuit.
Wow.
Maybe earlier than 10 o'clock.
And ace 10 of spades. Or wait, E. Some other hand. How do you feel now?
Did you say kings?
Sort of.
Okay, I'm going to stick with that answer.
All right.
Oh, did you say ace queen? Okay, I'll go with ace queen.
You like ace queen?
Did anybody prop bet How many pots?
Ace queen is nice.
I'll take the over.
Just put the chips in now.
I was curious.
Charge draws.
Wow. This pot is getting quite bloated. Pot size bet on the turn remaining for both players. 7 of spades.
Just hits it right away.
I mean, AJ could still have him beat. You had some flush draws in this multiple choice.
I did.
How often do you think
Immediately grabs chips? By
how often do you think he re-raises the flop with a flush draw?
I mean, it would have to be an extremely nutted flush draw.
Right.
Something like
Check.
Ace 4 of spades.
Yeah.
Ooh, the fact that Andrew grabbed chips and then checked really makes me think he's not trapping on the turn. Sort of a tactic to scare your opponent.
Ugh, this last spade, though.
Yeah, very awkward for Joel. You would think most of Andrew's queens that contain the queen of spades call on the flop, unless they have something like king queen of spades, where he's a flush draw and top pair.
So you're saying ace queen was wrong, the wrong choice with the ace of spades?
Maybe not with the ace of spades, but I mean, we're starting to delve into some pretty specific reads on his play that may or may not be right.
Yeah. I'm just trying to guess the hand. I love the mystery hand.
Yeah.
I want to know.
This feels like a very upset pocket fives to me. Now.
All in?
Okay, not
Wow.
pocket fives. These mystery hands are great.
I mean, this really sucks for Joel.
Yeah, this is tough.
2.6.
You hit the card you wanted on the turn, and now this river just kind of blows your plans out of the water.
He is a great bluff catcher, by the way. If you think ace deuce, ace 4 of spades are the most likely ones to
Definitely
3-bet,
more like 945 now.
he's a really nice bluff catcher. But your opponent actually has to be bluffing. That can often be a tall order.
What did I get myself into?
Man, if Andrew showed up with a bluff
Yeah,
here.
I always have ace 10 hearts.
Chat going nuts right now. Chat, if you think that Joel should call, give us a 1. And if you think you should fold, put a 2 out there.
Being strict.
Do it quickly, though.
AJ doing a lot of talking during this tank.
AJ's got great table talk
Yeah,
so far.
yeah.
It's been a lot of fun.
Just had me covered, too.
I got this.
Oh, one more.
2 of these.
At least I can leave. I have to sit there with 50 myself.
Generally, I feel like this type of talking is to throw your opponent off and confuse them so that they don't get enough time to think and they fold. But it's just such an ambitious bluff spot.
But it's so confusing when he checks back the turn.
A lot of 2s rolling and a few 1s. A lot of 2s. Somebody wrote, oh, shout out to Mark Muncie. Mustache Mark wrote
Feels
2
like
2
you
2
don't
2 2 2 2 2 2 2.
All the 2s in favor of folding, if you're Joel.
All right, next question. How many time banks do you think Joel will have to use here? Oh, he lets it go.
Oh, we got one through.
Oh, Andrew.
AJ with the massive bluff. Oh, Joel is so heartbroken.
Oh, that was sick.
Wow.
That was really sick. By the way, did he call the, or did he 3-bet the flop with just king 6,
Yes.
no pair?
Yes. Yeah, he
Oh.
did.
Not my
We got a
first
game. 2-card game as well.
Yeah.
Such massive fields.
It takes a special human to perform at the highest levels of both, that is for sure.
Ooh, Aaron potentially finding a spot for his short stack. 1.7 million here, ace-10 suited. Christian did raise under the gun. He happens to be light here, but...
Yeah, have to imagine this goes in. Just because it's a chip leader opening, he's been quite active. It's very close. You don't expect to have much fold equity between the two players. You know Hubo can have some ace-jack, ace-queen type of hands.
1.650.
By the way, seeing this many tens in our opponent's hands, not great. Considering we expect Mr. Chen to call it the pocket fives given the price he will have.
Fold.
Yeah, he snaps it in there.
You're going to get the break. Ace-10.
You've got another flip. Aaron could be back up to 4 million if he is able to find an ace or a 10. That would be massive going into the break.
1.61.
1.650. 1.650.
That would be like a 2/3 recovery of his prior stack.
From that eights hand.
Yeah.
He looks so happy in his avatar picture.
He does.
Big smile. Ooh, ace in the window.
There's the ace. This is perfect for Aaron, by the way. He can win this flip and then get out of there and go reset.
Right. This is perfect timing. Oh. Mr. Chen picking up some more outs.
Always an 8 on the river.
Oh, excuse me. No, Aaron has a 10. It's his kicker. And that's it.
Wow.
Up to 4 million right before break.
You could just turn it off. You can just turn it off. That's not a...
He couldn't even script it better than that.
No.
Double up, go take a walk, come back and reset for the next 90-minute level.
Stu's going to take a nap.
For most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America.
Welcome back, everyone, to the continuing coverage of 2024 WPT World Championship, sponsored by Club WPT Gold. I'm Ashley Sleeth here alongside Jesse Sylvia. We have been calling the action since 1 p.m. here. We're getting into that delirious zone, 8 hours into the day. Here's a look at our 29 remaining players out of almost 2,400 who entered just a few days ago. $10,000 to enter this event. The winner eventually will receive $3.1 million on Saturday. Today, here's a first look at the new feature table. I'm so excited for this one. How are you feeling? What are you expecting to see?
I mean, this is all I've ever wanted.
At the top of the Club WPT Gold scoreboard at this table is Chris Moorman, the legend himself, with 16 million chips. Biyun down there in fourth with 10 million. Alex Queen with 5.6. Makita all the way down to 3.3 million. We're not sure what happened on the outer tables, but if there's anybody who can play a short stack, it's going to be him.
He has a little experience, I would say.
Here comes Edward with the 8-7 of hearts.
I don't know who's doing the commentary, but if the same people as they were last night, they are going to be shocked that I survived because they did not think very much of my poker abilities, which is fine. Not saying they were wrong on everything they said, but hi guys.
Don't worry, we're different people from yesterday.
We're off to a hot start.
What's up, Jesse?
What's up, Alex Queen?
I don't know how you had the time to watch it.
And what happened was when I was walking back from here,
Oh, I've played with
I
this
watched
guy
the last
before.
because it was delayed. So I caught
Yeah,
the
same.
last 20 minutes.
Yeah, I thought I'd like go on dinner break and then you can see yourself like while you're on dinner.
I'll see some of that, but I meant I do want to watch it at some point. But I caught the last like 20 minutes when I was walking back from here because I'm staying at Caesars, and
I've avoided.
They thought I overfolded a little bit. It's okay.
I've avoided as
Wait, Jesse thought you overfolded? No way.
I don't even know who it was. Not to be offensive to them, but I just heard voices. I was focused on other things, but I did hear.
I can assure you, it was neither me nor Ashley Sleeth. I don't know who was in there. It could have been another Ashley, but I had no part in that opinion of your play, sir. I'm gonna go into this completely unbiased.
At the end of the day, we're just in here on a couch watching the game. So
we're just two people on a couch admiring Mr. Mormon.
Just two people's opinion, two people's lowly opinion.
Double me down.
Not the end all be all.
And you too, Mr. Queen. We're admiring you as well.
Yes.
You want to hang around?
There in the middle is Alex Queen.
I wouldn't say I even considered it, but
New
it
Jersey.
wouldn't have been. I don't think it would have
It's
been.
been quite a year for Alex, by the way.
Yes.
Final
Crushing
tabling, World Series of Poker event, a big one, I think 5K. Final tabling at WPT.
It was close to the 10
No, I wasn't that close to pulling the trigger on it.
Now running deep in this one.
4 seconds. How much do you have? You 15 bigs?
Closing it out
No,
strong.
I've got 4.3. So.
Oh no, I would have had to fall for 4.3, maybe 15 bigs.
Yeah, no, I've got 21. Actually, I had 4.3 before I went to the blind, so I've got 3 point. I've got 19.
I looked into yourself.
Yeah, 19 bigs. Yeah, simply.
Makita, back in the same seat that he started the day in.
Makita now handcuffed by his stack, but still not above opening the suited king.
I think he said fold.
Oh, wow. That was like a bunt. Or not a bunt, sorry. A
Fake.
What do you call it when the
Pump
pitcher...
fake? Pump fake?
That was definitely a pump fake.
You need luck.
Uh-oh, Jesse and sports references.
Yeah,
this is not
going
going to
poorly.
end. This is not going to end well.
A balk, that's what I meant to say. Do you know what a balk is?
No. I also do not watch sports. Besides hockey and tennis.
I like how you just lumped them all together.
I like tennis
that
and
sounds
hockey.
like a sports thing. I don't watch those.
That's B. Yoon, Brian Yoon, tournament crusher. He plays all of the games and crushes all of the games. He's so sick.
He really does.
It's insane that all of these guys are sitting right next to each other. This is such a stacked table.
He also plays very little of any of the games, considering how talented he is.
Wasn't my tournament.
Someone else's now.
You know, when you were talking about the delirium setting, and I was thinking how I'm not delirious at all, and then I immediately said bunt instead of balk, and I'm starting to feel a little bit like
I'll
you might
bring
have
it
been
out
right.
of you. I'll bring the delirium out of you.
I blame you for that one, ultimately.
Mormon opening up the deuces in the hijack. This is a guy who will play a $10 tournament with as much intensity as he will a 10K.
If
At
one
a
of his
party.
friends
At a
is
party.
at the final table of a $10 tournament, he won't even play it. He'll rail that tournament.
Oh my God, he's such...
Nobody loves it more than Chris Mormon.
No. Joshua on the button with ace-queen offsuit.
Call.
And a sweet take on the button bucket hat.
I didn't mean to take a time bank.
Oi.
Wow. Chang from the small blind decides this is his moment.
You know, if Chris were to decide Joshua is quite capped feeling the button and puts in a small re-raise, this gets very awkward.
For Joshua?
Well, Joshua could find a
But he's
jam
doing
over
a
it.
string, right?
Yeah, Chris just lets it go. I could see a world where Chris decides to
Yeah,
ISO
five.
with his weakest holdings, or close to his weakest holdings. And then Joshua has a somewhat under-repped hand in that situation.
Check.
That's very greedy.
Joshua not calling immediately. Little surprising here. He's getting a fantastic price, and he has a hand that's just ahead a lot.
Did he get the official count? Oh, I think he's in there. His cards are on his
Oh,
back.
okay. Okay, that makes more sense. We
Welcome
just have
back.
a delay.
Welcome back.
No, it didn't say he called in the graphic.
Oh.
I don't know. Did you see my last one?
Ah!
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
that's
what I'm saying.
not a great card for Chang.
That one was way worse. Let's not get carried away.
I wouldn't say anything yet.
Go get it.
Again.
Don't forget your team.
Good game to Chang.
Tough run out for Chang.
Chang Lu. Taking 29th place.
It's like a bucket
That was
hat
a
mafia
bit
going
So
on.
bittersweet to come so
He
far.
stole my look when he came to the table.
I'm just
yesterday.
saying,
Or
if they need to balance tables and they have to fill that
It was
seat in,
funny.
Chang, Chen
Oh.
seems very
Oh, yes.
interchangeable, very easy to slide him in.
He was talking about the bucket hat
Ace-queen,
earlier today.
there's no 3-bet.
So
Very seamless
Yeah.
But it was in
movement.
the picture
game-wise.
where he
Pointed at
Could
it.
have changed the whole hand.
That would be
I'm wondering
fabulous.
why he said that so
Oh,
often.
yeah.
he
No,
got
it's
I thought it's because he
Well,
got
that's
rivered.
actually-
They could get Mr. Chen over here, but
I thought he was just
a lot
like,
of dreams
that was
coming
just
true at
shit.
once
Yeah.
for old Jesse.
So committed, he's got a shirt.
Alex Queen with the old ace queen.
Wow. Speaking of dreams coming true,
He's got slightly less than 6 million to start the hand. Joshua looking down at the same hand on the button. This is Joshua Lisberger from Maryland, as you can tell.
I think that's my alarm to register the tournament.
That's why I didn't put it in the locker.
According to his Hendon Mob, he's got
Register what? You were assuming you were busting this, or you were
$12,000
trying to back
total
something else?
I was trying to play
in
something
live
online
earnings.
sometime.
wow.
That's the alarm. It's not going to stop, right?
He's a couple eliminations away from 10xing that number
He-
at minimum.
Right. No, he's
In the
guaranteed
tournament.
121K right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. He's already 10x.
Yeah. So this is an incredible run for him.
Let's go, Joshua.
Today deuce flop, Alex decides to check it over to Joshua.
Advantage Joshua with the backdoor flush draw and position. Could easily still result in players chopping at showdown, but
Yeah, with the action.
Yeah, this is boring shit. Yeah.
this is starting to look more and more like we're headed toward showdown.
How you're finding the energy to take care of this.
Oh no. Queen firing in a little bet here.
Day one's all yeah, I don't know. Maybe for you it's feels like an nature at this point. But.
No, of course.
Call.
Both players probably pretty happy to see that river.
For sure. And now you have to imagine both players check it down. Seems too thin to go for value.
Yep.
Again with
There
ace
it
queen.
is.
Chop it up.
Again with ace queen.
Yeah, as you were saying earlier, Queen having an amazing year so
I actually
far.
threw those over there by accident.
Started off by winning the Borgata Poker Open Championship, the Winter Poker Open in AC for over 600K. Then he took fourth in a 3K WPT at the Seminole Hard Rock in April for 300K. And in June, he takes
there's
third
17
in a
people and that
5K
guy has like
WSOP
3
No Limit
wins.
Bracelet tournament for 300K.
Unbelievable.
This guy's on a tear. Goes on to
He's already
win
gone. He's
a
looking at
10K
you,
high
he's got
roller
hope in his
experience
eyes.
in AC for 90K in September. And here we are.
Oh, sorry.
Final
Wow.
28
Sorry.
left in this 10K main event.
3 million score,
Yeah.
little cherry on top.
Yeah.
Maybe.
He's already locked up
With ace queen.
yet another 6-figure cash. So
You're saving it up.
That'd be one of those spots where
Yeah,
the cherry
it'll
is
be
bigger
like
than the
five.
rest
Be
of the
like final
Sunday.
table, big spot, 3-bet against me, and I'm gonna be like, doesn't have his queen.
If you
so-
catch my drift.
Gotta fold.
Yeah.
Take his queen out.
My drift is that the score would
But
be
it's
bigger
ace
than
three,
all the
too,
other
but-
scores put together.
yeah, we got it. We all got it.
Just making sure.
Jeremy looking down at pocket kings from the hijack.
1.1.
Notice that queen was opening ace-8 offsuit from under the gun. Let's get a little spicy.
He can really do it.
That's pretty light.
Yeah, that's certainly light.
What's Jesse gonna say about this one?
We're going to say it's light.
What's Jesse gonna say about this one?
I don't know. Whoever it was, I'm sure they'll have something to say. Maybe I should have flattered.
Great job. Great job, Jeremy.
Hoping that you'd call me light because it looks like an overjam.
That was stellar work with the Kings.
Jeremy wildly concerned about our opinion.
My rail's at home right now, taking care of 2 kids.
We got your back, Jeremy.
It's a good rail.
Yeah.
You made it this far, and neither of us did. So I didn't even make dinner break of day one. How about you?
I don't know, though.
I got a little past dinner break.
It would have got me in trouble. That's why.
Oh, perfect. Go ahead if you want.
Which made about the same amount of money, but, you know, was more torturous.
More pain, yeah.
Yeah, like 10 minutes.
I got to go home for dinner.
I don't know,
That's
though,
nice.
because I think I told you. My mom.
Huh?
That's my rail.
Yeah, no. I love it, and I love that, too. My parents are, same thing. I've got, you know. But they're on, where you say you're in Baltimore?
5.
Same as all mine are on the East Coast.
5.
And now they're all half asleep.
Good. Oh, yeah, now. My parents, I've been causing them some sleep issues.
Be you taking a moment before he limps in with the
I
Jack
check.
5 off. Quick check by Queen.
2018 and we started final table at 8. 1 hour levels, like it should have been, you know, I got 3 or 4 hour final table, was very reasonable for that. Went 10 hours, 5 hours heads up. And so it was like, you know, midnight local time, and like they're all like half asleep, bleary-eyed on like the 1 hour delay on the stream, and they all
5 hour heads up.
Unless people stayed up, so.
5 hour heads up seems.
You and
5 hour
identifying
heads
that
up
he
is
probably
just-
wants to
yeah.
have a high check frequency on this board.
5 to 1 chip dog.
Throws a little Jack 5 offsuit into that range. Now that his opponent's bet, this becomes a reasonable check raise candidate. It's one of your worst jacks. You have some equity. You could also just check call. You could also check fold. Not really faulting any option. They all seem quite close.
I'm a big fan of how quickly Queen acts.
How to
We only have
incorporate
3
that, I
minutes
have
to make it
literally
in
no idea.
It's nice.
I mean, I open folded my button, no joke, like.
It's only 3 minutes to make it in the 3K.
Which is like atrocious.
Queen really sweating that registration of the 3K.
I would just, I'll be like,
But I was
What
like,
a sicko.
navigate post flop against this guy, and
Interesting.
I don't think I was necessarily wrong.
It's fun. It's a fun story.
It was everything about it was fun. I just like anyway. Went very late for the East Coast was the point.
Yeah, but that long of a heads up battle. That's why.
What's that?
That long of a heads up battle is just bleh.
It was wild.
Screw that.
And on the
Especially for a lot of money, it's like when you're not a heads up specialist, it's like
I had
So I do believe that they are capping it at 8-handed per table, and there will be a redraw once we get down to the final 24. So as you can see in the top left corner, 26 left.
Big blind ante. I'm like.
all in.
And Makita moves his last 14 big blinds into the middle. Pocket 7s from the cutoff.
I will say this is nice.
Yeah, kind of the no fuss option by Makita. Ooh, Chris with pocket 4s.
From the big blind.
This is awfully close. A little annoying because you don't expect Makita to jam 2s, I don't think, on this stack size this deep into the tournament. Even from such a late position. So not dominating a ton, but still getting a good price.
Yeah,
Look
Mormon.
at that disciplined fold by Chris.
Let's go, Mormon. Good fold.
One better.
And Makita lives to fight another hand. I love how he puts out the glasses for the all-in. Like, no more decision to be made, and he's got the glasses on.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the lights at this point.
Maybe.
I had.
Maybe he said, look, Chris, you've been doing this live thing for a
you
while.
won
I've been
higher.
doing this live thing for a while. I'm
Damn,
going to go ahead
I
and
should've
not
raised call then.
allow you to look deep into my eyes. And
Although, if there's a guy who I wouldn't put on doing much of the live reads into his decision making and probably be Mormon.
You think so?
Yeah. Like, it's going to play a factor. I don't think he's going to be grilling him.
Yeah, I just looked at that. I just looked at that and was like that.
It had been stuck on 29 for a while. In
I
general,
feel
we
like
went
such
from
a
thir-
fangirl
from
right
32
now.
to 29.
This table is so
3 hours
epic.
of play.
This
obviously
is a
with
great
the pay jump.
table.
But even incorporating that, like there was obviously some people were getting shorter and.
Redraw at 24. If just be straight off the table.
Want to do another
That'd be amazing.
What a story it would be
Is there a redraw at 24 people left?
if Chris were to make the final table again.
It's a big sweat.
Yeah, everyone at this table wants the redraw.
You have a good chance. I mean, you have 1 out of 3 to be here.
Just identifying
That's too
that
hard
it
for
can't
me.
get much worse.
That's not my wheelhouse.
I don't know, guys. We've taken a peek at some of the other
I'm an Asian
tables.
friend.
Yep.
There's a lot of action. There's a lot going on those outer tables. I don't think it's going to be easy pickings no matter what table you get put at. But yeah, definitely this is the toughest table in terms of experience and earnings.
Certainly.
Oh, Kita picking up the aces right after chipping up enough for him to put in a normal open.
Just feels so good when you're this short.
Usually got my music blasting.
So easy for someone to just look down at a decent jam candidate. Ace Jack offsuit in the small blind, for instance, or Chris has some ideas here. Probably going to let it go, but he's always giving it a little thought. Joshua with a very defendable hand.
Call.
He doesn't know it, but he is hoping he doesn't flop a pair here. Have to imagine we see a continuation bet from Makita here. Just such a nice hand to continue with. Unblocking all the flopped pairs his opponent might have. Joshua just lets it go. I could see a world where he gets a little creative with the backdoor flush draw overcard to the board.
You wanted me to do something. Quite small. You wanted me to do something stupid.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Nothing. Don't worry. Nothing.
Bet small.
I think he called you
Oh, okay.
stupid.
He thinks you're
Yeah,
inducing.
that was it.
Yeah, maybe I did. Maybe
Maybe.
this
Never know with
is
this
my
guy.
normal bet.
Never know.
That's not how we think in America, okay? Everything has a reason.
2001 iPod. It's not here, but it's in my hotel room. And so I asked if it's just the phone transmitting aspect. It is. Movie stuff in the movie. Next to each other, I'll give you one earbud each.
Yeah, I wish I could.
A lot of people poking at Makita's bet sizes today. It's pretty funny.
Whenever like iPod, like it's
And at the beginning of the day, Makita was quiet about it and just kept to himself.
Yeah.
Now he's just like, possibly my normal bet size.
He's like, look, man, I'm just a chill guy over here making it the normal size. I don't know what you guys are on. Just betting my normal size, putting my shades on.
I'm just trying. I don't even know what time zone I'm in. I'm just putting in the money.
Yeah.
Call me or not.
Those things.
Call me or not, that's what he said.
Call me or not.
What does that mean?
Like, call my bet or not.
Yeah, you can't go this good back, I guess, if they're niche.
Those things are cool back in the day.
Here we have a heads-up pot between Edward Pock and Chris Moorman. Edward Coming off a deep run in the World Series main event this summer. He got 47th for 200K in this year's main event.
That is nice. He is
That's not your reason.
looking to defend quite wide at this stage of the tournament
I can't hear with noise
with the
canceling.
Jack-6 offsuit.
I can barely hear you.
Against Mormon, nonetheless.
So if I had noise canceling, I would be like a total disaster.
Yeah, but you
So I
can
need
do
to-
play.
So if you were Edward in that spot, you would have
Now
folded the
you-
Jack-6 off against
5 years
Chris's
ago, it was
open.
either like
I would have personally let it go.
Yeah.
But, you know,
To each their own.
I don't know what he has going on. He might have some kind of read on Mormon's post-flop play.
What the hell?
Might have picked
bro?
up some
I've been
sort of
wearing
live
They're watching
tell.
this guy.
I've been wearing this
Who
literally.
knows?
This is like.
Morse code coming through there. Telling you who's in that bag.
Been wearing that bag for 5 days straight. Actually, 2 weeks straight.
Queen picking up a beautiful suited ace from under the gun
My
1.
whole lucky get up out.
Seriously.
And some of you may have noticed 25 left in the field in the top left graphic. Meaning when one more player busts, we're going to have a short redraw to our final 3 tables.
I'm so sad we only get this table for so long.
Oh. Hey, maybe it takes a really long time for the next player to bust.
True. They're thrilled that they're getting a table
Yes,
break.
yes. They're almost stalling for the next person to bust just so they can get off this table.
Sure.
Wow. Big sweat. Can I put my bag back, Glenn?
You're staying on. It's pretty obvious.
I was gonna make a joke that he's definitely staying on.
Don't you say that.
Makita, 5-4 off in the big.
Don't you say that. Actually, it's not that
Yeah, lets it go.
It's not that bad.
Leave your mic on. It's really actually
The heat
It's
thing
the
overrated.
Queen takes it down.
Yeah, I just want to listen to music.
Wins the blinds and annies. And with that, looks like we are down to 24 players remaining. So we're going to take a quick 4-minute break to let these tournament directors reorganize the players, redraw their names, shift them around, and we'll get a new feature table right after that quick 4-minute break. Not much movement since we've gotten to this feature table. Chris Moorman still with 16 million chips. Brian Yoon there in the middle with 10 million. Alex Queen, 6 million. Makita down there at the bottom of this table's chip counts with 3.6 million and 18 big blinds. A lot of killers at this table that are very happy to be redrawing at this point. See you in a few minutes.
Most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America. The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolfgame Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold meetup games.
This is in the hijack. This is a guy who will play a $10 tournament with as much intensity as he will a 10K.
If
At
one
a
of his
party.
friends
At a
is
party.
at the final table of a $10 tournament, he won't even play it. He'll rail that tournament.
Oh my God, he's such...
Nobody loves it more than Chris
No,
Moorman.
no. Joshua on the button with ace queen offsuit.
Call.
And a sweet take on the button
Call.
bucket hat.
I didn't mean to take a time bank.
Oi.
Wow. Chang from the small blind decides this is his moment.
You know, if Chris were to decide Joshua's quite capped peeling the button and puts in a small re-raise, this gets very awkward.
for Joshua.
Well, Joshua could find a
But he's
jam
doing
over
a
it.
string, right?
Yeah, Chris just lets it go. I could see a world where Chris decides to
Fair
ISO
five.
with his weakest holdings, or close to his weakest holdings. And then Joshua has a somewhat under-repped hand in that situation.
Check, check, check.
That's very greedy.
Joshua not calling immediately. Little surprising here. He's getting a fantastic price, and he has a hand that's just ahead a lot.
Did he get the official count? Oh, I think he's in there. His cards are on his
Oh,
back.
okay. Okay, that makes more sense. We
Welcome
just have
back.
a delay.
Justice. Welcome back.
No, it didn't say he called in the graphic.
Oh.
I don't know. Did you see my last one?
Ah!
Yeah.
Oh, that's
insane.
not a great card for Chang.
Was way worse. Let's not get carried away.
I wouldn't say anything yet.
Go get it.
Good game to Chang.
Tough run out for Chang.
Chang Lu taking 29th place.
It's like a bucket
That was
of mafia going
So
on
bittersweet to come so
He
far.
stole my look when he came to the table.
I'm just saying,
Or two
if
days
they
ago.
need to balance tables and they have to fill that seat in,
funny.
Chang, Chen,
He's got slightly less than 6 million to start the hand. Joshua looking down at the same hand on the button. This is Joshua Lisberger from Maryland, as you can tell.
I think that's my alarm to register the tournament.
That's why I didn't put it in the locker.
According to his Hendon Mob, he's got
For what? You were showing your buffness, or you were trying to
$12,000
actually
total
raise something else?
I was trying to play
in
something
live
else
earnings.
wow.
That's alarm. It's not going to stop, right?
He's a couple eliminations away from 10xing that number. At minimum.
Right. No, he's
And he's
guaranteed
starting
121K right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. He's already 10x.
Yeah. So this is an incredible run for him.
Let's go Joshua.
The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolfgame Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold meetup games.
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 WPT World Championship. We're on day 4. We've seen a lot of action. I am Jesse Sylvia. And with me is the wonderful, the amazing, the lovely Ashley Sleeth.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We got 24 players remaining. They're working on redrawing, reorganizing, shifting the players around. Good old Jaunty over there with a bunch of chips in front of him. Who else do we recognize out in the field? Mr. Chen next to Jaunty. Oh, that's going to be a fun table. See Fabian over there, the purple hoodie, getting his chips colored up. Oh, we've got Stu next to Alex Queen and Christian. A lot of chips over on that table.
I feel like if we could find Queen a Bud Light hat, he'd wear it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. 2 different choices of beverages, Bud and the t-shirt. Current payout, 121K.
That was really something. I think I'm rubbing off on you.
Oh, Alex Queen. It's a tea, like hot tea, t-shirt.
No, I get it.
Okay, let's take a look at this new table. Okay, this is going to be exciting. We've got Chris Mormon back, everyone. We've got Glenn, who bluffed the crap out of people earlier and really earned those chips. All kinds of fun stuff happening from him. Brian Yoon in the middle there, all the way down to Makita at the bottom with 18. A couple new arrivals here. Serhi and Mikhailo, I'm going to guess. But I will look it up and get back to you. we just saw Edward Pack. We introduced you to him from LA. And then in the middle, fifth and chips, AJ Kelsall with that huge King 6 of Hearts bluff earlier. So we know a lot of these players already from today's coverage. We're going to get to see how they react when final table payouts are within reach. 3 tables left in the 10K WPT World Championship main event. Let's get cards in the air. Chris Moorman over here in seat 1 with 15 million chips in his stack. What a run he's had. Between this year and last year, he could be a back-to-back final tableist.
That really is a dream right there.
In seat 2, we have Michello, Lindell.
With the size of this field, it almost seems like an unattainable dream. And yet, Moorman is so close, he can taste it. B. Yoon, the man, the myth. Oh, we have the black chips added into play. I think those are 500Ks,
We're playing another.
if I recall correctly. We'll find out soon enough.
Playing another 2.5
Len's been doing work while he's away.
Now he's up to 14 million in his stack.
I think when we left him, he had something like 8.
Your watch work? What time?
Serhii Popovich,
8 o'clock.
5.8 million.
Basically 11.
I think he might have nailed it with the name.
A little before 11. Yeah.
AJ.
And we know AJ Kelsall. Lots of
11 is, that's all I was trying to
experience.
figure out.
He's been
11 is
around
if we
since
don't get
2001 at least, according to his Hendon Mob. There's Edward Pack. We just met him with
Thank you.
11.6 million
I'd say we should
chips.
get to 16, but we just lost so many right in a row.
Getting
that
a
might
lay of
be-
the land here
Yeah,
at
slow
this
for a bit now.
feature
Yeah,
table.
maybe.
We're going to start with Michello.
Eventually lets it go. Glenn picking up pocket aces immediately. Number 1. Serhii in the cutoff. Just finds the call. He'll be very happy when he made that choice. Moorman. Looking down at pocket deuces in the big blind. This is how he drew it up. Probably no more welcome position for pocket twos than the big blind. Going multi-way. Sort of the perfect spot to find them. Relatively blank flop for Serhii and Moorman. Moorman might feel like he still has the best hand here. Glenn quickly c-betting. It's a really small size. Have to imagine Moorman sticks around versus this size in some capacity. You could consider a check raise here for a couple reasons. One, if you have the best hand, you would like a little protection with your pocket twos of all hands on this paired board. And two, when you're in the big blind, you have a number of hands with a 4 in it. So you're actually representing a ton of strong hands here. Less so when you call multi-way, but still a lot of 4s. on the turn. Super interesting card as well. I think generally a hand like pocket twos want to take the bet or the raise and then check turn line a lot. The goal was to get hands like queen jack to fold on the flop. Just deny equity to those hands. At this point you're hoping to show down against ace high, which you're beating. Something like ace jack. Love to see a really small bet from Glenn. Yeah, this is nice. Not needing to bet particularly large to accomplish what he's trying to do here. And if you're Chris, it might be difficult to get away from any pair, given this size. Your opponent could just be floating something like ace-10 or ace-jack, and then betting almost for protection. Equity denial. You could have some floats as well that are just bluffs on the turn. Nice fold by Chris.
Very creative. I'm already learning new things from Mr. Mormon. The man himself. Tournament legend. And if any of you guys at home were lucky enough to make it here, the Wynn Las Vegas, during this WPT World Championship, you probably heard about how Club WPT Gold gave out 2,000 passports for people to come compete in a $5 million free roll, the biggest free roll in history, where we awarded first place $1 million to the winner. Join Club WPT Gold today using promo code YouTube so you don't miss out on our next groundbreaking event. We had a lot of good feedback from players who play tournaments regularly, who said they had the most fun they've had in a very long time during that event. Lots of mystery bounties, all kinds of prizes added into the tournament. It just made it feel extra special. Gave it a little pizzazz.
I mean, I myself wasn't lucky enough to play, but anyone I talked to who did play had nothing but positive feedback.
And 100 of them were able to pull 10K seats into this event. So they parlayed their free roll into an even bigger free roll by playing the 10K main event. We've had a lot of people run deep in this one. I don't think any are left at this point, but
They should give out one free roll from here to 100K.
Oh my god.
And then it's just free rolls all the way up. Eventually you free roll your way up to just playing Makita heads up.
Yeah.
For $1 million each.
And that's it. A 15-year poker career just, you know, all rolled into 2 weeks.
Yeah. If you manage to win that, you just get out on top. That's it.
Yeah.
You won the game. If you're just tuning in, I'm Jesse Sylvia. Next to me is Ashley Sleeth.
I think you told them that like maybe 10 minutes ago.
Well, the chat's been asking.
Oh, hello. Hello, chat. Edward looking down at ace queen off. Under the gun 1. He's got a very healthy stack in front of him. Over 12 million. Sergey, a new player for us. Looks like he's from Kiev, Ukraine. Quite the trip.
Quite the dark thoughts he's having with the 6-deuce offsuit in the tank.
Absolutely.
That was from the hijack, maybe the low jack even?
Not sure what that was about.
Makita. This might just be not quite enough hands. Yeah. Kicks it in. Can't blame him. Have to imagine the king-queen is getting in there in some capacity. Mikhailo as well. Mikhailo giving it some serious thought with the 9-4 suited. Perhaps just having a little moment under the lights, taking it all in.
Perhaps a little bit of stalling for the pay jump.
I thought the next pay jump was at 18 or something.
No, 23. So these
okay.
players are all guaranteed 121,000. 23rd place gets 146,000.
Suddenly, a lot of things are making sense.
Right.
Glenn flopping the best of it here. As we get closer to the final table, big blind ranges, defending ranges from the big blind should tighten up a bit.
Okay.
And so flops like 10-8-7, which already were hitting the big blind a decent bit, start to hit the big blind a lot more because you start to discount all of these 4-5 offsuit, 5 deuce suited type of hands that were previously peeling. And so they're more centered around the exact type of cards that we're seeing on this flop.
So if you're Edward, would you have liked to see a check from him here?
Yeah, you could certainly be a bit more careful. You also might see some leads from Glenn, maybe not on 10-8-7, but on something like 9-7-6. You might see some leads.
Well, that's a turn.
Wow. I have to imagine Edward shuts it down here. He still has a hand that has a tiny bit of showdown value. He has no diamond in his hand, which you'd like to have if you decide to keep bluffing. Yeah, good choice by him. It just keeps getting better for old Glenn.
Glenn the Irishman.
He has been a lot of fun to watch play today.
Yes. Well known in the UK circuit.
He's exhibited more creative and aggressive lines than anyone else we've seen. We've had some real superstars at the table. Yeah, hard to imagine Edward finds a call here.
Yeah.
Can't beat a pair. Flush draw got there. Straight draw got there. He might not even beat all of the bluffs his opponent would show up with.
Does eventually let it go. Glenn's going to take that pot.
He might not beat any of the bluffs his opponent would show up with.
Ooh, now we're going to take you to an outer table where it looks like we have an all-in and a call. Jeremy from earlier with pocket queens against Scott Stewart with the ace-king.
Did I see a...
All in pre-flop.
I thought I saw a queen and a king on that flop.
It looks like Jeremy is going to double through Scott.
Wow.
Lovingly referred to as Stu by most of us in the poker world.
No, I was like, I
didn't see that. Yeah, I saw the king.
No, not at all.
We're on the wrong side.
He does look like he got down to a shorter stack, so it's not going to be too much of a painful moment for Stu, hopefully. I can't see how much he has in front of him currently. Queens for Jeremy, ace-king against ace-king for Stu. Yeah,
Stu's still sitting
he's
on
got
the pile,
piles.
yeah.
Yeah, he's got piles. But still, he doubles them up.
Yeah, I mean, he would love to have that 6 to 8 million in chips.
He would also love to get that 25K pay jump that would have come with knocking Jeremy out just then.
All nice things.
All nice things.
Christopher Mormon, here we go, raising the queen deuce suited in the cutoff. Orange Juice Glenn going to let the 7-5 suited go in the small blind. Andrew with 2 10s in the big. And it's such a late position raise from Chris. We have to imagine Andrew's going upstairs. No, he just calls. And he might pay for it here. Mormon finding top pair right away. C-bet would get a lot of value.
Did AJ think he just had a weird stack size to 3-bet from the big? Or?
Probably, but
it's Chris Mormon.
You have to know that Chris is opening quite wide out of the cutoff. And,
right.
If you're uncomfortable playing post, I think this hand could just go all in quite happily as well. Oh, it just gets better for Mormon.
And actually, that's going to make AJ feel a little more comfortable, don't you think?
Absolutely. Part of this turn card being so nice for Chris is that it's an easy one to bet now, but the other part of it is that a number of hands that Andrew could have, something like 8-10, Jack-9, pocket 10s, those are all much happier paying off another barrel.
$850.
The thing with these wide and aggressive openers, like Mormon is, if you want to punish them, you have to do so in the form of always putting as much pressure on them pre-flop as possible. That's why I'm such a strong advocate for the 3-bet with pocket 10s. Now, never terrible to play careful this deep in the tournament. Oh, this is such a bad run out for Andrew. He could conceivably pay off another bet, thinking that Chris is just a queen or a bluff. Tough to imagine Chris finding enough bluffs on this particular run out. So easy for his opponent to just have a queen, right?
So in that case, what sizing are you looking to go if you're Chris here?
I think I would keep it fairly in line, something around 60%. Maybe no larger than 70%. But the thing is you expect your opponent to... Yeah, this looks quite close to 60%.
Yep.
You also expect your opponent to have a tough time folding a 9, given the run out.
Played this hand kind of weird.
You certainly did. If Andrew were to find a fold here, it would be a very solid fold. Uh-oh. He is reaching.
You won already, right?
Andrew has generally been pretty good about sniffing out the right decision in these river spots. We did see him pay off with the Jack-10 earlier today, but it was a pretty forgivable payoff, all things considered. This one, a little easier to imagine your opponent doesn't have enough bluffs. Once you've called twice, He does pay it off. Chris just getting all the value. So sick.
Very nice.
And he sees the queen deuce too, which is going to be very tilting.
Right.
That
So
you
you just-
didn't aggress versus such a wide range out of the cutoff. Not that that's that wide. I think raising queen deuce suited from the cutoff, very reasonable, but just knowing even that your opponent has enough opens makes you think maybe you should have 3-bet the pocket tens.
Marvin's going to do it, isn't he?
It really feels like he is.
And Serhi, I think, confirming the stalling tactic.
Sure.
For that 25K pay jump.
Listen.
Looming.
Listen, Ashley, none of us are above opening the king 9 over.
Oh, I'm definitely
under the
tanking
gun.
if I'm Serhi in this spot.
No, I'm just saying you could open it.
Oh.
Could be giving that some real thought.
What about that 6 deuce off?
That one's a little more optimistic, maybe. A little more damning of stall evidence.
Damning?
Damning. I am tired, all right? I didn't get words right in the first couple hours. You think I'm going to get them right at the end of the night?
We see Mihailo giving up his 7 deuce off. Glenn on the button. All the chips. 8-7 off. Well, we asked earlier, when are these players going to feel the moment and feel the gravity of the fact that they are almost to the final table? I'm not sure if it's because of the hour or if they're starting to feel the pressure of getting so close to the final table, but it's starting to happen. People are starting to stall a little bit, tighten up here and there.
For sure. If they're anything like me, every night that you get deeper in this tournament, you get a little less sleep. And so you're just kind of trying to run on adrenaline all day long.
Wow. Interesting flop here. Sorry to cut you off. Interesting.
Please don't cut off my aimless rants in the future, okay?
Noted.
I would appreciate
Noted.
it.
On the ace-6-5 flop, Glenn with his open-ender. Edward with top pair. Backdoor flush draw.
I was kind of rooting for some blanks on the run out because this could become a really interesting hand. As it is, Glenn establishes enough showdown value that I don't think the triple barrel will be coming. I don't know though. He's found a lot of bluffs today.
Yeah.
Far from impossible. Let's put it that way. Here comes the second barrel.
825.
On the slightly smaller side, just around half pot.
Could this potentially be for value from a 6 or a 5 in his mind? Or is that too optimistic?
I don't know if it's too optimistic. I think you think of it more just as pushing equity. You have a pair and an open-ender. That's a lot of equity versus anything. You deny some equity to floats that you're beating. You could get called occasionally by worse. You're not doing that poorly versus better unless they have something really strong. But yeah, I mean, let's say your opponent has something like 6-9 suited that they defended the big blind with. They've now picked up a gut shot on the turn. They're probably going to call a small second barrel. So you're certainly getting value out of a number of hands. Or they, for instance, could have 5-7 suited. Difficult to imagine. Yeah, Glenn finds the check. I was going to be quite surprised if he bluffed with this one, considering that second pair.
Yeah, too good to bluff.
Yeah.
If he's bluffing with that, probably too many bluffs at that point.
You'd imagine far too many bluffs, but sometimes you just say, I don't care if I have too many bluffs. I'm winning this pot.
Yeah.
Right now.
Fold. Fold.
Mormon has never seen a 7-6 suited he didn't like.
It's a beautiful hand.
It's a tricky spot for Mikhailo. Might give it a little think. Careful, man. You almost folded right into Mormon's hand. Andrew with the ace-queen, he is now down to 17.5 big blinds. Have to imagine this is going in, especially after the last hand, the way it played out.
Yeah.
3.6 million.
Okay. Leaving a little bit back, but mostly all in.
Yeah, this is good stuff. Have to leave a chip back when you're on the bubble. So if your opponent puts you in, you can tank it off. Give yourself the best chance at a pay jump. Oh, no. This is brutal for AJ.
Yeah. I might not have that much, so you still got to count it. In case I don't have that much. Oh, of course. Yeah. By accident or something. What's the count? 3.6.
God, what a rough sequence of events for him. Just making a tight decision with the pocket tens and getting max pain there.
Now Edward with 13 million. He still has Chris in the pot. Serhi behind him.
I think given the size of Andrew's jam, Edward just plays
7.1.
his whole range as a call. I'm not sure if he needs to re-raise, but he decides to just pile the chips in.
He does 4-bet. 7.1 million.
The result will be the same here. The idea is that if you have something like pocket tens or pocket jacks, right? Maybe even ace-king offsuit, given how deep we are in the tournament. Chris won't be putting the rest of the chips in light, so you can get away from some of the weakest holdings that you would cold call this.
Take a break.
All in against.
How many do you have?
That hand
8.
not dealt.
I don't know how many I'm going to use. Use 5 of them.
AJ just letting the table know, okay, take a couple minutes of a break. I'm going to go through my time banks.
Appreciate the reports.
Every player, once we get down to this point in the tournament, given time bank chips per level. And each one of those chips in his hand is worth 30 seconds of time, I
Yeah, I'm
believe.
obviously playing. It just saves everyone the minutes if I,
About 3?
This is such a devastating situation for AJ. We saw him navigate so well all day.
Yes.
In just 2 hands. This is
second
tournaments, though. The blinds go up. You had a big stack. The blinds go up. You know, you make one possibly incorrect decision. I could be wrong. Maybe it's better to peel there, but... And the run out just comes in such a way that you lose the maximum or very close to the maximum. And then you find a very easy jam over a loose opener, and somebody behind just wakes up with the cooler.
I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm gonna have to make a loose call. I think you got the best hand, but I'm gonna make a loose call at this point.
You want to keep your,
I got a whole orbit too.
your quarter.
Just fold and save the 50, bud.
I got a whole orbit. You know.
And you get the answer.
I could pick up
50K in
25K
chips,
just selling
worth
busts in the next 6
25K
months.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be a tight fold.
At
How's it
this
going on?
point, it's very easy to see the 2 outer tables.
I mean,
If anybody has lost someone or in the process of being all in.
really, it's not though. I mean, like, technically,
Especially frustrating for
just trying to, like, save
AJ
time,
because he might think if Edward had something like ace or kings, he just calls to trap, and if he has something like jacks or tens, he just calls to get away if Mormon shoves. So now
I mean, it's
he knows he's
definitely
probably
technically
just
right.
up against ace king, which is the worst hand for his ace queen to see outside of ace.
I'm gonna show you now. One more when it gets to 0, or one more already. So it was 4 right now, and then so now 5. Now 5. Okay.
Again, 24 remain. I get $121,000. 23rd gets 146 grand.
I am by no means rooting against Edward, but I would love to see AJ stick around.
Mm-hmm.
He's been so much fun to watch. Chat, on the other hand, has
Not-
some strong opinions one way or the other about AJ being eliminated.
And he finally does toss in the remaining 2 green chips. You'll
should
see
have
the bad
lose.
news. Ace queen against Edward's ace king.
Pretty good at hitting queens though usually.
Let's just get a nice little 4-4,
Close
5-5,
battle, 14
7
versus
run out.
15.
How about that? No pain for anyone.
That'd have been sick if you woke up a hand.
I would have been.
Glad you didn't.
Say that again.
Well, we're counting it as pre-flop is the best.
The nuts right now.
Deuces are 13th best hand, technically. Right?
13
It's
pairs.
technically the 14th.
That's number 14, number
So,
15. Well, it's in order of the nuts right now. It is.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, hello.
Oh my goodness. Queen on the flop.
Seems reasonable.
Club to go, 2 clubs to go with it too.
Wow.
He could just turn.
I think it's gonna come 3 deuce.
Everybody at the table not happy about this flop. That'll do it for AJ.
Hey,
Sucking out on the ace king in a crucial moment in the tournament.
Ace king not doing well versus ace queen today.
No.
Not even a little bit.
Wow, that's huge.
Actually, the only ace king we saw hold up against ace queen was also held by AJ when he doubled through Christian earlier. So he's been on both sides of the coin and managed to survive.
I wish the camera was panned towards Sergey on that flop.
They should have the bubble sweat or the pay jump sweat cam.
Yeah.
And they just put on the shortest stack as he sweats
Absolutely.
out the all-in. I think we need to go patent this. Somebody
Wasted a bunch of
upstairs
time
is
making
listening.
no
They're
reason.
going to implement
Somebody-
it. We're going to make no money on the idea.
You timed it right.
I think it would have been different if I.
I'm okay with that.
Amount of time as I use a flop is different, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's reshuffling.
Yeah. Like a butterfly effect.
Fold.
Kylo in a bit of a spot here with the ace-4 offsuit. Oh, finally lets it go. Edward has to regroup a bit here.
Poor Edward.
Yeah,
I'm the
that's a
type of
tough
person, like especially when I'm sitting right next to the person I just doubled up who sucked out on me. I have this like habit of just staring at their stack and imagining it on top of my stack.
If he had won
In
that
pain.
pot, he would have between 17 and 18 million, I believe. That's drawing quite close to an average final table stack.
Worth so much money.
Yeah.
Very
All of these pots
painful.
worth hundreds and hundreds of thousands in equity.
Some classic small blind versus big blind hands in the mix here. Serhi flopping the best of it.
Being with that important 3 card to a straight flush type of hand. He also has absolutely no showdown value. This makes for a nice bet here.
Yeah. Serhi doing well to check it over to him. Make that extra 200K minimum.
Serhi might be loving the fact that he gets to
Stall?
spend the maximum amount of time on every street as he check calls his opponent down. With the best hand, too. Doesn't hurt. Ooh, Biyun. 10 of hearts on the turn. Interesting set of decisions in front of him. He has 5 high, and he's picked up equity, so betting makes a lot of sense. However, it is a little scary to bet against a stack size like Serhi's, because if Serhi were to find a shove, it's a small disaster to have to bet fold away a flush draw. That said, when Serhi just check calls the flop, probably not sitting on a lot of hands that will be shoving the turn. Almost no hands, so Biyun can feel like he can bet with some amount of impunity. The 10 is also a nice card for Biyun to bet because it represents another overcard to the 8 and 3. Which Serhi is also check calling. Most likely. Now, this size, a little polarizing. Maybe Biyun doesn't have too many 10s that he bets this size. Oh, Jack of Hearts on the river. Maybe it's Biyun's world and we're all just living in it. Have to imagine Brian is picking the all-in size here almost exclusively. And if and when he does, this is just an awful spot for Serhi. He has top pair but no relevant blockers. Would probably highly prefer heroing it off with something like Ace 10, Ace of Hearts,
5 million.
Queen Jack, Queen of Hearts, those sort of holdings. 10-9, 9 of hearts. Some of those hands, of course, a bit difficult to arrive at the river with. This is one of those runouts where you just kind of wonder where everything went wrong. This is such a difficult spot. Serhi probably running through possibilities that his opponent has. How many flushes take this exact line? Does he ever have a straight here, or does he check back the flop quite often with Queen 9? What are his bluffs? Does he have something like 7-6 with a heart? Queen 7 with a heart. Those sort of things.
What's the going rate? It was 100 earlier. They got probably like 300 now. Can I like decide when I'm in the hand if I want to buy one for 300? Like, yeah.
Depends how big the pot is.
Yeah, it might be 1,000. The going rate might be 1,000.
These are the spots we all just hate so much.
Thank you. So you just checked it.
Nice
There he
job.
goes.
Yeah.
Whew.
Well done, Sari.
Huge pot for Yoon.
Be freaking Yoon.
Yep, he got it done.
Look at him go.
Always deep in these huge field tournaments. He knows how to navigate them very well. And it helps to get lucky along the way. All right. Chris Moorman, 9-8 suited under the gun. Letting it go. Too many short stacks about. Mihailo with the ace-king suited. I don't know if he's played a hand yet at this table. He's only got that handcuffed 20 big blind stack. Very tough to get involved in a lot of spots, especially with the pay jump looming.
Kind of funny to note. That was the one time he didn't tank his whole 30 seconds.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of a live tell in there. He's so eager to open the hand. Or maybe you go the other way with it. Is he trying to represent strength, not tanking? With something that is on the weaker side.
Makita looking down at the 10-5 off. Not a great hand in this spot. Even from the big blind, getting good odds to call.
Fold.
Yes.
Makita giving it a few extra seconds. We're approaching pay jump territory where this represents a buy-in in some of the high rollers Makita plays
Yeah.
now. These are important pay
Even
jumps.
Makita cares now. And earlier we were seeing him get a lot more loosey-goosey with it from the blinds, both the small blind and the big blind, but now he understands that his stack situation is quite different.
Yeah, not a lot of room for creativity post-flop when you're sitting on 15 blinds.
You're just risking so much for not much of a reward as compared to earlier. 25K increase for the next person, and then after that, every 4 people or so until the final table, they get a 30K plus increase in the payout. So it'll come very quickly once this sort of mini bubble bursts. Serhi looking down at a real hand now. Ace queen offsuit from the cutoff. 3.6 million in the stack. Players are getting used to his pre-flop tanking, but this time he actually is going to get involved with a limp. Are you surprised?
A little bit. This is the first limp
All day,
outside
besides
of
in
the
the
small
blinds?
blind, yeah, that we've seen. It's certainly a nice spot for it. On a pay jump bubble, sort of a stack size that might benefit from limping, allowing you to play the maximum number of hands, theoretically. Nikita deciding if it's worthwhile to complete. He decides no. You have some fairly strong hands, considering.
For a limped pot. I think he is just adjusting to his stack size and the moment in the tournament.
Some really beautiful PLO hands amongst these 3 players.
Wow, what a flop. Biyun flopping a gutter to a straight flush. Chris with top pair, jack kicker. Serhi still with the ace high. Shriveled up on this flop, especially 3 ways. Little does he know that their hands are so strong.
Yeah.
In this limped pot, but still.
Probably one of the worst flops for him to see with ace queen, no diamonds. He checks it over. I wonder how Biyun approaches this, because if you start betting, obviously you can bet your hand. You have a very strong hand with a lot of equity, but if you start betting, your opponent's calling ranges start to become a king or better quite quickly. And you'd actually like to keep your opponents kind of wide so that your queen and 10 as outs are good more often. Clearing out equity, of course, great as well.
And yeah, this is no fun if you're Serhi.
Serhi is back to tank folding, I think. Kind of all you can do.
I mean, you're in a 3-way pot and you look to your left and it's Brian Yoon. You look to your right, it's Chris frickin' Mormon. It's like, I'm going to get out of the way with my ace high.
You look across the table and it's Mikita Badzikowski.
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
It's rough stuff, man.
Yeah.
Even picking up some showdown value. Interesting decision point against the checked back big blind, because Chris can have a number of hands like King 4 that betting would achieve folds against. That said, you have middle pair. You're pretty happy to get the showdown. Just beat all the 9s and 8s that might have called you.
And now Mormon with the decision on the 8 of spades river.
Yeah, Mormon has a king whose kicker plays, and that's very valuable on this run out.
Yeah, if you tuned in during the middle of this hand, this was a limped pot originally.
Not that Biyun's playing many kings whose kicker doesn't play, but he might slide in there.
Yeah, he might
king
peel with
of
it.
Nana.
Yeah, suited king to a limp from the cutoff. He's on the button. He might just toss in the 2 chips.
It's possible. How likely, I'm not sure, but it's Biyun we're talking about.
Yeah. Nice fold, Brian.
Yeah, great fold. Just identifying that once Mormon's check called the flop, it's very difficult for him to have less than a 9, and a hand as strong as a 9 might just go for showdown value.
Right. Taking a look at our Club WPT Gold chip counts, Mormon does indeed still have the top spot with 18 million in chips, good for 91 big blinds. Followed very closely by Glenn, who we've been following for a lot of today, the Irishman with 78 big blinds, Brian Yoon, Edward Pack right behind, AJ as well in the middle there. And then on the shorter end of the stick, Mihailo with 23 big blinds, Serhi with 17, Mikita with 15, and they are all trying to squeak into that 23rd place or higher spot where they will earn $25,000 more than they are currently guaranteed.
You would have saved all your bigs.
I don't know what would happen. I don't know.
Where is this 100 coming from?
That's from me. It's an
Makita is in the delirium zone with us. Welcome. It's been a long day. We've been here since noon local time. It's now 9:30. If you guys have been with us for the whole time or even part of the time, thank you for joining us.
Such a Russian way to say whose chip is this. Where is this 100 coming from?
Ooh. Looks like we have a Club WPT Gold mystery hand. Whoop, whoop.
You hate these, right? These are not your favorite.
Okay, another limp from Serhi. We just saw him do this with the ace-queen off. For all those following at home, wanting to guess his hand and play along. So he will be the hand we're playing for. He's who we're trying to figure out.
I love that he's throwing in some limps, by the way, just for our benefit in the booth.
Just mixing it up.
Yeah, it makes it a lot more fun.
Makita with ace-jack offsuit on the button.
Interesting spot for Makita.
Yeah, he's got 15 big blinds. You guys all know the situation at home. 24 left. And this guy's limping again.
Sort of awkward for a hand like ace-jack offsuit because you don't want to raise fold it, but if you over-limp, you're at the very least allowing the big blind to see a free flop.
Right.
And probably the small blind gets in there quite often as well.
The only info that Makita has about Serhi's limping range here is that in the last board three-handed, King 9-8, he just check folded.
Yeah.
And that's all he knows.
You have to imagine, given the pay jump, the players behind, he's going to have a fairly strong range of hands that limps. He's clearly playing at least a big chunk of his range, if not all of his range, as a limp on the stack size. And he seems to be a savvy enough player to be quite balanced here. So it is very scary to raise over this limp when Serhi is so incentivized to play quite tight pre-flop. Yeah, and this is the nightmare for Makita. Yeah, look, this is like the ace queen. He's just so sad.
His pain is palpable. Serhi puts in 2.5 million, essentially saying, "I'm all in, buddy."
I really appreciate this level of clear visual emotion expressed by him.
Not often you see it from the high rollers these days, so
yeah,
it is nice.
So stoic.
Yes.
And you expect sometimes these high roller guys to come into a 10K and be like, "Oh, I don't care. It's not that big." Yeah,
does
let's
lay it down. Pocket sixes.
Wow. That's a little unexpected, I have to say.
Yeah.
I didn't even know if he would throw in the limp in the first place with pocket sixes, but to shove over the open.
It seems that Serhi has come in with a strategy for this stack size, and it's a lot of limps.
Certainly,
and
but
so
even so, He might forego limping the pocket sixes, and if he does limp the pocket sixes, it's got to be one of, if not the worst pairs that he does limp from the hijack, given the situation that they're in.
Yeah.
And so you don't ever need to shove one of the worst hands. You can just let that one go. It's a super interesting choice by him to decide to jam against Makita, of all players, who has to have the situation figured out pretty well as well. Wow.
Pretty cool. Always something new to learn in this game. Never one right way to play things.
Huge pickup for Sari.
Yes, absolutely.
That was 1.1 million into a stack, I believe. 600 plus the blinds, yeah. This is brutal for Makita. He's had to raise fold away so much of his stack. Mormon. If I know Mormon, I think we might be finding the overlimp. Oh no, lets it go. I'm surprised the cheeky overlimp didn't show its face there.
Oh, quick movement out to our outer table. Looks like there's an all-in. Pocket Queens of Ryan Yu versus Fabian from earlier with Ace King. Ace King of suited.
Who is covering here? It seems close. Maybe Fabian has a little
I
more.
think Fabian has less. Ryan Yu has him covered.
Oh.
Good luck.
So it is Fabian all in for his tournament life here with the Ace King suited. Ryan Yu, I believe, just said good luck from the 9 seat. Right? So that might be Ryan Yu there in the 9 seat. Fabian in the purple hoodie standing up off to the side. All the cameras catching the action of this $25,000 potential pay jump for all remaining players.
We got a real crowd here.
Yeah.
They're treating this like the bubble.
It is a mini bubble.
I mean, to be fair, it's the same pay jump as the bubble.
Yeah, you could feel the stalling. You could feel the tension of everybody trying to wait out this pay jump. So clearly it matters to most of the players left in the field.
Sorry? How much I have? You didn't know? It's like 10 million, right? No, it's more. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you has a shuffle stack.
Yeah, I just wanted to know exactly.
Black chips.
Yeah, he's got a lot.
10 and then.
Looks like Fabian has 2 stacks of red, a couple of black, 1 stack of green.
Fabian seems unhappy that you got it in against him. Maybe?
I think he seems unhappy that he has to wait for the feature table to finish up their hand before he can find out his fate.
I mean, I'm not. I don't blame him for that whatsoever. This is a huge sweat. Ooh.
So.
Oh, I think they're waiting for this hand to play out so we can watch
so
this.
let's just come back to it. Looks like Sergey.
Well, it looks like Sergey just takes it down.
Yeah,
so.
he did. Looks like he got. Right. Okay, so the flop comes.
Yeah, but then, like, in general, like, people
Looks
10, 10, 9, 2 clubs.
Yeah, it looks pretty clean for pocket queens.
I've done it twice where I've just been like,
I'm a poet.
10, 10, 9. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Queen's holding so far. And he's an ace or king on the river. And that is a king on the river.
Wow.
Ryan Yu will double up Fabian Gooms' stack.
Fabian.
This was an all-in pre-flop hand with 24 remaining. A lot of money on the line in that pot. Fabian visibly relieved.
I mean, that pot was worth
Lots of money.
well north of $500,000 in equity, I would imagine.
And he hasn't been afraid to express himself throughout the entire day, so not surprised to see him. Nice hand for him. Quick double up.
Shouldn't you stop the clock? I think he said stop the clock. I think he said so.
That's rough if you're Makita, by the way, sitting on
Ugh.
12 blinds.
The few short stacks we have at this table, also Mihailo over on the 2 seat. Was definitely rooting for those queens to hold. Now he has to sit here.
Hopefully stop the clock if they're going to stop the action.
Hoping for Makita to bust before him.
Yeah. But if they are going to stop the action, then they should at least stop the clock. Like a minute and a half burned off or whatever for no reason.
Hey, he's here. He's here. He's right there. I mean, he was.
the floor, but it's very clear.
Call the floor, yeah.
I think it's reasonable to give it to him. He's right. He was right there.
It's reasonable to call the floor.
He was clearly not back in his team.
He was over by where you were standing, but based on what the rule is.
Wow, they're going to give him the hand back.
We need to let him limp so he can get some action.
Holds anyway.
Waste of time, huh?
Waste of time, a pretty funny comment considering what we've seen.
Coming from Mihailo as well.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Somebody out.
I don't know if they have a rule like if you're on the stage, it counts or what.
Should be very happy for any time wasting.
You have to imagine that that was a bit of sarcasm. That's a great.
Like if that guy knocked somebody out, like you'd be really pissed. Like, really pissed. He was in his way.
You gotta give him some percentage, you know.
Are we confirmed hand for hand? Apologies if you've said that. I missed it.
No, I don't think we're hand for hand. We're just
like when I use my time base.
When there's an all
in.
When there's an all in, yeah, waiting for the other
Interesting.
other hand to finish.
We've been doing this the entire time.
There's really no need for hand if you have time chips.
I get it. Hey, gems are more significant now.
Hold it around to the blinds. We're gonna have a classic for the day with Glenn versus AJ.
That's what I said. It sounds fair
go.
when you said it.
These two have been mixing it up a lot today. I've had a lot of fun watching them play poker. Now we get to see them sit next to each other and battle it out.
You know, these moments really showcase just how important that the whole time bank setup really is to poker tournaments.
Yeah.
It feels so archaic playing in certain tournaments where there's no time bank and they're just the floor is scrambling to figure certain things out to avoid stalling or make things fair when so often time banks would just solve all of those problems.
Absolutely. You said it best earlier that if somebody has a time bank chip and they pay it every time they want to think longer, nobody else minds because they're giving up a resource.
Yeah.
And so it feels like a fair trade for everyone else at the table. And it also gives more weight to their decision-making time. It makes it feel like, okay, they're actually thinking about something rather than just Hollywooding.
Yeah. Or if they're Hollywooding good, it's going to cost them.
Exactly.
Enjoy your Hollywood. Andrew picking up a little gut shot here. He seems to be a non-believer of Glenn. I don't blame him if you've been receiving
1.79.
Yeah, look at this. This is so sick.
Right on cue. These two just picking some crazy, crazy
This is
spot to go for it.
A much better board for Glenn, but Andrew just says, I don't care. Getting after it. Glenn also looks like a big non-believer, but what can he do? He could click it back. You're just risking a lot of chips.
Well, AJ has been privy to Glenn's antics throughout the day, seeing some creative bluffs get through, and some of them against him. So he decided to punch back a little bit, and it works out well for him. Very nice hand. Once again, and the outer tables. Looks like we have ace-king against ace-king. Diamond on the turn.
Red River was fun.
Saw red for a second.
We're just going to chop it up. There was a little bit of a sweat on that turn. I'm not sure if you picked that up, but one of them did have diamond. So diamond on the river would have given one of the ace kings the whole pot, but they do end up chopping it.
I don't know if you noticed, but Alex Queen has a shirt that says tea time on it. Are you aware of that? He's sitting next to a guy with a Bud Light hat. Or sorry, Budweiser hat. Did you pick up on these things?
I'm ignoring you. I'm not talking to you for at least one hand.
Shout out to Babar in chat who beat me to it and said t-shirt.
He's the button. Yeah,
It is truly a t-shirt.
Serhi back into the tank.
Now we can all see that he had aces.
Makita with 2.4 million. He's got to be one of the shorter stacks remaining. Sitting on those 12 big blinds. Chris Moorman, beautiful hand, pocket nines in the hijack.
Boy, he's had a really nice feature table so far. Big pots going his way.
Yeah, almost up to 18 million. Edward is going to pass. Moorman will take down the blinds.
Yeah. If I had it with any of my other two cards, I would have raised.
That time of night, energy starting to wane a little bit for these players. They just have to survive. Make the best decisions they can. Maybe take a look around the table. Jump up and down a little bit. Get the blood flowing. If you can be the person with more energy than the guy next to you, you can survive a little longer. You can make better decisions.
I myself might have to start jumping around a little bit.
Do a couple jumping jacks.
Mm. You don't want me breathing that heavily into the microphone. Cardio, not my thing.
I've gotten so tired in these spots that I can't see the cards anymore. My vision just like blurs.
You mean playing?
Playing, yes. When you get deep into these tournaments and it's just a long grind.
I've had some late night cash games or early morning cash games where the game's too good. I can't leave until it breaks, but man, you start betting the river with the nuts and then questioning whether you actually have it or if you've messed up your hand.
You forget what hand you have. You have to keep looking back like, wait, what?
I had one hand where I bet the river and I had it and I nearly fell. He tanked for my opponent tanked for 5 minutes and I nearly fell asleep and I was like, this has got to be a tell. If I had a bluff, there's no shot I'm falling asleep betting 14K on the river or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Fold.
In the small blind with ace-4 suited, he knows Moorman's going to be opening late. Yeah, he finds a 3-bet. This is nice.
Finally.
Let's go, Edward.
Did you start with?
Start with a little bit under 9.
Chris is the type of player might find the click back though, knowing you can just bin your opponent and they have to show up with it. Hand before break as well.
Yeah, right after this hand, players will go on a quick 15-minute break.
One better. I mean, one better.
He's saying Jack 9 suited, you'd go for it, but nice hand to end that level for Edward Pack. He will take a few chips from Mr. Moorman. Players are going to go on a 15-minute break. Let's take a look at our Club WPT Gold chip counts. Chris still at the top with 18 million. Glenn behind with 14 million. B. Yoon, Edward Pack, and AJ Kelsaw, all in that middling 36 to 45 big blind range. Serhi, Mihailo, and Mikita, all under 20 big blinds, heading into the next level of the night, coming back in about 15 minutes. See you guys then.
The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Lu, and Wolfgame Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold meetup games. For most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America.
In the tank.
Absolutely.
Those from the hijack, maybe the low jack even?
Not sure what that was about.
Nikita. This might just be not quite enough hands. Yeah. Kicks it in. Can't blame him. Have to imagine the king-queen is getting in there in some capacity. Mikhailo as well. Mikhailo. Giving it some serious thought with the 9-4 suited. Perhaps just having a little moment under the lights. Taking it all in.
Perhaps a little bit of stalling for the pay jump.
I thought the next pay jump was at 18 or something.
No, 23. So these players are all guaranteed 121,000. 23rd place gets 146,000.
Suddenly, a lot of things are making sense.
Right.
Glenn flopping the best of it here. As we get closer to the final table, big blind ranges, defending ranges from the big blind should tighten up a bit.
Okay.
And so flops like 10-8-7, which already were hitting the big blind a decent bit, start to hit the big blind a lot more because you start to discount all of these 4-5 offsuit, 5 deuce suited type of hands that were previously peeling. And so they're more centered around the exact type of cards that we're seeing on this flop.
So if you're Edward, would you have liked to see a check from him here?
Yeah, you could certainly be a bit more careful. You also might see some leads from Glenn, maybe not on 10-8-7, but on something like 9-7-6. You might see some leads.
Well, that's a turn.
Wow. Have to imagine Edward shuts it down here. He still has a hand that has a tiny bit of showdown value. He has no diamond in his hand, which you'd like to have if you decide to keep bluffing. Yeah, good choice by him. It just keeps getting better for old Glenn.
Glenn the Irishman.
He has been a lot of fun to watch play today.
Yes. Well known in the UK circuit.
He's exhibited more creative and aggressive lines than anyone else we've seen. We've had some real superstars at the table. Yeah, hard to imagine Edward finds a call here.
Yeah.
Can't beat a pair. Flush draw got there. Straight draw got there. He might not even beat all of the bluffs his opponent would show up with.
Does eventually let it go. Glenn's going to take that pot.
He might not beat any of the bluffs his opponent would show up with. Christopher Mormon, here we go, raising the queen deuce suited in the cutoff. Orange juice Glenn going to let the 7-5 suited go in the small blind. Andrew with 2 10s in the big. And it's such a late position raise from Chris. We have to imagine Andrew's going upstairs. No, he just calls. And he might pay for it here. Mormon finding top pair right away. C-bet would get a lot of value.
Did AJ think he just had a weird stack size to 3-bet from the big? Or?
Probably, but
it's Chris Mormon.
You have to know that Chris is opening quite wide out of the cutoff. And,
right.
If you're uncomfortable playing post, I think this hand could just go all in quite happily as well. Oh, it just gets better for Mormon.
And actually, that's going to make AJ feel a little more comfortable, don't you think?
Absolutely. Part of this turn card being so nice for Chris is that it's an easy one to bet now, but the other part of it is that a number of hands that Andrew could have, something like 8-10, Jack-9, pocket 10s, those are all much happier paying off another barrel.
$850.
The thing with these wide and aggressive openers like Mormon is, if you want to punish them, you have to do so in the form of always putting as much pressure on them pre-flop as possible. That's why I'm such a strong advocate for the 3-bet with pocket 10s. Now, never terrible to play careful this deep in the tournament. Oh, this is such a bad run out for Andrew. He could conceivably pay off another bet, thinking that Chris is just a queen or a bluff. Tough to imagine Chris finding enough bluffs on this particular run out. So easy for his opponent to just have a queen, right?
So in that case, what sizing are you looking to go if you're Chris here?
I think I would keep it fairly in line, something around 60%. Maybe no larger than 70%. But the thing is you expect your opponent to... Yeah, this looks quite close to 60%.
Yep.
You also expect your opponent to have a tough time folding a 9, given the run out.
Played this hand kind of weird.
You certainly did. If Andrew were to find a fold here, it would be a very solid fold. Uh-oh. He is reaching. Andrew has generally been pretty good about sniffing out the right decision in these river spots. We did see him pay off with the Jack-10 earlier today. But it was a pretty forgivable payoff, all things considered. This one, a little easier to imagine your opponent doesn't have enough bluffs. Once you've called twice, he does pay it off. Chris just getting all the value. So sick.
Very nice.
And he sees the queen deuce too, which is going to be very tilting.
Right.
That
So
you
you just-
didn't aggress versus such a wide range out of the cutoff. Not that that's that wide. I think raising queen deuce suited from the cutoff, very reasonable, but just knowing even that your opponent has enough opens makes you think maybe you should have.
Ace queen against Edward's ace king.
Pretty good at hitting queens though usually.
Let's just get a nice little 4-4,
Close
5-5,
battle, 14
7
versus
run out.
15.
How about that? No pain for anyone.
That would have been sick if you woke up a hand.
I would have been.
Glad you didn't.
Say that again.
Well, we're counting it as pre-flop is the best.
The nuts right now.
Deuces are 13th best hand, technically. Right.
13 pairs.
Technically the
That's number 14, number 15. Well, it's in order of the nuts right now. It is.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, hello.
Oh my goodness. Queen on the flop.
Seems reasonable.
Club to go, 2 clubs to go with it too.
Wow.
He could just turn.
I think it's going to come 3 deuce.
Everybody at the table not happy about this flop. That'll do it for AJ. Sucking out on the ace king in a crucial moment in the tournament.
Ace king not doing well versus ace queen today.
No.
Not even a little bit.
Wow, that's huge.
Actually, the only ace king we saw hold up against ace queen was also held by AJ when he doubled through Christian earlier.
Yeah. Like a butterfly effect.
Fold.
Kylo in a bit of a spot here with the ace-4 offsuit. Oh, finally lets it go. Edward has to regroup a bit here.
Poor Edward.
Yeah,
I'm the
that's a
type of
tough
person, like especially when I'm sitting right next to the person I just doubled up who sucked out on me. I have this like habit of just staring at their stack and imagining it on top of my stack.
If he had won
In
that
pain.
pot, he would have between 17 and 18 million, I believe. That's drawing quite close to an average final table stack.
Worth so much money.
For most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America.
Hello and welcome back to Day 4 coverage of the 2024 WPT World Championship main event. We are live here from the Wynn Las Vegas. 24 remaining out of the almost 2,400 player entrants that started in this field. Here's a look at our 2 outer tables. And now our new feature table with our good friend Fabian at in the first place of the chip count with 21 million in chips. And look who's in second. Jonathan, John T. Willis with 20 million chips. Gonna meet a bunch of new people. We've got Joshua Lisberger. We've met him. Huabao Chen, also known as Mr. Chen on this broadcast so far. I think it is Huabao. Huabao, I think that's how you say his first name.
It's actually a bit beautiful to see Jaunty and Fabian back in the mix.
Oh, yeah. We've also got Ryan Yu here in the small blind, action on him. The ace deuce off. New to the featured table here today.
We saw Ryan lose that flip earlier for nearly 20 million, maybe more than 20 million chip pot.
He propelled Fabian into this huge chip stack in front of him. Seems like he's made a few more chips since then.
Must have. Impressive to walk away from that with having still 7 million chips.
Yes, absolutely. King, queen, 6 flop. Our friend Joshua from earlier flopping the best of it with top pair, jack kicker. Andrea from the big blind, middle pair for him.
550. Have to imagine this goes check, bet, call. Andrea will make some tough decisions down the road. Flop relatively easy. Dre using a time bank here. Would have thought this was a bit of a no-brainer. Flick it in. Raise, kind of overplaying the hand. Fold seems out of question considering the strength of the kicker especially.
On a 3.2 million chip stack, do you think it has anything to do with this mini bubble that we are still on?
That's a great point. It can always have something to do with it.
Yeah, I just think with this short of a stack, this is top of mind for a lot of those sub 15 big blind stacks at the moment.
You might think if that was the case, you would save it for when you're forced to play an all-in pot. But Andrea might just be trying to balance all-in.
Joshua takes no time before putting the rest of Andrea's chips in the middle, essentially.
Yeah, and this becomes an impossible situation for the Queen 10. Obviously beating a number of flush draws, maybe some straight draws. Your opponent could bluff. But every time they have a value hand, you're somewhere between in really bad shape and drawing dead. And anytime your opponent either has a bunch of equity in the form of a draw or you're drawing dead, that's not really a situation that you want to be in. Especially on a pay jump bubble. Especially this deep in the tournament. He lets it go. Nice job.
It's almost 1-to-1 stack. It's almost 1-to-1 pot ratio, right? I don't think it was. This is mine, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it was.
So we've got confirmation. This is the last level we're playing for the night.
I wasn't saying it was.
We may not make it down to the final 2 tables of 16. But whichever comes first, that will trigger the end of the night. So whether 16 players remain or this level ends, that will be the end of day 4.
got the dirty diaper. And
Can you believe it?
Go.
We're almost at the end of this marathon day.
Yeah, it's all my friends.
But it really hasn't felt like a grind. It just, everybody has been so much fun to watch and commentate on. So
We have been blessed with some really fun and wild tables.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Both in the sense of how the poker's been played, but also just really interesting characters.
For some cash.
Feels like as poker becomes increasingly difficult and
That's the best part.
Awesome, bro.
perhaps more competitive, people tend to be a little quieter, afraid to have any sort of banter that gives things away at the table.
Yeah.
You see a lot at the highest stakes, but you would never suspect that that's true if you watch today's coverage.
And Tanupat here with ace-king offsuit puts in the majority of his stack, essentially representing an all-in, but as is popular, just leaving back a few chips on this bubble so he can give himself extra time to perhaps outlast someone who might be all in one of the outer tables. Ryan opting to use his entire 30 seconds. Excuse me, they're down to 20-second time bank, it seems like. That makes a lot more sense, so Tanupat gets it through. And it's massage level. Wonder if they can send anybody into the booth.
We've done it before.
Massages in the booth?
Yeah.
Wow.
Back in the day when they had us sitting in chairs. Henry and I would treat ourselves once a series or so to a massage while commentating.
Got it?
Earth to Ryan.
Legitimately impossible to know if he was in the tank or asleep there.
Or if the screen was frozen. I could not tell.
Yeah, all three on the tip. The only thing indicating that there wasn't a problem with our screen was those dots moving across underneath the name. Drea finding the jam here.
He's got almost exactly 10 big blinds. That'll be a beautiful hand, but not worth calling the all-in. This stage in the tournament, Joshua gets out of the way, and Andrea will take down the blinds and antes.
Is it like 6 o'clock? Is it like 8 o'clock?
I think that's 6 o'clock.
9:45 at least.
They're so heavy and nice.
I've lost complete track of time. I got no fucking clue what time. It was like, I just knew it wasn't 6 o'clock. It was at least 9. I have no idea.
Jonty's got the Santa hat back
I
on.
thought it was past 6, to be fair. But I knew it was double past 6.
Oh, we're going to move to an outer table where we've got an all-in situation. On the left-hand side of the screen, you see ace-10 offsuit. That's for Alex Queen. He is covered by Scott Stewart, who's got ace-8 offsuit. They are all in pre-flop.
Wow, the dream.
The dream spot,
Just
ace-10.
getting it in good for heaps.
Flop comes out Jack 6-4, 2 spades.
Wow, the dream flop for ace-10.
Turn is 8.
Oh! Oh, no.
Pretty devastation. That
Oh, that's just
does
brutal.
not feel good. Unlucky to Alex Queen, who's had one heck of a year. This is his 4th or 5th 6-figure cash. He's had an incredible run in this tournament as well to pick up $121,000.
Yeah. On every page up.
It's bittersweet because now everyone has just bumped up to $146,000 guaranteed payday for them with 23 remaining. Heartbreaking turn.
Without screen? Yes, so if it's all in called, you just pause the action.
Players getting news of that elimination.
They don't want us to waste our time bank.
All of the shorter stacks, all of the people taking a little bit longer to act. Might speed up a little bit now. Hallelujah.
What you got?
We'll see. You know, don't count your chickens.
Well, at this point, there's 4 people that need to be eliminated before they can see a pay raise, right? So if you're a short stack, you kind of have to go for it.
No, I don't mean it, but we can work it out.
Waiting around for 4 people to bust when you're a shorter stack doesn't seem reasonable. It seems like you want to just start trying to build your chip stack, right?
Have you known everyone around you to be reasonable all the time? Or have you known them to be frequently unreasonable? Oh, what's going on here?
Oh my goodness. Back-to-back outer table action.
King,
Here we have
Queen versus Ace Jack.
This looks like Pocket Jack.
Whoa!
Versus King Queen.
River, and it looks like it was Bad's verse.
Mormon.
It was Mormon.
Mormon is gonna double up
1.9.
Makita's stack.
1.9. Okay, that's a price we can afford if we're Chris Mormon. Fortunately for him. You hate seeing chips go anywhere but into your stack, but however, if you're going to lose a flip, that's the one to lose.
Mormon just doubled up Nikita. Mormon just doubled up Nikita. Only for like 4 big.
Nobody happy about Makita doubling up on this table or the outer tables.
Meanwhile, Fabian doing work over here. He's had quite the swingy day. Start out with a pile of chips.
You can tell he's tired. He was very chatty in level 1 today.
Yeah. I mean,
his energy is very different now.
He's been through a lot. I think he chipped down to 3.5 million, got it in as a flip.
Yeah.
Found the right side of the flip.
I had a guy get pissed at me
Fought for
because
a
I
while
needed
after
change.
that. Eventually got in as a flip for 20 million. River's the king.
For it because he had it in stacks. So I just went over to the next guy. I was like, I'm so sorry. So sorry.
It's also hard to chat while you're getting a massage.
But I shouldn't be complaining because
It's honestly hard to play poker when you're getting a massage, in my opinion, but
true.
Does make the last level a little more relaxing.
One thing I do like about playing poker while getting a massage is when you bluff all in, or just bluff.
You just get to put your head down.
Yeah. That's
Oh, look at
really
this.
comforting.
We've got Fabian raising from the hijack with King 10 offsuit, and Yifu, who's new to our feature table today, 3-betting with the pocket 7s.
Kind of a wild, small 3-bet size with pocket 7s. You'd expect a hand like 7s to just jam.
On this stack size, for sure.
Yeah, as you really don't want your opponent to peel a number of suited Broadway type of hands.
And he just picks up over $1 million just like that.
Yeah, gets it done either way.
Fabian didn't have the hand to defend, but
trying to get back.
also probably gives him credit.
Hands before the day's
This
over.
guy's the biggest spot in the world. I just want to play every fucking hand with him. It doesn't matter what cards I have.
Oh, good old Jonty's back in the mix.
It's
Love me some Jonty.
I've been a lot of hug.
I feel like I have no confidence against you anyway.
Oh, Fabian, don't be like this, brother. Just follow your heart.
Come on, Santa, man. Give me some
Give me a
present. You know? I
gift.
was a good boy.
Were you?
I really was.
Don't give him some coal.
Come on, Santa
You seem
man,
like a good
give me
guy.
some presents. I was a good boy.
Who's that, Fabian?
Yeah, this table is unhinged.
Oh, British or Australian?
This guy? He's a British Santa.
British Santa. Although I can see why you'd get confused because I'm wearing shorts as well. Aussie style.
Couple of nice hats at this feature table.
That's kind of nice.
Are there only €2 left at this table?
I feel like there's, yeah, 3.
Euro? From where? Italy.
Jaunty.
Italian.
Italy, Germany, UK.
Picking up pocket
Italy,
kings in the
Germany.
small blind as everybody figures out where everybody's from. Yeah, we got a couple euros left. Fabian's German.
It doesn't sound like
Andrea in seat 1 is Italian. Jaunty
I am.
is from England.
I've actually played with Andrea for over 10 years. We played cash games at Bellagio in
Good
maybe
pass.
2011.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, throwback.
First time I met him.
Yeah, and every single time I just take it down 3 foot.
Well, you flattered me.
Yeah, I did. Okay, that was better. What would you want me to? I've told you I'm a big nit, really. Very, very tight player.
It's the worst bluff of the day by Jaunty.
8-6-5, that was tight. I was in the big blind. I could have 3-bet.
Yeah, don't worry. You can say
Look here at our outer
Ace side,
tables.
back to flush draw, back to straight draw. I should really
Current
check raise on the
payout is
flop. I think I played like a quick
$146,000 that all of these players are guaranteed to walk away from
It went to my
today.
heart.
Next pay jump, 30K added to that.
Well, I didn't. Well, if I know
Players seem to be having a lot of fun out there considering the stakes that they're playing.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
All day. It's been refreshing to see.
Stupid.
Prossimo è lontano. Il prossimo pay jump sono 4 giocatori.
When I grow up, I want to be like Fabio.
There's a big hand, I think, over there.
I might be older than you. I don't even know.
How old are you?
Too old.
Wait, let me guess.
Mr.
I'm actually
Chen.
good at that. You are
I think I.
In the small blind, 9-10 offsuit.
34. Huh?
Speaking of fun players to watch.
I'm 33.
33.
How old are you?
You have a guess?
Oh, you're withered like myself. You 36?
Huh?
35. I'm going 35.
What?
35.
Damn, bro. I mean, I don't know. The last week was really exhausting, so
You're 29?
Huh?
You're 29 or something?
30.
30? Lucky man. Look at this.
The last week was really exhausting. I think
Ryan,
I
big
aged
fan
kind of well.
of taking all the way down to 0.
I've aged badly this week. I still haven't adapted to Japan.
Usually people think I'm like 23 or 25 because I have like baby face.
Full bow, checking the ace deuce flop.
Yeah, but you just play with just
29.
Each player is 10 high.
you play with so much experience, you know.
Ryan does have that important 3 of hearts. 10 high just enough to probably check back here. Picking up the gut shot now.
I did not go to Hamburg. I went to Berlin.
I lived in Austria for the last 7 years. So.
Indiana.
Yeah, Ryan just lets it go.
Fake Austrian.
Yeah.
I like that.
Vienna's cool as well.
The idea of
I love
trying to
it.
represent
Probably my favorite city.
a hand
Yeah.
like 4-5,
so
3-4 once you've
I love all
checked
those
back the
cities,
flop. A
Like
little bit
Vienna,
optimistic.
Budapest, Bratislava.
Oh yeah.
You know, all that.
All of
It's
them.
like a little triangle, isn't it? They're all so-
Budapest is great, yeah.
Yeah, Budapest is great. Prague.
Bratislava too.
Yeah.
Prague, yeah. They have all like the same architecture.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're cool. There's a lot of poker players in Vienna, isn't there?
Couple.
Of hundreds. Thousands.
I mean, it's definitely over 100.
Oh yeah.
I take the over on that.
Oh, easy. Is there a casino there?
It is, yeah.
Was it a Spielbank or something?
Casino Austria. Spielbank is Germany.
That's Berlin, isn't it? Spielbank.
Fabian in the mix here again with Jack 10 suited under the gun, raising it up to 500.
All of the greats from Vienna.
If we were to find out that Fabian's favorite hand was Jack 10 suited, I would not be surprised.
What? I thought it was King 4 or King 6 suited.
That's a good point. The suited king's got to be in there. Mr. Chen, ace queen. Button versus early position. You could certainly peel here. 32 big blinds deep. That's exactly what he does. I think on average we've seen some really high level pre-flop decisions across the day. Ryan in the mix. Pocket threes, hoping to flop a set.
Oh.
And he does. What a feeling.
If Fabian decides to c-bet this, we could get some spicy turn cards when the pot gets big.
Absolutely. And if you're Fabian, this feels like a nice board to c-bet. Your hand doesn't have any showdown value. You have all the backdoors imaginable.
And you get a lot of better hands to fold.
Yeah, 2 overcards to top pair.
Yeah.
Feels great as well. Mr. Chen not ready to go anywhere.
Ryan, double checking, make sure you have a set.
Because Mr. Chen called in between, Ryan might feel compelled to raise here. Oh no, he plays it slowly. This is going to work out fantastically. Look at that turn. If you could draw up a turn card outside of the Queen of Clubs, which feels a bit greedy to ask for the viewer's pleasure. I don't think there'll be a better one than the Queen of Diamonds. Something's going on here.
Going out to the outer table, we have Robert Sherwood with King 10 off against Elvin's pocket 10s, all in pre. Flop comes out Jack high. Another Jack on the turn.
Is anybody's tablet not? Yeah, my boy. Yeah, my boy.
Clean river for Elvin. He's going to double up.
There
through
it is.
Robert Sherwood, who we had on our feature table for the first 3 hours of the day. You can see he's doubling up to still a short stack.
Workable though, over 10 big blinds now.
Definitely workable.
He was quite short before that. What is happening here? It looks like it's checked around.
And now, oh
to
no.
Mr. Chen.
No, it wasn't.
Oh no, Fabian fired a second barrel.
Yeah, with the open ender, he decides to go for it again. Obviously, with the queen coming on the turn, Huabao feeling great about ace queen, makes the call, and now Ryan is sitting here with bottom set still. Decides to move all in for 5.5 million.
Yeah, Ryan decides the best route to getting value from a queen is firing it in right now, as well as denying equity to a number of draws or charging them. And he's just loving life. Absolutely loving life.
Huge pot.
Oh no. Jack 10 got there, by the way.
Wow. Wow.
So sick.
Sorry for the swearing production team.
We're all very offended over here, Ryan. Let me tell you something, Ryan.
Yeah,
If I double up to
what,
15
you want
million,
to sweat? Yeah, it's awesome.
Good, yeah. Johan was very tight. Johan, his one seems so tight. When he flatted, 40 jams. I knew he had a set.
Jamming, obviously, like my hand's pretty.
No, I think he plays. No, you could have 2 pair.
What? Yeah. Well, it's hard for me to.
And that just devastates
Queen 9 suited.
Huabao Chen, one of our favorite to watch all day. His stack
Really dry.
Brutal
in
turn
dire
card.
straits at this point.
I like
Yeah, I knew he had a set. The small one.
And Ryan, you almost up to 16 million in chips. He is no stranger to tournaments. If you go through his Hendemon page, he's got all kinds of international flags from caches all around the world. Has him listed as from South Korea.
I don't know. What is it?
Nice one.
How much did you charge?
I mean, I think you played it perfectly.
Not enough.
Over 2 million in live earnings.
Parfait.
Deep in the main event.
After this, though, that's how
Second
people do it, right?
in
They make one deep run. And
WPT in Niagara Falls. I'm trying to think of where I specifically remember Ryan from. Might have been
He's
the main event
around.
run.
He's around. Definitely played with him in Vegas.
I feel like he's one of those players who had a nice string of scores one year. His name was floating around because of that for a little while. I don't feel like I've played too much at the table with him, but certainly seems quite familiar. By the way, he lost a flip for 20 million. Despite that, just chugging along. Back up to 16, got it in. With his opponent drawing dead.
And the one opponent who would have gotten there on the river out of the hand. So that's beautiful.
Yeah. He could thank his call for that. If he had raised, probably just taking down the pot right there. Slow playing, just paying so many dividends.
Huh?
Joshua flashing his hand.
Oh, you folded a suited hand on me? Okay, we're gonna go into teaching. Shit.
I like Joshua. He's just here to have fun.
Yeah, no, I didn't see
great.
the flush come in, so I just saw the 8 on the river, and I thought that was the only hand I could win.
Someone in chat earlier called Joshua's hat
that's what I'm doing right
diabolical. And that really stuck with me.
Why?
Sorry about that.
I don't know. I love that adjective for that hat.
No, I'm saying why. Yeah.
I mean, it's the least diabolical hat I've probably ever seen in my entire life.
This is pretty joyous. I guess maybe diabolical to fashion. Is that what they were trying to say?
Perhaps.
Well, we're not definitely know nothing about that.
By the way, I think as far as hats go, I think Jonty's hat has grown longer across the day. I think every time somebody gets eliminated, an inch is added to the end of that hat.
It's going to be a full-on coat by Saturday.
It's going to run out to the main poker room.
Only us two?
Oh.
Let me see what I can do for you.
Dude, I have played so many blind versus blind pots this tournament.
Holding around to the blinds, and Fabian has complete trash in the small blind, but he's not willing to give it up. Limps in, and here we go. Looks like another all-in and call on one of the outer tables. Looks like Elvin is all in. Once again, he's got pocket nines, but this time he runs into pocket jacks in seat 9, which is Ann's. Oh, so close to a 9.
A little life on the turn.
Picks up a few more outs, but none of them come in on the river. And that'll send Elvin Bello to the rail in 23rd place. $146,000 will go to him. Good game. Nice run. Enjoy your payday. It's not easy making these deep runs in these main events.
150K. That's a first place score in
a lot of
tournaments.
Absolutely.
If you're lucky.
Picking up the action in this blind-on-blind battle once again. Fabian turning a straight. Joshua.
Respect.
Just ace high. Correctly lays it down.
Joshua just letting him know that, I checked back an ace for you, buddy. Fabian returning the favor, showing him the 5. Good fold.
Dude, I I'm telling you, like I said, I've played so many blind versus blind pots this tournament, and that's how I've accumulated most of my chips. That's how I've accumulated most of my chips. I took Cliff Josephie out in like a 2 million chip pot, where I just flopped the nuts. And he didn't raise with an offsuit ace, and I think he got 2 pair in it somehow. Nice dude.
Okay, ton of pot here under the gun with pocket threes. Not the type of stack you enjoy having these small pocket pairs with from under the gun.
Yeah, you're really waiting to find that on the button when it's been
Yeah.
folded around to you. That's the
Jaunty.
dream.
Jaunty with the ace-king offsuit. He has amassed almost 20 million in chips.
This is what I'm talking about. Jaunty's little picture in the corner next to the ace-king. That's like 90% hat at this point.
Yeah.
You can barely even make out his face at this.
Yifu looking interested from the big blind with ace-7 offsuit.
Certainly continuing.
Huh?
Willing to play.
We got like 14 and a half or something.
Okay, that's plenty.
As we draw closer to the final table, even these hands like ace-7 offsuit become considerably closer as a defend out of the big blind.
Okay.
Once you have bigger pay jumps on the immediate horizon, you might even find some folds with hands like that. The problem being, when you do flop a pair, you're not as happy to continue as you would be in other situations. Nice fold by Yifu.
I can't show or tell you my hands every single hand, but I would have got in every single chip and probably ended up with no pair.
You were calling my all-in first.
I was, yeah.
You were.
100%.
That kind of narrows it down without saying it.
Yeah. It's pretty clear what hand we're talking about here, boys.
Tried getting away.
Not to mention the flop was ace queen, or sorry, queen queen X. So probably not ace queen.
I wasn't folding. Tried getting away with it. But you were winning.
Why? I was right.
Difficult to make a pair in this game, you know.
I know.
Preach. Andrea. King queen offsuit in the hijack. 13 big blinds.
All in?
All in.
Good luck, sir.
Finally all in here.
How do you say in Italian? Good luck.
We say buon
That's goodbye.
Not even close.
1.175 million.
And you really see the value of just going all in rather than a smaller raise. When you see Yifu looking down a hand like Jack 10.
Use it to wish good luck.
It's very live versus the King Queen, but obviously can't call the all in.
Good luck. You got it.
So Italians are sarcastic.
Oh, they mean like good luck.
Good luck is fine. Buona fortuna never. Don't say to a gambler.
How do you say it in auf Deutsch?
Viel Glück.
This?
Viel Glück.
Viel Glück.
Viel Glück.
Glück.
Viel Glück. Something like that.
Learning all sorts of words.
Huh?
Learning all sorts of words.
Are you from America? Are you from Baltimore?
I am. It's a good.
Wow,
That's a
what a
good.
waste.
That's a good guess. How'd you guess that?
Poker face.
The other way of this hat's harder. Some people guess Balenciaga. 'Cause it's like there's like a B under it. I'll show you after.
If he thinks he's learning words now, wait till he watches this back and sees all of the words that I've made up, apparently, today.
Io ci ho provato prima.
Wu Bao Chen putting most of his chips in the middle with pocket deuces from under the gun. knowing that he's about to hit the big blind and the big blind ante. And at least he has a pair. Lucky for him, Jonty got nothing in the big blind to call him off with.
Yeah, fantastic result when you have the pocket twos.
Let's see.
Nice little
Can I get?
Can I get a water, please?
Yeah, I'd like a water as well, please.
Can you bring it to that guy, please?
Thank you. Could I get 15? Thank you so much.
$500. Raise 500,000.
Andrea has amassed a big enough stack that he's got min raise options now. I like this. I'm a big fan of Andrea. He's always been such a nice guy at the table. Carries himself really well. Just super easy to root for. Always great sportsmanship. Oof. Mr. Chen finding that ever important playable hand in the big blind. Unfortunately for him, he's dominated. Wonder how Andrea plays this. You expect to see a continuation bet, but it's a bit awkward with a hand like ace-9. If you bet, let's say, one big blind, your opponent goes all in.
Yeah, you're not loving it.
You really hate both options.
Wow. Andrea bets. What about quick call?
That call was so fast.
With the 9-7. I don't even know if Andrea got the rest of his bet out before Mr. Chen. It's like...
Yeah. I think maybe Huabao led with how fast he called that. Speaking of leading, 6 on the turn, and not the worst card for Huabao to potentially lead on. It goes check, check. Now he's going to presumably bluff. You have to imagine that was the plan. Do you say all in?
Wow.
Disgusting spot for Andrea. This is very weird.
This is...
Because if your opponent did have a 6 or a queen, wouldn't you expect them to just check jam the flop? There's so few chips behind, and protecting your equity when you have a 6 or ensuring that you get all the chips in the pot when you have a queen seems really important. So you start to think, oh, he just lets it go.
What about Chen?
You never expect your opponent to float with the 9-7 there.
Mr. Unpredictable remains
so
unpredictable. That check call on the flop, just the super snap.
Yeah.
With the 9 high.
That was something else. He was
Somehow
really trying
made it
to
work.
scare his opponent. That was the most aggressive call we've seen in a very long time.
At every turn, he has been a wild man.
Yeah.
So much fun to watch.
Gotcha, fam. Gotcha, fam.
That was the gift for you. I prayed that in so long.
Would love to get one more day.
With free flop, I cook phone.
raises.
Yifu in the mix with the queen-nine offsuit from the hijack.
Let's go Yifu.
He came to play.
This was rather unexpected. He may get punished here. Although he just seems to have this tight image. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chow kicks it in. Ryan going nowhere with the A7 suited. He will be peeling.
Ooh. Moving to the outer table where we see on a board of king 8, 7, 8, 6, 3 spades. Looks like Serhi had trip 8s and B Yoon rivered a flush. The ace high flush on the river.
Jeez.
Looks like Serhi had checked it to B Yoon, who bet. Serhi moved all in on that river. Obviously got snap called by B Yoon with the ace king of spades.
He has to have a pile at this point, right?
That
it looks
is
like he lost a
massive.
lot of chips before that hand, though.
So Serhi going out.
Oh no, look at this
in
flop.
22nd place.
This could easily be the end for Yifu. Ryan just calls. Maybe a check back in order for Yifu at this point.
Pretty squarely in the middle. Middling hands.
Mm-hmm. You really want to be careful on these monotone boards. And now Yifu has the type of hand that's not really particularly thrilled to go 3. So pot controlling makes a lot of sense on the turn when you have the 9 of hearts yourself. A lot of river coverage. He just bets now.
675.
I wonder if Ryan sniffs this out, because this really feels like the type of bet size that's followed up by a check back on the river, like your opponent's just trying to control the size of the pot, get a cheap showdown. If that's the case, Ryan may want to raise right now.
1.5.
Yeah, this is nice. Really nice by Ryan.
Is there a world in which Yifu gets away from this now? No.
Once you put that amount of chips in, it's going to be a lot harder to fold river. That said, you have a very clear bluff catcher and nothing more. So you have to ask how often your opponent actually takes this line as a bluff. Does he have enough bluffs here? I don't know. Does he ever play the bear ace of hearts this way? The bear king of hearts? Maybe.
Ryan, acting like he's got a hard decision. Tossing in a time bank chip.
All in.
All in.
There's the all in.
Oh boy. I'm Yifu. I might just be tossing all of those chips in there. Those time chips.
All those time bank chips.
Yeah. It's tricky. You have a great bluff catcher, but you need your opponent to have enough bluffs. Oh, he calls it off.
Oh,
Sorry, buddy.
Yifu gonna see the bad
Set?
news, and
Oh.
that is all she wrote.
Listen.
For Yifu going out in 21st. He's such a good sport.
Yeah.
Leaving with a smile on his face and a little fist bump for some of the people at his table.
It's honestly a good hand.
He didn't believe Ryan in the end. It cost him his stack. And Ryan now having quite the level to finish off his day 4.
Unbelievable. I think he's up to 20 million.
Taking a quick scan of what's going on at the outer tables. 146,000 guaranteed right now for all players. At 19 remaining, that'll jump up to
I thought he
176,000.
had like queen, like set of queens. Like I thought he was still live or something on the turn.
Another bubble situation.
Whoa. He just hadn't been playing, but I didn't.
Feature table.
No, it's just
30K difference between right now and busting in one more place.
That's the first time I ever played with him, so.
Fabian back in the mix with ace-10 suited from under the gun. Raises it up to 500K.
Fold.
Ryan can't even stack his chips fast enough before the next hand is in front of him.
Trey has a playable hand out of the big blind. This is the type of hand that you might start considering fold when you're on a bubble.
Mm-hmm. He does so.
Yeah, it's the type of hand that flops a lot of middle and bottom pairs, and those are really difficult to play when your opponent has so much incentive to put pressure on because of the bubble, because you're deep in the tournament.
And there's something to be said for maintaining fold equity with your 10 big blinds, right?
Yeah.
Every big blind you're putting into the pot, you're reducing that fold equity.
We
One blind
we
at a
didn't play
time.
today, like, but yesterday.
And when everybody's so close in stacks, and you can just win 30K pay jump by outlasting one more guy, it starts to matter a lot more.
We wouldn't get kings and aces like 10 times a day.
Every chip that you pick up from here on out is worth a little bit less than the chips that are already in your stack. So you need a clear edge.
No, it's cool.
Not a tiny edge, but a clear edge every time you fire more chips into the pot.
Like people, Asians don't trust each other. Like
Another.
You have to non-block. You have to non-hub.
That's really mean. I know.
Ryan's body language a lot more relaxed, a lot more comfortable with that stack.
He is loving the last hour.
And Andrea with a decision here.
I made a mistake, and second mistake.
Like what do I have?
You have a set.
He's 10 suited, 2.4 million.
I have
Pretty clear all in.
953.
He doesn't bother with the one chip behind. Said
Fabian with the suited king might give it some consideration.
Oh, he
Yeah.
does flick it in. Ace-10 suited up against Fabian's King-8 suited.
Andrea in pretty good shape here. 2-1 favorite. Nearly.
Oh, I just gave it to you,
Yes. Andrea. Italy versus Germany. Let's
Look
go.
at this.
Ace 10 jack all hearts. Okay.
Clean flop so far for Andrea.
7 hearts. Ba-bum. That's boring turn. Oh, but that's too good of a turn.
Eliminating
actually.
some of Fabian's outs.
Ace is too good of a turn. That's such a good turn for you. Oof.
10 of spades on the river will do it, and our short stack will double up here on the feature table.
Here you go, Andrea. Take a moment, enjoy it.
Absolutely.
What
He waited patiently for that
Sounds
spot.
like a nice plan.
Finally got it. It worked out.
I probably would.
Yeah, I mean,
I could have busted him earlier.
He's even got some black chips.
You didn't have king queen. You said bullshit.
You didn't leave him.
No.
I waste 2 time eggs.
Especially after now you call with king ace of hearts.
But there was 10 bigs, and earlier was 20 big.
I know. And it was on a bubble.
Like folded king queen off. All my friends said I'm stupid. But you had an ace,
King
right?
queen off, you nit.
I'm a net.
No.
I actually But there is the
My reading's
possibility
good.
that I was lying.
I used a time bank for like a 12 big blind.
Sometimes
blind
I do
versus
lie.
blind shove with ace 5 off, just because I thought the dude was never shoving with anything.
I thought he never jams king jack there on the page on Palmer. Maybe he does king jack.
Yes, I do.
That's about it.
But that's it. I don't show king 10.
No.
This table is feeling the end of the day. They're starting to get excited about it.
You always have an ace in the small line, huh?
There's this type of
you mean now?
camaraderie in the
Yeah,
air
generally speaking.
that you
Always
often
when you
feel
jam.
at bag time.
I
When everyone's
think
bagging
Swedish
up
should
and
be
you can
really
finally
good
take
for
that sigh of relief. But
Only most of the time.
for some, this might be an early celebration.
Well done.
I think generally
Well
the
done.
people talking are the bigger stacks.
Hu Bao Chen here with the ace queen off.
Yeah, we are on a direct one.
He loves tossing in the time bank chip before he actually needs it. It's really cute.
He does.
If he has a decision, he immediately is like, yes, give me 30 more seconds. He's got 2.9 million at big blind 250K with ace queen off from the hijack. This is one of those situations we probably expect him to think for a little bit and put most of his chips. There he goes. He's got one chip behind. He's not technically all in.
Yeah, when you're on a short stack, these offsuited hands are often the best candidates for a shove rather than a small raise, as they just play a little bit worse post-flop. And they have slightly lower equity, so you want the higher equity hand to induce with.
I said no way. Because it took so long for everyone to bust from 24. We're like 24. I could post that. Depends how quickly we get to 19.
Ooh, Joshua looks like he's about to flick some chips in here.
So if we get to 19, like in the next.
This would be a dream for Hu Bao.
Like we have a decent chance then. For sure. The next jump happens at 15, so yeah. Yeah, so
hey, that's good.
So
Yeah, so
19,
now people just
that's the
drop out.
last
Yeah,
jump
yeah.
of the day, right? So people just play normally.
Yeah, so play normally.
Oh no, here it is. He's called it off. Amazing situation for Hu Bao.
Yes, he's getting it in way ahead with the ace queen against Joshua's ace 8 offsuit.
Made the best player win. Oh, shit, it's
I took Italian in high school.
30K, the payout difference between going home in 20th and going home in 19th.
Honestly, it is his pay jump. He's
So,
gonna be lot
a little
bigger.
extra juice in this pot. The flop comes out 10-4-3. Very safe for Hu Bao.
Oh
8
no.
on the turn.
Ace 8 offsuit doing
Yes.
serious work today.
Second time we've had the 8 hit on the turn. He needs a queen to stay alive.
Wow, so sick.
So painful.
I
Worked
just
hard all
realized
day.
that it was pay jump and
All
I
of
should've
those
never called
bluffs.
there after I called.
All of those unorthodox lines that he's taken at our feature table.
Yeah.
Only to go out
Oh, so we hit
to a
the
suck
jump?
out.
Yeah.
Good game, Mr. Chen. It was nice having you there. Hu Bao. He'll be taking home $146,000 for 20th place, which means everybody else from now on will win at least $176,000. Still see Makita, Chris Mormon,
I think bottom
Scott
right
Stewart,
is 10 off there.
Robert Sherwood in the mix.
It's difficult to tell with this aerial view, but Makita still looks awfully short over there.
Minutes?
Yeah, that was bad.
His chip stack, not. See you giving me that look.
I was like,
Yeah, Steve. That's why
He's sitting down. I have no idea how tall he is.
I see.
Goodness me, don't make me laugh, please.
So you started with like
20
okay, yeah,
million and 800,000.
Chauncey with the king jack under the gun opens. Ryan.
I'm just saying, I might have a height advantage on Makita, and if I do,
Get these two big stacks. About to play a pot together. They might have a third coming along for the ride. Joshua has pocket fours in the small.
Whoa, let's it go.
He does elect to give it up.
He is quite deep. It would be nice to play for
I wonder if he's
possible
just
sets here.
extra worried about Tanupot, but I just feel like fours is good enough to just call.
Yeah.
Just get in the mix.
Tanupot has to play quite honest on his stack size. Can't be finding a lot of light squeeze jams. He doesn't expect to get it through very often. By the way, disciplined laydown with the 10-7 offsuit from Tanupot, but he would have flopped the best hand.
Careful.
Jonathan just trucking
Tried,
along,
man.
man.
Or something or whatever.
I was running good against you. I wanted to see if I was still running good.
What's the
Another little cooler, you know?
He had like 8 million after. Wow.
But no, things have changed.
If he had the big stacks,
The new order.
and some of the big hands.
I don't like Ryan's demeanor.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not Chinese though, but Italians always do this. I swear to God. No, no. The thing is, I'm
You know,
not even
this
mad
just
because it's like he's not doing it
life,
to offend me.
God, or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't
like,
know why.
swear. But it's always no. It's always.
Oh, yeah, to be fair, yeah, I don't know why. Yeah,
What?
yeah, I know. Actually, to be fair, I don't think it's it's not intentionally.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
I don't like make a big deal out of it.
Italians always do this.
Not bad, but not
It's quite good. Joshua now considering playing the pocket fours on the button for some much shorter stacks open. This is interesting. Jonathan. Thinking, what can I tell myself to convince myself this would be a reasonable hand to defend out of the big blind?
If I told you I was like Mexican or something, you wouldn't like. You would squint, but you'd be like, maybe. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't believe me. I would. Yeah, I'm too Asian looking. But I'm like, seriously, like, I think every country I've been to in Asia, I've been mistaken.
325.
Yeah, 325.
I've been all over Asia. Yeah. But okay, so like, except Southeast Asia, because like I'm normally too pale, so they'll know right away.
Joshua looks like a non-believer here,
By
but
the end of the trip, they'll start speaking.
it's just difficult to continue with pocket
Oh,
fours.
that was unexpected.
That's a small bet.
I was not expecting a four.
That was a very small bet.
I already had all my plan. You fool.
Very small bet. I mean,
Yeah, you don't make plans? You should. It's easier to play when you make plans. No, I don't like
There's
plans.
a lot of like.
To be fair, Fabian does not appear to be a man who makes plans.
they usually
He
don't
goes with the flow, baby.
He was going for
smile,
like
like-
bet
No, they
flop,
just like
check
a lot
raise
of them,
turn.
You know, like David Beckham. He has like
That was a
squinty
good
eyes,
idea.
right? I noticed that.
Yeah.
you have it spot on.
Yeah, he does. You're right. Maybe
Yes, it
60
sounds like a
Andrea
fancy
now up to
line he's playing
6.5
on.
million. Queen 10 suited under the gun.
I mean,
It's coming in for a raise.
And I go back to say feature.
Feature table, all with fancy lines.
I love how much fun Josh was having.
He seems truly
He is enjoying himself.
blissful at this table.
Out of most of the people remaining in this tournament, he's got one of
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
the shorter lists, meaning he's got a little less experience in those remaining.
Jonathan with pocket kings number 19 of the day.
5.5, 5.6.
He was just talking about how he always has pocket kings.
5.9 classic.
Or just say some rude thing.
Oh yeah, Chippy V took one.
Chippy V, easy.
Right?
Chippy V, you're probably calling.
Most
Okay, don't worry about it.
Feature
You busted
table,
it.
it's not a problem, but like
It should be heavy maintenance.
so you just bring up.
I'm not worried about
Jonty
it.
sticks in the 3-bet. 1.7
Yeah.
over the 500 raise.
Yeah, just say. I don't know what would be better if you. What would be better to break the table?
On the larger
If you were
side,
pro-
considering
if you were pro Trump or pro
Andreas stack size.
Democrat.
Yeah.
Everyone knows what I have.
Kings or kings?
Yeah, obviously I have
One of those.
I have kings every
Andrea.
fucking hand. King of diamonds, king of clubs.
So funny,
Called it.
I think that was.
I mean, I don't think he's showing, so at some point you're like, is this guy lying to us?
What about you? What are your names?
These guys are so funny though. We were on the bubble and they were talking about like stalling tactics to get through the bubble, and the one guy was like,
That you speak with
"If you
the logo.
spill like a drink on the table, like you're just guaranteed to cash." Because they have to
And you're
come
enjoying
and
it.
like either like clean up the table before they continue.
Are you talking about in this?
That's next level. Are you
I've,
hearing
I've
this?
actually heard this trick before at the table. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
That this has become more of a mainstream concept.
Jeez.
The first time I heard it, I was like, bro, you're out of your mind coming up with these
No, I
ideas.
mean I would never do it, but it's funny what these guys.
By
These guys are pretty
2030, no
creative
drinks
with
allowed on the table during bubble time.
Yeah. Or if you spill a drink within 10 people of the bubble.
Catching up on the action, we've got Chris Moorman with ace-jack against Makita Baziakuski's ace-queen. Looked like they went all in pre-flop, except for the 25K that Makita left behind while he stalls, trying to get that pay jump.
I think that's a king, jack,
Yes,
flop.
jack on the flop.
Makita actually picked up and out with the gut shot.
Makita's going to need to hit a
Oh,
queen
wait,
or
this
a
is
10.
ace-jack for Mormon, by the way. He's found
Right.
the jack.
Right.
Oh, I thought you said ace-king. I'm sorry.
Did I? Ace-jack for Mormon. Ace-queen
Wow,
for
what a
Makita.
flop.
Makita to the river.
Oof. And that will be the last card of Makita's tournament. What a run for him.
Going out in 19th.
We need to balance though.
He had won a buy-in to this tournament.
Yeah, we're not balanced.
Decided to leave the high rollers that he was going to play. Come out here and play this tournament. Made almost the most of it. Cashing for a pile of money.
Looks like he started that hand with 3 million. So Mormon is 3 million chips richer.
Wow.
I think he's got a stack of black almost in the front there.
Yeah, it looked like
wow.
it.
Yeah, it's too late now.
What an incredible run for him. This is just so epic for him to still be in with 19 left after
really
final
weird.
tabling this last year.
I didn't do.
I think we're you were the 19 now as well. 18 or 17.
The one big blind bet just felt real fucking weird.
Don't tell me, I'm 40.
I was like, I don't know. So I got the praise in the group chat.
Makita goes home with
Better than
$176,000
a call, I think.
in this event. It's good for a couple buy-ins. The stakes usually plays.
A couple. It's a couple.
Just exactly a couple.
Might have been one of the first tournaments like in my life where like
500.
Here comes Joshua, Queen Jack suited under the gun.
No, but there was a table like on day one where I was like the oldest.
You look young. It happens to me
You're the
almost
old-
every time now.
Yeah, but like
You were the oldest.
Probably going to
How
be
old
playing
are
a little
you?
quicker
I'm
now.
41, but
Oh, you look younger.
You're 41.
Asians look younger.
You look definitely younger.
You're 41.
True.
You are not the oldest now, for sure.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying it's the first time in my life where I ever played a poker table where I was like.
And I will tell you a thing, it will happen more often and more often.
So we were talking about it. In 9 years, I can play the senior
Yeah.
event. It's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit.
I'm looking forward to playing the senior.
Senior's gonna be awesome.
I think when you will start playing the senior, there will be a bunch of good players.
Very. But and then like.
Maybe keeping his opponent honest with the 8-7 offsuit.
It's gonna be all like crazy good players.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still.
Not only.
Joshua almost looking bored with his middle pair. Puts out a c-bet. Quickly takes it.
I think Joshua would love to get home, get some sleep, and come back
Really?
fresh.
My read is that he's really enjoying himself here.
Oh, he's definitely enjoying himself.
Yeah.
But
I don't think he does this every day, and this is just a really fun moment.
there's more enjoyment to be had tomorrow when you're
True.
when you're fresh.
Always feel like because I
Gotta
used to
win these
fumble around
poker
with
tournaments
chips
one
and
hand at a
stuff.
time, though. Can't already.
People under the gun.
He's
I
fast forwarding tomorrow.
always would
Yeah,
bet
you're right. That
against
might
them.
have been a momentary
But then
lapse
they
in
always
his
just
energy
have it.
levels, but they seem to be back now.
Yeah.
WPT
I always
He's into it.
win to make the ultimate run.
Ooh, pocket nines with 2.4 million. Surely this is going to go all in soon, right?
It has to be. The
I would
best.
have to imagine.
And
The
it's
windows
the
are really
best.
nice
It's
job.
the best tournament staff too. With the
really,
win.
really
So
nice
it's
You
like
could get
the best
fancy
tour with the best tournament.
and find a min raise here, but
I just.
this is not really the hand that wants to induce. If your opponent chooses to bluff,
Shout out to EPT, though.
jam something like king queen, you're now flipping. Where's a hand that might have folded
No,
pre-flop?
I come out. This is the only time.
WPT.
I don't come out for WSOP summer.
There it is.
We move to the outer table where we see Mihailo from our feature table earlier with ace-9 of hearts against Scott Stewart's ace-4 of clubs.
Is that a 3-heart
All
flop?
hearts on the flop. That's a decent
Wow.
run out for him. Started the hand with 3.5 million. So now Mihailo will double up to over 7 million in his stack. He was grinding that short stack for quite a while, so good to see him. Good to see his patience paying off there.
Good luck.
Not even a sweat, just all hearts in the middle.
All right, that's fair.
Oh, here we go. Tonopot all in.
Oh, God.
Tonopot choosing not to burn his time banks, hoping that two players are eliminated. I think that's very
reasonable.
At first,
Yeah,
I
very
thought you had
wise.
ace queen. That's why. Yeah, that's true. That's
He's up
true.
against
That's
ace king.
true. I was hoping you had ace queen.
The ace king of Ryan Yu, who has had an incredible level. What a spin up for him. Jack 6-3 all clubs. Not great for Tonopot to see.
Still flipping.
Put a 9 out there.
Yeah.
Put a 9.
The turn is a king.
Wow. Not flipping anymore.
That's pretty deflating. The river seals the deal, and we lose another one. Tonopot out in 18th.
We are now one player away from being down to 2 tables in this
Wow.
tournament.
Oh, really?
Just when we thought there was no way we would reach 16 before the end of the level, here we are.
Yeah.
Fast approaching.
You know, it's not that far, right? It's doing a last minute flight, it's not a big deal.
If Stu had found the win with that ace-4, we'd be
If I
done.
win, I'm definitely not going. I'll tell you that right now.
This is true. This is true.
Well, not that.
Huh?
Okay, what about
Hey,
a
you saw
satellite?
me. You saw me call.
Okay,
AC
fine.
call.
Yeah, it's fine.
One raises 500,000.
Andrea looking down at a very real hand. Fabian might be looking to play a pot with him
We may be back.
in some capacity.
He could also be taking a nap. We'll never know.
He could be asleep. Yeah, let's it go. That feels like the type of hand where all options are certainly on the table.
Joshua folding the pocket threes from the small. Jaunty in the mix. 500K apiece. We'll see a flop.
Jaunty's never seen a king he doesn't like. Relatively safe flop for Jaunty to get away from it unscathed. We'll see, though. He has found the aggressive line in the past in an unexpected type of situation. Probably more than once.
Is like
350.
Jaunty does let it go.
200.
Right.
100. I check.
Andreas seems like a happy guy. I enjoy him.
Well, hoping Fabian was going to raise it, and then I could fucking re-raise the question big.
I had a hand to stream it.
I didn't have it.
I had a hand to maybe 3-bet too.
Guys, what are you doing? Just I had it.
He really is.
But next time, do not 3-bet. Because
Just a
usually
lot
I
of
don't
life
think.
coming from him.
Yeah. Joshua looking down at the ace-10 on the button.
500.
Ryan has 22 million in front of him. Look at that wall of
No.
chips.
Well, that shows that it.
How good does that feel?
But I thought it was the ace of spades.
When you started the level with something around 6 million, or was that the end of last level? Things are starting to run together.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It's all a blur. It's
Yeah.
all a blur. But you know what? What matters is where he's at right now, and that's sitting on 20-something million chips, with 17 left in the main event.
What a feeling.
Jesse, if you're still there and listening, thank you for saying nice things about me.
Aw.
I got you, bro. I really did have a fantastic
He's on
time.
commentary.
Day one.
Jesse Silver?
Like 6. A little bit less.
I heard them say, "Let's go, Joshua," because they called out the 12K in live earnings.
Let's go. Oh, I actually bust Jesse on day one. He had like 6 bigs, I had 9s, and I flopped quads against him. Like, he was all in with ace queen or something. But he was a fun guy to be around.
The reason why he's commentating.
I check.
He's a really fun guy at the table. He's like a very chatty.
I've met a lot of people in this tournament. That's the fun part, I think.
Yeah, yeah. A legend as well. He was showing a good time in the meetup game as well before day 2.
Yeah, I played with Dylan Wind. I knocked out Cliff Josephine.
Did you? I got super. Well, I lost a third of my stuff. No, I.
Ooh.
What a turn card, huh?
Against
2 pair for Ryan, straight for Andrea.
I got aces, and I hit 10.
Ryan's certainly going to feel
He's been on my
obligated to put a
he's been-
number
he's
of
been on
chips
my
in the
left
pot
side
now.
the whole time. That's why we're here. Way better just bad beef. Bad beef. Bros. The bosses.
750.
Pot size bet. That is meaty.
That is meaty. If you're Ryan, You're thinking, what is this? He's just not concerned about me having a 6 at all. Ryan already looks really skeptical whether or not this is ever a bluff.
He does put the chips in.
So difficult to find a fold when you have 2 pair to 1 bet. That's a really nice card if you're Andrea, and a really easy card to talk yourself into paying your opponent off if you're Ryan. Feels like Andrea's just decided, I'm going to go for a lot of it if my opponent has a 6.
$2.3.
Again, pot size bet on the river.
If you're Ryan, these huge bets on the fairly coordinated 1 card straight boards just feel, it just doesn't feel like a bluff very often. And
I fold. Maybe I should just fold.
Very nice fold. He
he
gets
just
away.
said, maybe I should just fold the turn. That's so sick.
Wow.
Ryan has some really strong instincts.
They're gonna call me a nit after seeing this.
No way.
Shame. Embarrassing shit.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's nitty at all. I think you just don't believe when your opponent goes that large on a board like that that he has bluffs or has
Right.
enough bluffs.
Right.
That's very
And in this
reasonable.
case, he correctly believed
I
that.
know.
What happened?
Maybe I should just open your big blind.
I just want to win one hand against you today. They don't give me a chance.
Because you have the short stacks, so you have to just watch.
Tomorrow.
No, I promised myself I'm gonna win one hand against him.
You won lots of them pre-flop.
You folded the big blind. That doesn't count.
I 3-bet folded once.
Against
And I had
me.
the best hand.
Against me?
You had king 7 of hearts and I had 7s.
Oh yeah, okay. I followed you there. Yeah.
As everyone was squeezing too much, I was like, I'm just gonna 3-bet 7s.
It's a good three, but sometimes.
The John Van Fleet.
Folds around to Andrea in the small blind.
He said no raises.
Down and a very beautiful suited ace.
No
It's going to raise it up to 800
I have to raise.
Double.
and take it down.
His bust out hand.
Is this a good hand?
Something
Oh,
he 3-bet like ace 3 suit versus
That's a limp fold.
3-bet
Oh,
three.
Oh yeah, threes.
From an
Three.
over the
It's been a
gun.
nice little run for him. He's chipped up
And the guy
from...
peels 4s and it comes
Guys,
to
that's
4
four.
Ace 8 plus.
Yeah, do you know what's quite funny about that? We'd been sat
Ace
on the
8
break
off,
and I'd given him the hat.
Ace 6 suited.
I was like,
Maybe
oh, it's my lucky
something
hat.
along the
And he was
lines
like,
of
he was like, oh, I'll take it for
2.5
level.
million?
It was
At his
lucky.
low
He had
point,
like
I
5
think.
million
Yeah.
big blind, like, what, 30
Now
or
has
something.
nearly 8.
And he was like, yeah, let's see how lucky this hat is. I'm
Great
like,
spin up
he had
for the
absolute sheets. He was like, probably
what
won
feels
like
like the
3
end
chips
of the
and
night soon.
He was
We
out.
have one
by,
player. If one player busts,
out
we're
within 30
done,
minutes
or
and
we'll
gave him
play
a
out
hat
the
back.
end of this level.
By the
Whichever
way,
comes first.
Shout out to Jordy because he mentioned that he busted me on day 1A, day 1B. Jaunty, sorry, Jaunty. He mentioned that he busted me on day 1B, but he didn't mention that I got in with ace jack versus 9s, and he said, good luck tomorrow, which means I'd be playing another day 1, and then immediately flops quads, which is pretty sick.
That's funny.
Good call.
All right.
call.
The two happiest guys at the table, Jaunty and Joshua, heads up in blind versus or big blind versus hijack pot.
Could be an interesting flop
Yeah,
here.
Joshua flopping middle pair. Jonty with the open-ended straight draw.
500.
Bet 500,000. $500,000 to bet.
Joshua, unlikely to go anywhere just yet. Turn 9. I was going to say, from the play that we've seen from Jonty today, feels unlikely that he checks the turn back very often. The 9 may be a card he considers a check on. Or if he doesn't, maybe a card that Joshua feels compelled to continue on.
Check.
Yeah, check, check. Oh, and players are standing up over here.
Looks like Glenn from earlier walking away.
Whoa. Glenn? Didn't he have 16
Yes,
million?
Chris Moorman stacking chips.
Oh my god, Chris must have heaps.
Looks like Moorman had jacks against Glenn's King 10 on a 10 high board. They got it all in by the river. And Moorman is up to 30.6 million after that hand.
Wow.
First time?
I mean, he could really do it.
And with that, Glenn takes 17th place for 176K. And we're down to our final 16 for tomorrow.
We're done.
That's a wrap on the night, just like that.
Okay.
Good game to Glenn. He was a joy to watch at the feature table with all those huge bluffs against great players. And he made a good run for himself here in 17th place. A little bittersweet, but like we said, only 16 left now. Chris Moorman is going to lead the chip counts tomorrow with over 30 million in his stack. Stu, aka Scott Stewart, just behind him with 29 million. Lots of action, lots of good players still left in the field to look forward to tomorrow for day 5 of the main event. Taking a look at the Club WPT Gold chip counts of this featured table, Ryan Yu had quite the spin up, all the way up to 20.675 million in chips. It's not going to be too far behind those guys out in the outer tables. Joshua had a great day. 19 million in his stack. Jonty as well, 19 million. Fabian was so much fun to watch all day long. He's still got 15 million chips. And closing out the bottom of the chip count, here's Andrea Dato, 31 big blinds he's taking in to day 5. That'll be the wrap on day 4. I'm so happy to have called action all day with you, Jesse. It's been a pleasure.
What a day to call action. Just such fun players.
I hope you guys all enjoyed at home. Thank you so much for watching. Tune back in tomorrow for day 5 and Saturday for the final table where we will crown a winner who will take home $3.1 million. Have a good night, everyone. See you next time. Goodbye.
The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold meetup games.